has been the tyre of choice and has had an awful lot of development on by Goodyear. And of course the teams have got more data on that tyre. The hard tyre, the harder tyre, the hotter weather tyre, if you will, that is a relatively new addition in this season. They only used it for the first time in competitive situation at Brazil last time out. So in some respects, I understand what Ian was saying to John DeGeese in that. And I've spoken to a number of the teams about this as well. And they basically just are comfortable with what they know and what they have the most data for. And that means that they have an idea of what to do with that medium tyre in more and more varied situations. Whereas the amount of data that they've got here with the harder slick tyre that Goodyear have chosen, and it is just that one tyre, effectively the race data that they've got is from Brazil. And Brazil is a very particular surface. And it's not necessary, that data is not necessarily going to correlate to being here, which is quite a smooth track surface in terms of the actual top surface of the track. Yes, it's undulating and yes, there's a few bumps in it, but in terms of the actual granular top part of the surface that the tyres from both Goodyear and Michelin are in contact with, they're actually pretty smooth. So even if it had been warm, even if it had been hot, I don't think tyre wear was ever going to be a problem here. It's just, particularly for those Goodyear runners in the LMGT3 category, I just think it's them getting used to something that is a little different and feeling more confident about their strategic decisions, etc., on setup and pressures, starting pressures. Just feeling a bit more confident in that decision-making process. And that, of course, will come with time and more data, more miles under the wheels.
We'll get going in just under 20 minutes' time, but yesterday's qualifying session gave us a number of firsts in the FIA World Endurance Championship, because in the LMGT3 era, we hadn't had any Fords on pole position. They came back after a superb campaign in the GT Pro days with a Ford GT, but the Ford Mustang now is the car of choice. But here's Shea again on the grid.
Many times before, Alex Wirtz, do you think that today with this rain, it might just be the day?
Well, it's definitely kind of nerve-wracking with the weather, but as a driver, I used to always love the wet. Our car is usually quite good in the wet, but hey, we have so many manufacturers, so many good drivers, so it's going to be a really cool battle out there. But the locals tell me for them the rain is a blessing, maybe for us in Toyota as well.
It might just be a fan favorite kind of a thing. What can you guys do differently to take advantage of this weather than maybe the competitors can?
Not too much, to be honest. I mean, we're all on the Michelin tires. The decision here is pretty straightforward. Now with this standing water, will be a wet tire, and in the end, you have to survive. There are gravel beds here, so you have to stay out of trouble. Usually in this weather, we're gonna have some safety cars, so it is then exactly in this split-second decision-making where you are probably deciding the race.
There's a lot of Toyota fans in these grandstands. Good luck today.
Thank you very much. Yeah, keep cheering.
Alexander Wurz chatting to Shea Adam on the grid in his capacity at Toyota Gazoo Racing. I was actually going to talk about GTs, but we can flip to Hypercar, because Toyota were the only team to try and split their approach to qualifying. They did pit one of their cars, unlike Cadillac that pitted both cars, and that was explained. We'll delve into that if we've got chance. But actually the car that stayed on the slicks did better, and with a slight jumble of the grid in that the third fastest yesterday, 93 Peugeot's actually been put to the back because of a topic we were talking about at the time. It didn't have a rear rain light in function, and they were warned about that several times. Didn't get repaired, so the black and orange flag stands, and therefore all of Jean-Eric Vergne's lap times were deleted, and he's put to 18th on the grid, and that gave the Toyota a slightly better place. Car 8 now up to 7th on the starting grid, John.
Interesting tactic there from Cadillac, and I thought the right one. Now, at the time, we didn't have all the information on Cadillac Hertz team Jota, and we thought it was a bit odd that they pitted both of their cars and not split, but there was a reason explained for that overnight.
Yeah, well, it was Alex Lynn actually who suggested that both of their drivers really did have a gut feeling that the wet tyre was the right one to be on. So, and they couldn't actually get any heat into their slick tyres either. That was perhaps the bigger issue. Couldn't get the temperature that they needed. Thought that the track was going to get wetter as the rain arrived. It did get wet for a period of time, and actually there was a snapshot where definitely the groove tyres were the right ones to be on. But then the track dried afterwards, and for the final couple of laps, unfortunately they were nowhere, just like the 7 Toyota.
Well, I think I remember saying for Alex Lynn, he went up to second place, didn't he? And I said, is that 1 lap too early or 1 lap too late for him? And it turned out to be probably a lap too early, because they just needed it to stay wetter for one more lap. And I suspect that if that had been the case, he would have been at least second and possibly even improving beyond that. But that's the roll of the dice. That's how you take it. Tyre technicians and the engineers will be delighted to know that there's no choice to make here, because it's wettity wet, wetter than a wet day in Wetville, actually, at the moment, as far as standing water is concerned. You mentioned that Peugeot, Jean-Eric Verntine. People would say, why is it being put to the back? Because that is clearly not a performance issue. And I kind of understand that. But a black and orange flag is one step away from a black flag. You don't get to ignore technical flags. You normally have 3 laps for, say, a drive-through penalty or something like that. But a black and orange or a black flag, you have to come in and fix the problem or pull your car out the race for a black flag at the next time past the pit lane. And Peugeot did not do that, and therefore it has been deemed that they were out of compliance, and therefore they lose their times, as Johnny said. As I say, sounds a bit draconian, but when you put it in the context of what a black and orange flag means, that could have been bodywork hanging off. It could have been something that could have caused a problem for somebody else. It wasn't, I know it wasn't, but there's no degrees of it. It was a black and orange flag, and they ignored it.
Yeah, and there were warnings before the black and orange were displayed as well. But I like the fact that race control, or the stewards rather, had a representative from the team, from Peugeot, from the driver as well, and they were chatting it around. And after all of that was aired, the summing up was times deleted. Now, Jean-Eric Verne has to start that car because he's been the fastest all weekend, and therefore he will be alongside Nick de Vries. The 7 Toyota did get a time, as did the 2 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V-Series Rs. So they have full choice of starting driver, and incidentally it'll be Earl Bamber in the 38 and Will Stevens in the number 12 car. Let's deal with the front row, though, of the hypercars, because we've never had a privateer car within the hypercar era on the front, and it's been a little while since that pole position for Robert Kubica, which he's not achieved in the top class. He got one 2 years ago in LMP2 at Monza, but I mean, there was that sequence of Ferraris going across the line. It happened several times. 51, then the 50 car was faster, and then Kubica, who was just behind them on the track, was able to go that little bit faster, and he just seemed to master those trying conditions.
I thought it was interesting because in Hypercar, the 3 Ferraris went out and almost put each other out before they'd even exited the pits, because all 3 of them were trying to get into the fast lane at the same time. Ultimately, Kubica went out third, exactly as he'd done in the substantive qualifying session. And I actually think that worked for him. I know the car is very, very good, and particularly over a lap it's very, very good. But that pole position was all Kubica. A number of people tweeting in at RSL_studio about his ability to pull something out when needed. I thought he used the 2 works cars very, very nicely in terms of being able to judge their performance, the grip level from what he could see from them, and still have enough mental capacity left to drive a very, very, very fast racing car. I thought it was masterful, absolutely masterful. It might be, even though it was only qualifying in Hyperpolar, I think it might be one of the best things I've seen Kubica do. And he's just got that innate ability. And it's put them in a very, very strong position for the championship. There's only 2 cars in that independent championship, and the 99 Proton Porsche 963 had to beat them today, and now, they're 4 places further back. Not a bad run at all for Nico Varone, but can you say it happening? Well, the weather might help them, and as we heard from Verti, Toyota, Porsche I mentioned, possibly even Alpine might be really quite happy about the fact that it's not bone dry and steaming hot at the moment.
The other thing that Phil Hansen, who'll start that car, and his teammate Robert Kubica and Ye Yifei are thinking about is the Drivers' Championship, because when Pierre Guidi, Giovinazzi and Collado...
The overall Drivers' Championship.
Exactly, yes. That's
the
what I'm saying.
Drivers' Championship, the World Championship.
Pierre Guidi, Giovinazzi, Collado scored a big fat 0 in Brazil. They did finish the race, but they weren't in the top 10. And the same goes for the Sisters Scarlet Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco, Miguel Molina and Nicholas Nielsen. Now, Hansen, his Eduardo Freitas...
We will be starting the race behind the safety car.
That's a shame.
So it'll be a single file start effectively as well, won't it, rather than the 2 abreast that we normally get on a drier track. But Phil Hansen, Kubica and Ye didn't exactly score that well in Brazil, but they did get 4 points, and that means they now trail the leaders, Pierre Guidi, Giovinazzi and Collado, by just 12 points. So it's, like you say, for the overall, and there's a whole load still on the table with that 1.5 ratio available in Bahrain.
That's a good point.
So that's the focus, and even Kubica admits that we've got a chance of winning the World Endurance Drivers' Championship.
Can Ferrari wrap up the Manufacturers' Championship, because they're 50 odd points ahead? No, not quite. But that's getting close, isn't it?
Well, but remember that it's 2 cars that can score points this year.
Sorry, yes.
Not just the one. So amazingly, there's still 154 points on offer. If let's say Cadillac can finish 1-2 in the remaining races, or Porsche can finish 1-2 in the remaining races, and Ferrari have a shocker, then definitely not. Here's Shea again.
But with the penalty, you moved up inside the top 10. Now, this weather, what are you expecting that effect to be having on the Porsche's chances today?
I believe it's increasing. We did not have that much pace in the drier conditions and the heat, so that wasn't our favorite weather conditions. So, a bit of unstable conditions, I think, give us a chance to move up further in the ranks, and we start P10 now. It's still some way to go, but as I said, a bit unstable weather will definitely, I hope, play into our hands.
Does this make the car more enjoyable to drive and open up the possibility of double stinting the drivers?
We'll see how the car feels like, but at least I think, as I said, we have more performance probably. We'll see when the rain stops, if it stops, and I'm sure we'll have more tires available, dry tires, and I think everyone in the grid has to find the fastest way around here, but it's not straightforward, and I think that's the key, and we have to take advantage of that.
Good today.
Thank you.
Rick Ozzy's sounding very Danish there. I totally misidentified Michael Christensen. He had the right top on, Porsche racer, but Leitz, who will become... Well,
you didn't have much warning, in fairness.
No, but I probably missed a graphic at the same time. Leitz, on the other hand, is going to be one of the most experienced drivers at the end of this. Is it something like 90 races that he will have done by the end of this? But Christensen putting a brave face on matters. I still think they feel Porsche have turned a bit of a corner in Brazil. That's partly to do with an adjustment on the balance of performance heading into the second half of the season. And the Porsche 963 is running slightly heavier compared to the South American round, plus 12 kilos, so it's up to 1065 in total. And
that's the heaviest, isn't it? That's the heaviest of the hypercars.
The Toyota's 4 kilos heavier than that.
Is it?
1069, and that car's not been adjusted. The Cadillac's been given more weight, but still isn't as heavy as the Porsche. So the Cadillac gets an extra 19 kilos. That takes it to 1059. But no, the heaviest car is a Toyota at 1069, then the Porsche at 1065. And actually the Ferrari's 1069 as well. So the Ferrari and the Toyota are the same weight. They are both LMH cars, whereas the Cadillac and the Porsche are LMDH. Remember, so have an adjustment there. And as far as power is concerned, well, quite a lot of beneath the 250 kilometre per hour marker, quite a lot of that power has been taken away from the Porsche, but it's had a slight increase once it gets north of 250 kph. There's all manner of adjustments, and too many to reel off.
I think you would say.
Yeah.
I think only the Valkyrie, the Heart of Racing Valkyrie, was left alone from Brazil. Everybody else had some little or large tweak. Obviously, altitude plays into that. Very different in terms of where we are. The only change
to
sea level.
The only change to the Valkyrie is that they can use one less megajoule across a stint. That is it. But otherwise it's all in black, which means no red. You're quite right. Nothing's been changed.
Can I have a very quick word about the front of the LMGT3 field before you run down the grid? JP?
Yes.
Because Proton Competition have locked that out, and you mentioned that's the first for Ford in WEC competition. That wasn't a flash in the pan. They had been showing good pace all week, and there's some irony in the fact that on lunchtime on Friday, I think it was, that Ford started to tease the fact that there's going to be an Evo kit for the Mustang LMGT3 GT3 for 2026, driven by and targeted at their customer teams, and that they have addressed some of the wants and needs, is what we've heard from Ford Racing. Ford Racing is the new name for Ford Performance globally, and this is the first race that they will have been racing under Ford Racing, and hence Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. And if you look very carefully on radiolemans.com, you'll notice a new logo at the top, and that goes to the new Ford Racing website. But really interesting, not deliberately not giving any technical details at the moment, because some of the details will not yet have been finalised and homologated. They've still got some time to do that. I would suggest, and this is me saying this, that there are a few cornerstones of areas that they wanted to address with the feedback. Some positive, some things that perhaps needed changing for other reasons from their teams. I say that because that's what other manufacturers do. But we haven't got any technical details yet. We may not get all of them, of course, but that Evo kit will be available for all of the Ford GT3 and LMGT3 teams in time, well in time for their 2026 season. That said, the current car doing quite nicely, and the real story was that of the pole sitter, because they, Johnny, didn't even think they were going to be in the Hypercar shootout.
Exactly. 3 minutes to go, by the way, so that means we're going to be straight into the race rather than having any formation lap, so we better crack on with the full grid. Live from the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It's round 6 of the FIA World Endurance Championship, and information then from Eduardo Freitas, the race director, that the race will begin behind the safety car in just under 3 minutes' time. A first ever privateer Hypercar on pole position since the Hypercar era came in then, and that's the 83 AF Corsa Ferrari 499P. The time set by Robert Kubica, 1:57.655, but it's his British teammate Phil Hanson to start that car from driver's left. Well, actually not driver's left, it'll be now middle of the track in front of everybody else in this single file behind the safety car, and a single file start therefore. James Collado in behind for the 51 Ferrari, and then it is a Porsche and another Ferrari for Lawrence Vantor in car 6, and the second of the Scarlet Ferraris, number 50. Then the 99 Proton Competition, Nico Verone privateer car, cracking few laps from him as well to put that car 5th. And Ferdinand Habsburg right in behind for the first of the Alpines, number 35. Then it was the Slickshod 8 Toyota of Brendan Hartley to start that car from 7th. Kevin Magnussen in the number 15 BMW. We haven't really delved into the story there either, but Dries Vanthoor could have been a lot higher up had he not bailed on a really good lap time. Blamed traffic at the time, but then he spun on the next lap and really wished he'd completed what could have been a lap that would put him in the top 5. 009 Aston Martin. First time an Aston's made it into Hyperpole with the new Valkyrie. And Alex Riberas for Aston Martin Tour team. That's apart from Le Mans. That is, alongside that car, the number 5 of Julian Andlauer, promoted into the top 10 because of the demise of the number 93 Peugeot, put to the back of the grid. The 94 Peugeot will start 11th, though, with Loic Duval at the wheel of that, with Fred Macavicki for company in the 36 Alpine. Yellow flags and safety car boards now being displayed. By the way, we're still a minute to 1 o'clock. The 20 BMW for René Rast is next up, 13th position. And then Tom Gamble in the 007 car. Simon Pagenaud's about to fly the Stars and Stripes flag, the 2019 Indy 500 winner, to send off this big field of cars. So Tom Gamble in the 007. Then Earl Bamber in the 38 Cadillac Hertzing Jota V Series R. And remember, both of these cars, the 38 and the 12, decided to switch to treaded tyres. And although it looked like a good decision immediately, then unfortunately the track dried and they only ended up 15th and 16th. But there is much scope for those cars throughout the race. You could also potentially say that for the number 7 Toyota. Nick de Vries will start that car. Will Stevens in the 12 Cadillac. I'm not sure I mentioned that. And Jean-Eric Verne is at the back of the field, having had all his times taken away because of that faulty tail light. Hypercars now working their way up towards Big Red then on the first lap of the race. The time begins to tick down, but as they are circulating at much reduced speed and an awful lot of spray as well, let's run you through the order for the GT cars, because it's a first ever Ford pole position in the LM GT3 era. Well done to Stefano Gattuso and Gianmarco Liverato, who was really late on parade because he'd been told he wasn't in the next session, and then all of a sudden that changed because the 87 car, which is a Lexus, took the checkered flag twice yesterday, and the blowers were already on the circuit as that Lexus was doing its extra lap. So the reds had to be thrown, and that meant that Razvan Umberescu's times were all stripped as well. So the 87 car starts at the back of the field, and that's promoted a few as a result. But it's a front row start for Proton Competition's 2 Mustangs. Bernardo Souza, a fellow bronze, will start second in LM GT3. Then it is Darren Young's 95 United Autosports McLaren, ahead of Ahmed Al-Hati's team WRT BMW number 46. James Cottingham starts the 59 McLaren. Arnold Robin in the 78 Acodis ASP team Lexus. Iron Lynx's Andrew Gilbert, that's a Mercedes, car number 60, starting 25th and 7th in category. Ben Keating in behind the Texan, remember, so very much of his home race, the 33 TF Sport Corvette. The Bend Team WRT BMW Yasser Shaheen starts that from 9th. Ian James in the heart of racing Aston Martin is 10th in GT.
A lot of standing water. I'd say we might be doing a few laps.
Brendan Hartley says lots of standing water, and he suggests
manage then between keeping temp in the tire and the brake and also saving. But yeah, I don't think it's going to go just one lap anyway. Try and give you feedback on it.
Yeah, there's an awful lot of spray, so I cannot believe that we're going to be racing in the near future. Let's just do the final 8 cars that didn't make it into Hyperpole in GT. TF Sport Corvette for Tom Van Rompuy, that's the 81. Martin Berry's 61 Iron Lynx Mercedes. Then the Manthey First Form Porsche for Ryan Hardwick. Heavy car that this weekend because it leads the championship. Vista A, of course, Ferrari for Thomas Floor, that's 54. Ahead of the number 10 Derek de Boer-driven Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin. Francois Heliot's other Ferrari, the 21 car. The Iron Dames Porsche for Celia Martin, the French woman, in number 85. And then Clemens Schmidt has to start the 87 car. He's been the fastest driver all weekend. The 87 didn't get any times after reasons explained. Razvan Umberescu's times taken away because of he took the checkered flag twice. So all the cars are circulating, but first of all, John, we've got to let the rain stop, and then maybe some semblance of a dry line to start to appear, although all the cars are on wet weather tyres. I think the visibility is the biggest problem right now, though.
explain that radio message that we caught a wee bit of to Brendan Hartley. The teams had been told it would be one familiarisation lap behind the Porsche safety car, and then they would be released at the end of that lap. And all the drivers have been told by their engineers, make sure then you're ready to go as soon as you come round. As you rightly said, as soon as they pulled off behind the safety car, the time started to elapse. We've had 4 minutes of the 6 hours at the moment. Quite clearly, Brendan's saying there's no way we can go green at the moment. That is because, I would say, of the standing water and the visibility issues. There's some suggestion that there's been a little bit of track work over the weekend as well, which I haven't been, since yesterday, haven't been able to confirm. And that's down at turn 6 in the middle of the S's, where there were quite a few issues yesterday. People dragging dirt onto the track and then spinning, the following cars spinning on the dirt. But right now it will be aquaplaning, standing water, and the issues with spray, because even at safety car speeds at the moment, the amount of water that's being thrown up is quite significant. And again, I will make this point now, that off the track, on the red and white curbs, and particularly on the red and the green paint at the edge of the circuit, it is treacherous. Saw that in the Mustang race, and it was nowhere near as bad as this. Better experts than me who are looking at the rain radar are saying possibly as much as 90 minutes of rain at this kind of level, as we are underway at Lone Star Le Mans. At RSL_studio will get you to the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. One thing I did notice as well, JP, I don't know if you did, the inside of Brendan Hartley's car actually has water dripping into it. I know it's difficult to seal racing cars. Here's Phil Hansen on the radio.
Too much standing water in the back straight. It's like a complete lake, so once we get up to top speed, we'll aquaplane.
And a spin already behind the safety car for Porsche Penske Motorsport, and the number 5 car, that's Julian Andlauer. Well, he knows his way around. Spun out of 14th position, and he won't be allowed to make up that position. And I'm going to suggest straight away that is lack of heat in the front tyres, which caused him no grip on the front. He tries to get the car turned in. Oh, no, he was on the curb at turn 14, and with the right hand Michelin on the curb, even with moderate throttle application, he's off to the inside and splashing through puddles. Kevin Magnussen has the fastest lap of the race, by the way. I know, Loic Duval does now. 3:06. I think I could probably lap quicker than that in a road car, not in these conditions, mind you. This is treacherous, JP. If this wasn't a sports car race, then we start sports car races because they are endurance races. I remember you talking about this when we lost all that time at Le Mans, that 4 hours at Le Mans, and I had my mind completely changed by your submission on that, in that it's an endurance race. Therefore, as long as it's safe to go around at safety car speeds, then you go around at safety car speeds. You don't red flag it because of the endurance element of what we're doing. And I was completely convinced by that. But if this was a Formula 1 race or a Formula race, I don't think it would have started. I'm always a bit confused why, if it's too wet to start on the grid, I think it's all right to start behind a safety car in single-seater races. But it's a different set of circumstances in endurance, because we have 6 hours to actually go in this race, unless it gets undrivable even behind the safety car. And the situation is, at the moment, we are circulating.
If it's all comfortable, then just wherever you can, try a little bit of brake and tyre temp, but really let's prioritise safety.
We didn't hear any Rast's answer there, probably just as well, Chip.
I wasn't convinced we were going to hear anything actually from Rene. Maybe you did give one that we weren't allowed to air, but yeah, it's an interesting A bit of information for the future, but quite a few laps away from that, I'm going to suggest, particularly if this level of rain is not likely to change for, well, for certainly the next half an hour or so. I know what you're saying about...
closed, by the way. By the way, the pit lane is closed.
Yes, because of course we're on the safety car, yes. So for the first 3 laps of a safety car, that is the way of things and the regulations. I do remember making that comment. This was last year at Le Mans, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think that's a 24-hour race. They're obviously just trying to work out how much grip is out there in starting this race, because if you don't start running cars around a wet track, then none of the water's going to clear, even if it does start raining. So just try it and then get some feedback from the drivers, also maybe some engineers as well. There is the scope to red flag it, and then you could start it again, and sometimes we've had the time added on. Question is, how late could we potentially run? Because I suggested 7 o'clock was close to sunset. Well, I don't think actually sunset's officially till 7:45 here today. So there's a bit of wiggle room.
I think there is a curfew here.
That was my wonder. Yeah,
I've done races here with IMSA when we ran the forerunner to Carrera Cup, Porsche Challenge, back down through the years, and we ran them into the twilight here. And if we were slightly delayed, we lost some time. I don't know the answer to that question, but I will set somebody to find out. I've also done events here, and the event, i.e. not racing, but the event engine stop is a hard 7 o'clock in the evening, but that is not necessarily on race days, so don't quote me on that. But right now, there's enough standing water that I think it would be difficult to go racing, particularly for the prototypes, because effectively it's not just the tyres, JP, it's the fact they run these cars so low down, even in these conditions. They want to crank them up. They'll have still run them as low as they dare, maybe softened it off into a sort of in-between setup between full wet and full dry. But what happens is that the planks, the wear planks underneath these cars, if they start to get water underneath them, it effectively becomes a 200-mile-an-hour boogie board and starts to lift the Michelin or Goodyear tyres off the track, which exacerbates the standing water issue, etc., etc. And at that point, no matter how good a driver you are, if you've not got any rubber actually on the tarmac, either because your plank is lifting the whole car up or because there's water between your tyre of whatever manufacturer and the tarmac, then you're in trouble.
We should make the point that...
Right, I've just found out, JP, sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you to my hard-working team here. The racing engine curfew here is 9 p.m. 9 p.m. So that would be into darkness.
Yes.
But the cars have got lights. So there is a bit of wiggle room. There is a bit of wiggle room.
It's worth making the point that unless you're Clemens Schmidt and the 87 Lexus, everybody else has got their bronze drivers in the cars. So bear in mind some of the most tricky conditions that probably anyone's going to face. And if drivers of the calibre of Julian Andlauer are making mistakes, then all credit to the bronze drivers. Here's Phil Hansen.
Rain stays like this for the next 1.5 until 2 p.m. at least, and then it could also potentially increase.
Hey, so my information was very impressive. Very impressive. But the other thing is, wouldn't you want to get Clement out of the car, possibly for later on? And once the pit lane opens, if you're driving around behind the safety car, leave the tyres on, don't take them off, they're warmish, and burn some of your bronze driver time?
Yes. I was merely just saying that so far we haven't had any spins from those lesser experienced drivers,
well,
so we should mark that point. But yes, that's probably the only reason that the 87 car hasn't already come in to put Razvan Umberescu behind the wheel, who was doing the initial qualifying yesterday. You just are not able to access the pit lane for the first complete 3 laps. So that's, in fact, 87 comes on pit road now. Which
and
feels a bit early,
change,
but
yes, it is.
Have we?
It's a driver
it is a driver change. Did we get a message on the timing screen to say that the lane was open, or is open?
Well, they are now on their 4th lap, so they've completed 3 laps.
Yeah.
So I suspect that is okay. So this is to get some time burned. They reckon we're going to be behind the safety car for a wee while, and this is to get some time off the 1 hour and 45 minutes for the non-pro driver. There is one car that has a specific rule for it, because they've got 2 silver drivers in this field, and it was a clarification more than anything else, Johnny, that was issued before we went into competition this weekend.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with entering drivers in that combination. So bronze, silver, silver. This is Andrew Gilbert, Lorcan Hannafin and Fran Rader. So 2 Brits and a Spaniard. And it's the 60 Iron Lynx Mercedes. So you've got Gilbert, who did the qualifying yesterday, as the bronze, and 2 silvers. The rule is that both the bronze and the silver have to do a minimum of 1 hour and 45 minutes in a 6-hour race. And that's nice and simple if the third driver is either gold or platinum. But, of course, in this case, that is not true. So it's been clarified that only one of their silvers has to do the minimum drive time, and the other one is entirely flexible. Now, what I don't know is whether it's been mandated as to which driver does. Probably not, actually. I would imagine. Here's Nick Nielsen, by the way.
We expect the rain to be steady for the next hour. 1 more hour like this, in terms of rain level.
Or at least Nick Nielsen's
language there.
Yes, we didn't need that extra bit at the end, but that was Nick Nielsen with the final word, and his engineer otherwise. Very sorry about that. As long as they can prove that either Lorcan or Fran have done 1 hour and 45 minutes, along with Andrew Gilbert's 1 hour and 3/4, then they will be fine. Here's Shay Adam.
Wants to hear from you. Were out there at the back of the field, the worst possible spray. How bad is visibility?
Actually, it's better than I was expecting it, but still at the moment the right choice is to have the safety car out, especially between turn 11 and 12 on the long back straight. If you go a little bit out of the line from the cars ahead, there's so much standing water, and I think ahead of me was one of the Ferrari spinning behind the safety car, so there's some parts where it's standing water, and the only option at the moment.
So visibility, not great, but traction also an issue?
No, actually, there was more grip than I thought we are having, especially in the slow speed corners. But on the straight, there's just too much standing water.
Good luck trying to dry off for a little while.
Thank you.
Clemens Schmidt, who has then just got out of the 87 Lexus to hand it over to Razvan Umberescu, his Romanian teammate. And a chance then for him to assess precisely how much grip is out there. I hear what you're saying, John, in that the bronzes now have done a number of laps, so they know where the worst of the standing water is.
Yes.
The tricky thing for the 87 crew is that they've now switched drivers, so it's going to take a bit of adjustment for Umberescu on these first few laps.
Yes, but he's off the back of the field just a little bit, so he's under no pressure. He can feel his way around on his own. He'll want to catch up when he can. Being told to put his headlights on as well. They did go back on it automatically, so he's dropped a little way off the back of Derek de Boer, who's also been in and out of the pits in the Aston Martin for RSL, Racing Spirit of Le Mans. Actually, no, of Le Mans. Bit of a Swiss joke there, isn't that? Because isn't Le Mans the name that they give to Lake Geneva?
Genève, yes. Lac Le Mans, as it is known in Switzerland, yes. But it's a nice little word tie-in, so I can entirely see why they've gone with that and have run like that in LMP3 action, and also the Michelin Le Mans Cup when they used to run standard GT3 Astons with much success, actually. Then did have a period of time in GTE and have now continued with the LMGT3 era, but Racing Spirit of Le Mans, who occasionally actually run with a French flag. Now I'm going to check my entry list. Car number 10, see, they have a French flag, although they are Swiss through and through, so if they do take a victory, it confused me last time out that they were top step of the podium, because I thought this is the wrong national anthem, but it's one of those little things where sometimes you get AF Corsa tentacles stretching out to Spirit of Race, who are Swiss rather than Italian. Alex Riberas, Team Radio.
Keep you updated. At this moment, we don't have any updates from race control. The conditions looks pretty bad at the moment. So just stay cool, and yeah, we're gonna carry on with this speed. Try to keep the car together for as long as possible. See what's happened. We'll come back to you as soon as I get any information.
Yeah, that was Alex Riberas' team trying to keep him up to date. Just looking at the 2 pit stops that we've had so far. So Petru Ambarescu in the RCF for Acodis ASP in the N7 car. Derek de Boer has been through the pit lane as well for that RSL Aston Martin Vantage. I don't know what they did, if anything, to the Aston Martin, because the pit in to pit out time was a minute, pretty much. I know, 39 seconds, sorry, 39 seconds against 1 minute and 8 from the Acodis Lexus. Now, they did definitely change their tyres, and Petru Umbarescu has just come through to clock his and the class's fastest time, so he's gaining up on the back of the pits. And now we've had Cillian Martin through the pit lane for Iron Dames, and that was a splash of fuel. And was that Francois Elliot as well? Yes, it is. So this is interesting. They're topping up fuel, and are they deliberately getting out of line so that they can get a bit more heat into their tyres as they catch back up, with a bit of braking and accelerating more on their own? I don't know. I do think it's interesting that they're topping up the fuel and going to the back of the line. They've done 5 laps behind the safety car. That's all.
Yeah. I think this is a touch of the Herbert Motorsport approach in a Creventic race, when they only get 50% or sometimes less allocation in a full course yellow, but they actually would come in on sequential laps to make sure that they get their full tank. They've got time to fuel the car for a little bit without falling off the lead lap. Yes, they lose road position, but it doesn't really matter behind a safety car. And the thing is, they're just eking out that bronze time, trying to get to an hour and 45 minutes. And if you can keep doing this for 45 minutes, then each of the bronze drivers only has to do a stint under green. Yeah,
that's a very good point. That is a very good point, Johnny. So 4 cars now who've come in for a splash of fuel, and in the case of the Acodis team, putting Petru Umbarescu into the car. Ferrari number 10 for Racing Spirit of Le Mans, the Acodis number 87 Lexus, Vista AF Corsa, Francois Rio in the Ferrari number 21, the silver Vista Jet car, and Iron Dames Cillian Martin in the number 85 Porsche, all having now been down pit lane and either taken a splash of Total fuel, or in the case, as I say, of Lexus, to have changed to the bronze driver. Have they worked out that at this pace behind the safety car, they can now do an hour and 45 minutes and won't have to stop again if we are still behind the safety car? I don't know. I'm being slightly facetious there. But the fastest lap of the race at the moment is in the hands of Petru Umbarescu of the whole race, because he's done a 2:32.7 and the best hypercar lap is a 2:58 in the line behind the safety car, and that's Ferdinand Habsburg. So that'll tell you just how much quicker you can go to catch back up the field, JP. Umbarescu seemingly untroubled doing a 2:32. Now that's still miles away from lap record pace. Of course it is. It's half a minute and so. But maybe that was sending a message to the race control. Although you would have thought that anybody with a bronze driver in at the moment is quite happy. And the reason we're saying this, dear listener, is not to be detrimental to the skills of the bronze drivers, not at all. But at the moment, they are not losing any time to any of their competitors. Neither are they gaining any time, mind you. But right now, their time is ticking down, and they've done some 24 minutes nearly of their run, 1 hour 45 minutes. And as Johnny says, if you can get to 45 minutes, that's basically one stint each. From there, probably under a stint if you're still in wet conditions, because you, although it's time rather than fuel, of course, but you'll easily do in wet conditions an hour around here in the LMGT3 car.
Yeah, and the other benefit, here's Lawrence
sure,
Vantor.
I have the feeling something is smoking on the inside. Either it's condensed from the AC or...
Yeah, it could be, but we are looking on our side.
So this is the other Porsche. Remember, there was that semi-drama for Julian Andlauer in the number 5 Porsche, spinning as he hit a bit too much of the curb. But now the third-placed Porsche for Lawrence Vantor radioing through to say there's a bit of a concern. Did he say the left bank of the Porsche number 6, the Salzburg-type livery car with the white pinstripes? And was wanting to check with his engineer and the rest of the crew in the garage as to whether anything alarming has appeared on their telemetry. Clearly he still feels the car is sounding good because he continues to circulate. I was about to say that... Go on.
I thought it was interesting, he suggested that it might be the condenser for the air conditioning. And
yes.
So it's actually not smoke, it's condensation that's been thrown in. Sometimes you see it if it's extremely hot on a plane, when you go on a plane, and if you're one of the first ones on, then it'll almost look like they're pumping dry ice into the plane. It's not the case, of course, but that is what it looks like. And what struck me about that was just how calm he was. I mean, excuse me, guys, my car's potentially on fire, but I'm going to keep on going. Here's a Hypercar stop as well. So that's the Peugeot that was presumably put to the back, has now pulled in. Yes, that's Jean-Eric Verne. It was only put to the back of the Hypercar field.
Yes.
But now, of course, he's going to have 16 or so LMGT3s ahead of him, and the Acodis 87 in, and this is not a standard stop, JP. They've got the hood, the bonnet off, and are looking around the front of the engine.
Yeah, either engine or potentially suspension. I wasn't sure what they were more concerned about, because the engine sits further back, I thought, than where that mechanic was mainly having a little wiggle of things, or maybe just a check. But the engine will fire back into life. It's still Raz van Umberescu, or Petru as he is on the entry list, who stays at the wheel. Conversations from the ACO official, the World Endurance Championship official, with the pit crew from Lexus number 87, perhaps precisely what they were doing, just to check on that. And away goes that car. Well, we're under the same safety car, yes. So the pit lane has remained open. It's just those first 3 laps that it was shut. But clearly, they're wanting to know precisely what was done.
I know what it was. That's the car that didn't have the headlights on when it went out, and so the headlights still weren't on. They were messing about with the relay or a connection, and what they've asked the driver to do there, Petru has been asked to put the additional driving lights on, which he's done. So it does have white lights at the front, but still the lighting units that are in the normal headlamp area, they are not working for that Acodis ASP team. Now at the moment it's not costing them any time. If they have to come back in again this time around and get that looking okay, that's all right. I would say that the pace behind the safety car is picking up a bit at the front of the field. We're under 3 minutes for a lap now behind the Porsche. Our Porsche safety car driver is a driver of some repute and does like it out in the wet. We have seen him drifting it about down through the years. Here's Ferdy Habsburg on the radio.
For me, it's like improving maybe 10-15%. But there's 3 places where it's still undrivable. No, 4 actually. The pit straight, turn 2, turn 5, the back straight, and the worst is turn 17 and 18. Just aquaplane every lap. No matter what you do.
It's a tough one, isn't it, for the race officials, because safety has to be the first priority, and always is with Eduardo Freitas, our race director here. But you wonder if all of these cars have, even the LMGT3 cars have an element of downforce, which will kick in as you get quicker. Even more so for the prototypes. So just going quicker actually push the car down onto the road and help counteract the aquaplaning. Of course, then you have the problem of that downforce not being there in some of the slow corners. So does that then exacerbated in the slow corners, because you then start to ride up when you actually want to be stopping and turning. It's a really tricky set of considerations as the Akkodis comes back in again. And Johnny, that car is going back into the pits to fix this headlamp problem. So despite the fact that there were 3 lights on at the front, one either side and one big one in the middle, the ACO official has said that's not enough, you haven't got your headlights on. I asked for headlights, and I meant headlights, not just any lights. And so they're going to try and get that fixed up, hopefully for them then, on what hasn't been, what looked to be good, and got worse after they messed themselves up and got themselves thrown out of Hypercar, and it's not gone any better since then.
Really hasn't, and they're not the only ones who are suffering with electrical issues, because yesterday the Peugeot couldn't get its flashing rain light on the rear to work, and also there's been messages about a BMW which I don't think has got some of its lights to, car 15 BMW Hypercar rain lights to be turned on was a message 10 minutes ago. And
well, surely that started with them on, otherwise we would have seen that a moment or two ago. And Jean-Eric Verne now also being under investigation, because he came out of the pit lane into the traffic that I mentioned, the GT3, but of course there were a couple more GT3 cars that were off the back, and the red light was on at the end of the pit lane. Well, he's been investigated for that, but that is, I was going to say it's black and white, but it's red or not, isn't it? And there's really a binary answer to that. It was either on or it wasn't, and because there was still 2 or 3 LMGT3 cars that had made that early pit stop, Jev would have seen the gap with the cars disappearing up to turn 1 at Big Red ahead of him, and potentially just driven out the pit lane, not realising that there was cars behind him. Should have seen the red light to his right-hand side.
Yeah, there's generally no excuse about that, because there'll be locked off cameras all over the place. There's now a flurry of GT cars working their way in. Frantic work continuing on the nose of the 87 Lexus. Which
has now dropped a lap.
Taking various bits of bodywork off, just layer upon layer, to try and get to precisely the faulty bit and hopefully replace it. Away goes the 33 Corvette. Ben Keating stayed at the wheel of that car, just 40-odd seconds in pit road, so that will have been a blast of fuel and nothing else. 1 or 2 others catching on then that this is the right thing to do in LMGT3, just to keep that fuel topped up as much as possible. Question is, what do you do if you're Proton competition? Because they're in the ideal seat, first and second on the road, and a lot of the time teams don't want to give up that ideal track position, even if it might benefit their strategy later on in the race, because there's a lot to be said about leading, not least for just a bit of visibility. If you can drop off the back of the final Hypercar, which at the moment is Nick de Vries, well, not the final Hypercar, because Jean-Eric Verne, of course, has now filtered into the GT field in what would be 14th position in GT in his Peugeot Hypercar.
Well, he might have a penalty when we go back green, but it won't be until he goes green. Let's have your tactical thoughts then, collective, at RSL_studio. That'll bring you straight into the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Mobile 1 track temperature hovering around 27 degrees Celsius. The air temperature holding firm in the mid-20s, 24.1. Still raining. Dare I say, JP, that in parts of the track, and certainly running down the hill from turn 1 into turn 2, where Phil Hansen was saying it was particularly bad in turn 2, there might be a drier line. I'm not saying it's dry, but there's considerably less spray coming up in that part of the track and in some others. But the problem is, it's so inconsistent. There are other parts of the track where it literally looks like they are driving on maybe half an inch of water, maybe not that much, but a quarter of an inch of water, and that'd be pretty scary in a road car, in a straight car, never mind in a racing car.
So, the order remains roughly the same as it did when we started. There are some changes, though, so half an hour done of the race. Let's get our first hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
The hourly update.
Number 83 Ferrari that started on pole position, the AF Corsa 499P for Phil Hansen, the starting driver, remains the lead car after 11 laps, but the amount of rainfall that we've had from the start, before the start of the race, has prevented us from having any racing laps. Really interesting thing from a strategic point of view, though, was when the pit lane opened after 3 laps behind the safety car, because that allowed cars to come in should they wish to, and plenty of GT cars have done that. Just to top off the fuel, we've had 1 pit stop so far from a Hypercar, that being the number 93 Peugeot, but otherwise everyone remains in order, apart from actually the 5 Porsche, which had an early spin in the trying conditions. So second place on the road is James Collado in the 51 Ferrari 499P. Then it is the 6 Porsche for Laurens Vanthoor from Porsche Penske Motorsport. Fourth place for the third of the Ferraris and the second of the factory cars. That's Nick Nielsen's number 50 car. Nico Varone in a privately entered Porsche 963, number 99 for Proton Competition, is fifth, ahead of the Alpine Endurance Team Ferdinand Habsburg-driven A424 car, number 35. Seventh is the number 8 Toyota for Brendan Hartley. 8th place for Kevin Magnussen's BMW, car number 15. Then the 009 Aston Martin for Alex Riberas with the first of the Valkyries. And there's a Peugeot in the top 10, the number 94 car for Loic Duval in his Peugeot Total Energies car. As mentioned, the second of those cars is actually down in 27th place now and behind 9 of the LMGT3s. That class is led by Bernardo Souza, so we have had a pit stop for the 88 car that led away from pole position, having said just prior to the update that nobody would want to give up ultimate track position. The 88 car have pitted now and kept Stefano Gattuso at the wheel. He's down to 14th as a result of that. Bernardo Souza, therefore, leads LMGT3 ahead of Darren Young's McLaren from United Autosports, number 95. Third position is Ahmed El Harti's BMW Team WRT's 46. James Cottingham is fourth, also for United Autosports in another McLaren. Yasser Shaheen's BMW car 31 is fifth. Ian James in the Aston Martin Vahardov Racing Team, number 27, sixth place. 92 Porsche of Ryan Hardwick from Manthey, first form, is seventh. Then the Vista of Corsa Ferrari for Francois Heriot, number 21, is eighth. Tom Van Rompuy's TF Sport Corvette is up to ninth place, number 81. And in 10th, it's Thomas Fleur in his 54 Ferrari. But of the GTs, we've had 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, I'll make it 11 pit stops so far, including for the 2 Acodis ASP team Lexus as well. We will keep you up to date with what they're doing in GT, but for the moment, that's our first update.
Keeping you up to date. The hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship. The track temperature on Radio Le Mans with Mobil 1.
So the Mobil 1 track temperature is obviously decreased because of the amount of water on it, with an air temperature of 24, and the track's only a few degrees higher than that at 27.1.
Mobil 1, the world's leading synthetic motor oil.
More cars pouring out of the pit lane then. They're all GTs, and that is now a third stop for, well, because of the tricky headlight issue that Razvan Embarescu is suffering. So 3 stops for the 87 Lexus, and that car remains in the garage. The others that have made 2 stops are Derek de Boer's Aston Martin, car 10, which is 12th. Celia Martin's Porsche from Iron Dames, 85, 13th. and a second pit stop for Francois Heriot, who is just returning to the track now in Ferrari number 21. But the big thing about what's going on in GT, John, is that the Proton competition Ford no longer leads, and it's now the sister car in front, number 77.
Yeah, and that's because of the pit stop, is it? Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I thought so. So they've split their strategy, haven't they?
Yes.
And I think that's really very, very interesting. Whilst you were doing the update, don't judge me. I wasn't listening to you all the time, but I took the opportunity to run out of the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre and have a look outside. And you won't believe this, but the sun's shining in the back of the paddock, and it's pretty much stopped raining. Quite remarkable. There's still a lot of standing water on the track, and there's still areas where it is raining. Hello to Safe Phil. Says, lots of posts on X asking why we're not red flag. Seems ready to pull over for a while to me rather than any risk for no real reason. Well, we talked about this before, and it's a 6-hour race, and therefore, at the moment, it's fine to go around behind the safety car, and we are racing. And what we're seeing, although we're under yellow flag and we're not under green flag racing conditions, the strategy has already started to play out, Phil, with these teams who have decided to splash it once or a couple of times to try and get their bronze driver through. And I think the rash that we've just had, JP, tells me that they think they can go an hour and 5 or even a bit more from here, and if necessary, even if we don't get back to green flag racing, but even if we do, they're going to leave their bronzes in, and the bronze drivers are all by that 87, but that's got other problems. The Lexus, as off goes one of the Ferraris, and that's a problem. That hasn't spun, that's just stopped. And that is, oh sorry, it's not, it's the BMW in the shell colours. I saw red and yellow through the spray, and that's at the bottom of the hill at turn 4 and 5. He's pulled off to the left. It's René Rast. I've just finished on Phil's point. So, Phil, we've already seen people strategically using pit stops. So this is all still part of the race. And that's not an issue for somebody who's fallen off for René Rast, JP. That's a car that's ground to a halt.
It is, and clearly that car's now trying to be restarted or recycled, but this is another issue that can strike in wet weather. This goes back to my point about Le Mans, and it's an endurance race. Here's Shay.
Of racing, but one thing that many people may not know is your love of driving on ice and snow. So conditions like these with low traction, that's pretty much up your alley.
Yeah, it is. I do enjoy the wet weather and stuff, and that didn't show yesterday, but, you know, sometimes you have bad days. But, I think it's interesting right now. It's tough to tell, obviously, when we're not out there, but I think the conditions are a bit tricky, so hopefully we can get going soon and go racing.
Now, you guys have the ability to watch what Ian James is seeing behind the wheel of that Aston Martin that you guys represent, but does it look as bad on the camera as it does behind the wheel of the car?
Almost. I think that it's a little bit easier to focus on what you're looking at when you're in the car, but generally you can sort of just focus on one thing, and obviously on the camera it just looks like a complete blur, but you can't see through anything on the camera. So you do have the ability to kind of see through some of it, but it is almost that bad, I would say.
With the temperatures being a lot cooler than they were earlier in the week, does that help the drivers in the Aston Martin?
Yeah, I mean, cool is a relative term. I think it's still, like 30 degrees here. So I think for us, our car is generally good on tires, so we weren't too scared of the heat, so to speak. I think a little bit of heat right now would actually be good to raise the water off the track. But I think for us, we're kind of ready for whatever comes to us. I enjoy cooler weather, obviously. Fall has started at home. Apparently it hasn't caught up here yet, though.
Well, watch out when this Canadian gets behind the wheel. He will be someone to watch.
Zachary Robichon chatting to Shea Adam then, and he was certainly pretty impressive in qualifying yesterday, driving the 27 Heart of Racing team Aston Martin, but Ian James burning through his 1 hour and 45 minutes in the meantime. Now, the 87 Lexus is back on the apron and getting some fuel, so does that suggest that the headlight issue has been rectified? It hasn't got any headlights on at the moment, but it fires back into life, and yes, those lights do appear to be functioning now, together with a flashing tail light. So hopefully the officials will be happy with that. Still trying to cycle the BMW through, and
ironically the safety vehicles here
is a BMW.
At the track are all BMWs.
Yes.
It's a BMW race experience sport. Hello to Blur Fiend, who's tuned in to our coverage of the Lone Star Le Mans. He's on a plane at 30-odd thousand feet. He said he did wave to us when he went over Texas on his way to LA. So internet on the flight, and he's managed to get timing and scoring, and he's listening in to us. Normally to be found under various bits and pieces of Porsches in a Porsche garage at RSL_studio. Not sure why Blur's off to LA, but safe flight and enjoy your time out there. And you're missing nothing at the moment at RSL Studio at RSL_studio. If you want to get in touch with us here at the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. I say you're missing nothing, and actually I'm wrong, aren't I, JP? Because there's this intriguing dance that's going on between some of the LMGT3 teams about what they're going to do with their drivers and how they're managing this. By far the majority, I think all bar now the top four, have been into the pits at least once.
Yes, so those that haven't pitted so far, Bernardo Souza's Ford Mustang, number 77, that leads. Darren Young's McLaren, number 95, second. Third for Ian James now in the Aston Martin, number 27, and the 92 Porsche for Ryan Hardwick. I think the issue for the BMW Hypercar is that it's got the red light on, and therefore nobody can touch that car. René Rast jumped from it so that he wasn't at any point earthed, and the driver can...
Yes.
Yeah. Well, the driver can safely get out, but the problem is that it's been charged with this hybrid electricity, and therefore, even though they've sent a BMW service vehicle out to the aid of René Rast, nobody can touch that car. It's unsafe to do that.
And that is because carbon fibre conducts electricity. So you do not want to be touching the ground and touching any part of that car. That's why sometimes you see the drivers in this championship and indeed in something like Formula 1 or now IndyCar as well, where there's battery involved, where there's a hybrid battery involved, they jump so that no part of them is touching the ground in the car at the same time. Now, what will have to happen now is the man with the magic briefcase will have to go out. And we saw this back in the LMP1 days. Well, that must have happened. Or have they got the rubber gauntlets out? Or possibly both. Rubber gauntlets and rubber boots, because they have now fixed that up. But remember, in the old LMP1 hybrid days, Johnny, I think it was Spa the first time we saw it, when a little car went out with one of the team members from, I can't remember whether it was Toyota, Porsche or Audi, but went out there with the magic briefcase. He had all of the, it looked like he was ready to do a long session of washing up in the back of a pub after a long lunch service with these long rubber gauntlets on. They made the car safe, and then it could be taken away. But it seems that that BMW, the shell-coloured car of René Rast, has been made safe, and it's been craned away. So the double yellows that are at turn 6, turn 2, excuse me, just to let everybody know that with those people working there, they'll be taken down. Off to LA for Porsche training, says Blurfiend. P21C classic fuel and ignition systems on Porsches from 1964 to 1998 model sports car years. We post photos later this week for the collective. That's great. That means I'll be able to talk to him about my 993. Thanks, Blur. Take it easy. And whilst we're talking about Porsche, we have our first guest in the new broadcast centre. How wet are you, Kevin Estra? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. No, I'm not too wet. I was able to stay in the garage. Probably less wet than some of the people driving, because some cars are not so waterproof, while driving slow.
It's nearly impossible to make a racing car, even a racing car with a roof on, waterproof. What are your drivers telling you about the conditions out there? We saw a little spin early on for Julian Andlau behind the safety car when it was at its worst. To my eye, I'm not behind the wheel of a car, But to my eye, it looks like the rain's easing off a bit, and it's actually getting a little bit better. I don't think we're anywhere close to race. What are the guys telling you?
No, I think it got a bit better, and now when I went out to walk to here, it got worse a little bit. But it's not like a huge amount of rain somehow, but the air is so humid, and I think the asphalt is just not evacuating the water. So yeah, it's tough. Yeah, it's tough. Lawrence is saying that even behind the safety car on the back straight, you aquaplane. So driving
at safety car speed.
Exactly. So which is whatever 150. If you add another 150k, it's not going to be fun.
So the question that I was posing earlier, and this is a question that race control have to answer, presumably talking to the teams and some of the more senior members, the drivers out there, particularly in the hypercars. As you go quicker, obviously, you get more downforce, so that does help. But then when you are slowing down, the downforce bleeds off, and just when you need braking and turning on the front wheels, it's actually worse again.
Yeah, exactly, and it's so for sure when you start to brake, you can easily lock up a wheel on a big paddle. But the main issue, I would say, from what Lawrence says and what you can see, the grip is not bad, because the grip here on the rain is not bad. It's just the aquaplaning. And as you drive fast, you produce more downforce. But if you come to a paddle driving 300, it's not the same than when you drive 120. And I think this everyone experienced already on the highway somewhere. So that's the difficult part.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of our listeners tweeting or Xing in, I suppose we have to say now, at RSL_studio saying, why don't we just throw a red flag? My answer to that is always, this is a 6-hour race and this is endurance. In GT, we're seeing strategic pit stops with the drive time. Yeah. But also, presumably, going around even at this speed, at least there's some water being cleared.
Yeah, I think so, and it gives an idea of how the conditions is, how the conditions are all the time. And you clear a bit of water. You see now when the GTs are driving, where everyone is driving, there is a bit of a drier line. A red flag is not gonna help the water evacuating. It's just gonna, let's say, be a bit nicer for the drivers out there, which are not having fun. But I don't know. It's always a difficult question.
If you don't recognise the voice, it is Kevin Estra who's joined us here on our live and free coverage.
My French accent was not strong enough.
We've got used to it down through the years, Kevin. It's part of your charm. It's part of your charm. Let's talk more generally about you. I'll just break in to say that the number 61 AMG is being pushed backwards into its box. Looks like that car's been off, and we did have a double yellow at turn 17 and 18 just a moment or two ago. There's some damage to the middle and the right front. Looks like a shark has taken a bite out of the right front of the splitter, and that isn't fastened on properly, and that's I'm not sure about that going back out, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I think they don't want to lose the lap probably.
Yeah, they'll bring it back in.
Maybe put it back in to the end of the queue, and then maybe in some stages repair, as you could see sometimes in IMSA, I guess.
They're doing the IndyCar and NASCAR type of thing, so they hold on to the lead lap as is perfect. Here's René Rast, who had that incident with the BMW, and he's down in the pit lane. The number 15 car coming to a halt. Shea Adam on duty for us this weekend.
Number 20 BMW come to a stop on the side of the track. What happened?
Looks like we have an isolation issue on the hybrid. So the car was red from inside. It was green from outside. So difficult to understand what happened, but I couldn't pull away, so we had to stop.
At least Fuji is only a couple weeks away. Redemption there.
Hopefully. Last year we had our first podium in Fuji, so hopefully that's going to be a good one.
Thank you, my friend.
Number 20, not number 15. My apologies. Driver that you know very well. René was in your camp for many, many years. Hello. Now, this is interesting. Johnny Palmer still with us. We've got the whole Hypercar field coming in. They've been out for 52 minutes, which is at least a stint. And we've got a trail of cars coming in through the pit lane. And one or two of them actually stopped on the way in there to the pit lane. That was very odd indeed. JP.
Yeah, I just wonder whether some of them, they're all just driving through, aren't they? They're not stopping with the team. So that's 28 seconds, 29 seconds. Were they all given instruction to do that? But not everybody's doing. The GTs have stayed out on the racetrack. So I'm slightly puzzled by that. The 12 Cadillac from Cadillac Hertz team Jota stopped entirely and was actually overtaken in the pit lane entry road.
Yeah. Well, there was a double yellow at turn 17 and 18, but it's not saying send everybody down the pit lane. So I'm not entirely certain about that one myself. We'll do a bit of, we'll do a little bit of
this
research.
For me seems like a race control radio message driving through pit lane, which not everyone did. So very strange.
So hang on. Let's have a look at the timing and scoring. So Alpine didn't come through. So Fred McAvecchi is the best of the hypercars at the moment, and Darren Young is, I think, in second or third place on the grid in the first. He might actually have even got out across ahead. No, there's two cars. Here's the race director. Here's Eduardo. Or maybe not.
Information to pit lane. There was a mishappening on the radio comms with the safety cars. On the switch of the safety cars, there was a mishap. We're going to slow the safety cars. We're going to slow the safety cars, and we are going to reinstate the order of the cars.
Okay, so that has answered the question. Kevin Estra, who's alongside me here in the Global Broadcast Centre, spot on. It was a call. What they were asking to do was to bring the initial Porsche safety car into pit lane. It's been out there for just over an hour, just on an hour. So they were swapping the safety cars over, and unfortunately, the message didn't go out to the teams to stay out and pick up the second safety car at the end of the pit lane. So that's what's happened. We're just coming down to the first hour completed. We've got Kevin Estra here with us. We've talked about the conditions here, Kevin. Let's talk about the season 2025, coming off a great season for Porsche in the WEC last year, with one of the championships captured by Porsche Penske Motorsports. It's been a bit more difficult this year. The competition level's gone up as well. How do you feel this year's gone so far?
Yeah, the start was very difficult. We were missing performance the first 3 rounds, and Ferrari was very, very strong, plus the other one improved, and it seems that we've lost some competitivity compared to most of the field, with some different factors in play, for sure. So, yeah, it's been a tough start for us. Didn't score many points, but yeah, we came back strongly in Le Mans, which was the race, of course, the most important one, but not strong enough to win. It was a P2 for us, but yeah, it was a very good race for our group, and I think we maximized everything we could there. And then we had quite a strong Sao Paulo, finishing just behind both Cadillac with both cars, so P3, P4 for us. Cadillac was a bit too strong and was stronger than the others. So, yeah, I mean, we are coming back. This weekend on the dry so now the safety car is coming in, so I guess we'll swap safety cars.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, it's been... Sao Paulo was quite okay, and here on the dry, in the practices, we've seen that we were not the fastest, especially on one lap, but also on the long runs. But this qualifying was so special, so much changing conditions and everything, that I think we've got a good starting position, probably a better one than when it would have been dry. And now the race is quite chaotic, so let's see where we will end up. But yeah, quite disappointing start of the season, that's for sure.
You drivers live for this type of race, though, where everything's turned upside down, because you guys really then do make the difference. Because this year that in a lot of sports, whether you play soccer or anything else, if you're perhaps not quite as quick a team, rain is the great leveller, and it's the same in motorsport, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. It levels, all the difference of performance. A few kilo here and there can make, or
don't be looking at me when you say that. That's success ballast. I've been around a long time.
You've won many races.
Yes, in my head.
No, but yeah, the rain.
To the buffet.
The rain definitely, mixed up things, and some cars are better on the rain. You can do you can do different strategies. The tire pressure has a huge effect. Driving lines, understanding the settings of the cars, and you can make differences. So I think the rain yesterday showed that I think it mixed up pretty much everything, while the Ferrari was still very strong. But for us, the second row was a good result yesterday.
Given that you don't have intermediate tyres in the World Endurance Championship, then it surely is better to be wet than... But yesterday it couldn't make up its mind, and it wasn't really wet and it wasn't really dry. We did see some teams in Hypercar give the wets a go, and for a moment it looked like, and we've got a red flag here. We have a red flag. This will be to reorder the cars, I reckon. I don't think that the situation on the track's got any more, but there's so many cars out of kilter here. I'm guessing that we're doing this to reorder the cars. Kevin Estra's still with us. We'll get some news from race control in just a moment. It seemed that certainly Alex Lynn at one stage went up the second, but 2 laps later he dropped all the way back down again. So that was a gamble almost worth taking. But it is a gamble. When it's as wet as this, the choice is similar.
Well, yeah, the choice is simple, but we have one set of wets, which is a choice of the championship and the tire manufacturer, which brings you to a compromise on the wet tire. You cannot do a dry tire, a drying tire. You cannot do a full wet monsoon tire, which was sort of what we had in the past in GT when we had 2 types of rain tire or F1 if people watch F1. And now we have one set of tire which should suit pretty much all conditions, and that's the limit of it. We see it now because with such a rain level, I remember my past years in GT, we were with the full wet tires from Michelin, which was working really well. We were as fast or even faster than the LMP1, and we could drive under these conditions. Yes. Which now, it's not because the tire is not good, it's because the tire is made to drive in all conditions, and therefore you cannot be as good when there is monsoon weather.
Do you work on, as a team, away from the race weekends, do you work on, as a team, the point where the crossover comes? Going from dry tyres to wet tyres, you can tell that from behind the wheel of the car because the car becomes undrivable. Coming back is more difficult. So do you set parameters to where you're talking to your engineers?
Yeah, well, the experience we had from the previous years, from the previous tests, like here, for example, last year we were here testing in July and we had we had quite some wet running. So we have a crossover points, which some teams maybe don't have. So that's where all the database you have and the experience from the team makes a difference. So, we do have that.
And as the tyre, presumably, is the Michelin where I know from the past and being around the paddocks for a long time, as the tyre as a wet tyre wears and it becomes drier on the track, you wear down the tread blocks. And sometimes there's a bit of pain there, but actually then sometimes the tyre can come back because it almost, towards the end of its life, becomes an intermediate.
Yeah, that's in terms of rubber, it's actually pretty good to have a tyre with less thread, in a drying condition, because otherwise the heat is becoming an issue and the tyre moves a lot. But the tyre pressure is the key there. That if you have a too high tire pressure, your tire is going to move, and that's the difficult part, to set a tire pressure for the next hour in the wet, and the conditions are changing. And of course, when you drive on a dry track, you get heat, and heat produce more heat and more movement, and that's a bad circle.
We've just gone over the hour mark. We are under a red flag in order to set the field. Everybody came down pit lane, or some people came down pit lane when they shouldn't. A bit of a miscommunication here. So all cars have stopped on the left-hand side of the pit straight under parc fermé conditions, and the hard-working WEC and ACO staff will be out there. Here's Shea Adam down in the pit lane.
Zuganon, I think you'd be pretty happy if the race results stayed as they were without you even turning a lap.
Yeah, well, Fred did, Fred, I don't know if it's the same expression in English, but we say you can't trick an old fox, So I think he saw that it was just a safety car change. He continued. We didn't understand really what was going on. And now we are P1. I guess it's going to be a revert, or I don't know, but conditions out there are too difficult to drive. All the drivers are reporting it's not possible to drive, at least in Hypercar. So I think a red flag is definitely a safe one, but I don't know what's going to happen because it looks like there's more rain coming. It's a difficult situation for all of us, everyone.
Well, I mean, Fred definitely is a wily fox. I'm not going to call him old, but he's won here in just about every form of racing in which he's participated, so this would be fitting to keep it going. With the rain approaching, though, how do you guys prepare? Because your stint is still upcoming for both you and Mick.
Yeah, but we, as you said, we don't know. The same as you, I think we don't know what's going to happen. On the way to the grid, I had the chance to do a lap. Fred gave me a lap to just feel a bit the car because I never drove that car in the rain. The grip was quite good, but again, there was a lot of standing water, and I think once again we have to wait and see what's going to happen.
And of course, the red flag just means that there will be more standing water because the car's not moving it. Does that mean that you think maybe more time behind the safety car when we do get going again?
Well, to be honest, on our radar, it looks like the rain is going to be increasing in the next hour. So it's very difficult to trust the weather radar, but it's been quite accurate the last hour. So I hope it's going to stop and we can go racing. But right now, I don't see it so much happening with the rain predicted.
Go take a picture of the timing screen, at least P1 for now.
I did already. Thank you.
Of course he did already. Jules Goudon with Shea. Adam Shea deputising for Bruce Giuani, one of a couple of the French contingent who had some issues trying to get out of France with their visas for the US, and Shea stepping in, as she was here, at the circuits. John Hindhaugh, Johnny Palmer, and Kevin Estre here. And I'll continue with you, Kevin. How clever was that from the Alpine team? So on the drive to the grid, given Jules hadn't driven the car in the wet, he took it round, not the starting driver.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. It means that they are thinking about all the details, and of course, as a driver coming into the race with an unknown, not knowing the car in the wet is not ideal. So they did the right thing there. For us, we all drove on the wet, and we are all experienced on this car. So we gave Lawrence more laps, the most laps as possible, for him to get a feel and see what's the conditions out there. So let's see. But Jules is a good driver. I'm sure he will adapt quickly.
I've known him a very, very long time, and I'm old enough to have watched his dad race as well, of course. And I've seen his development. I'm very pleased for him to get the drive in the prototype. He's certainly deserving of that. We've got this red flag now. The drivers are getting out. Now, talk us through the process of getting a car restarted. Isn't like jumping into your road car, even if it's a high-performance road car. When I want to jump into me GTS, I get in, I turn the bit that isn't a key on a Porsche anymore, but you know what I'm talking about. It fires up because it's a Porsche, and I drive it away. Now, on a 963, it's a little bit more complicated than that. What sort of time scale are we talking about to get the cars refired and ready to go back to racing conditions?
Well, you need someone with hybrid competence and hybrid knowledge and also eligibility to be able to be around the car with the red armband and all the hybrid stuff for safety. But to be honest, it looks more complicated than it is when it's a restart like that. So if the car doesn't cool down completely, and now we restart in the next 15 to 20 minutes, I don't think the procedure is going to be that long. But of course, you have the drivetrain engineer looking at the telemetry and maybe going through some different settings to warm up the gearbox differently, or warm up the engine, or have
things like water temperature, oil temperature, gearbox temperature. That's been monitored anyway.
Exactly, and
so you will look
that's
at
quite
that.
Similar actually to a normal combustion engine.
Yeah.
Oh, it is the combustion engine part, and the hybrid system just has to be ready to have all these working together. But actually, as I said, if it's a short period of time, it's not too complicated. But of course, you need people watching at telemetry and people around the car to be ready to do an action, or us in the cockpit with all the multis and the whatever 55 PDF pages from the steering wheel that we know exactly what to do in which situation.
And he's not joking, ladies and gentlemen, because I remember seeing when this 963 came out, and it did actually its predecessor as well, the 990. there is actually an owner's manual, an operator's manual for the steering wheel.
Which
Very
is
Porsche.
Yeah. Well, I guess pretty much all the cars have it, but I think we have probably when I look at the other steering wheel, I think we have probably one of the most complicated one. And
have you got to learn that completely?
Yeah. I mean, you don't know what's behind every letter and every menu, of course, because most of the complicated things are anyway not in our hands. That's what the engineer sees on the computer and all that. But you definitely know, I would say, 70% of what all the functions are doing. And at one stage in the old GT cars, the steering wheel on the GT car was pretty much identical to that of the 919, wasn't it? Yeah, the last RSR steering, RSR 19, was very close to. It was inspired by the 919, and I was there developing the car, and it was a really nice steering wheel for a GT at that time, and we're way ahead all the others.
Yes. Although now everybody's catching up.
Yeah, of course.
Even on what we call GT3s now.
Yeah, that's exactly. Although you don't have a huge amount of technology in these cars, but still we had a lot of offsets and multi and for the gearbox, for different settings you can do.
But what I've noticed, Kevin, in talking to drivers like yourself in this great era that we've got since Convergence a few years ago, that allows the IMSA type regulation cars like the Porsche 963 and the SEO regulation type cars like the Toyota and the Peugeot and of course the Ferrari all race together in the various championship. What I've noticed when I'm talking to people like yourself is that we are so much more now talking about how the systems interact and how you interact with the systems as well. Do you ever talk about ride height and bump and rebound with your engineers anymore?
Yeah, we do a lot actually. I would say it's half-half. When you have something like, for example, for this weekend, we had some issue in terms of balance, and actually it was funny because we had different mindset and different opinion between the drivers. Matt and myself were convinced that it was coming from mechanical parts, and Lawrence was convinced it was due to system.
Okay.
And in the end,
it was right.
Both of us. So that's the engineer has been very good at explaining us that it's actually half-half.
Very diplomatic.
Exactly, diplomatic, so we never know. But it's good because if you tell Larry he's right, then you're going to be dead for the whole season.
You're never going to hear the end of that. No,
I'm joking. But there is a lot of technology, but you can also do a lot on the mechanical part and the aero part. I would say it's probably 60% mechanical and 40% technology when you want to set up a car or do some changes.
It's Kevin Estra who's with us. We're under red flag. We're going to reorder the field. That's why I'm not giving you the rundown at the moment, because the timing screens aren't quite where they will be when we get back going. Before I let you go, Kevin, and thank you for coming to see us, let's just nip down to Shea first of all with James Cottingham.
Conditions like, what was the visibility and the traction for the McLaren?
Certainly early on it was like very, very wet, lots of standing water, so it was the right thing to do to start the race behind the safety car. But I'd say in the last 20 minutes or so it's definitely got to a point where it's raceable now. But obviously the confusion with the safety car has meant that they've had to red flag it, which gives them a bit of time now just to stop it, and we can get going properly, hopefully once they repositioned us all.
Do you feel like it is actually raceable now at the level it was right before the red flag came out?
I think we were there. Yeah, I think we were there. It's still, there's a lot of standing water here, but it's not aquaplaning standing water, it's just spray. There's a lot of spray, so visibility is really poor. But I think after a few laps, the field will separate out enough that would be okay. So, yeah, I think we're there. I'd like to go.
I like your optimism. Thanks, James.
Thanks a lot.
He's driving a GT car, in fairness. He's got a
GT car in British, so he knows, how to drive on the wet.
It's barely damp for James, and he's got a background in classic cars, both driving them and selling them.
But in GT, the thing is that at first they have a different tire. I don't think that their tire is better, but just the ride heights are different.
Correct.
In GT, you drive a higher ride height. It means that the water doesn't affect so much. It doesn't aquaplane exactly, and you're not sliding underneath with the underfloor as much as we do in the prototype. And I can imagine what he feels, because it was always the case when I was in GT and the track was red flags. I was like, come on, especially we were good with the Porsche, but yeah.
Before I let you go, all Porsche drivers tend to be very busy these days, and you are no exception. Just back from the Zolder 24 Hours, 5th place overall, driving Lars Kern for NGT Racing and others. 24 hours at Zolder. My God, I've done a few races at Zolder on commentary, but only for an hour or an hour and a half. That is some undertaking at Zolder, my friend.
Yeah, it's really hard for the driver, for the car, for the team. It's a very tough track, a lot of
racing
curbs.
In your back garden.
Exactly, yeah, really small track in back garden of Lawrence, actually.
Yeah.
Because I think his father owned a house in Turn 1. But it was a fun race, I have to say. I really enjoyed it. Driving with the Cup car again, 10 years after my last race in Cup car, or maybe 12. A lot of different levels, of course, but the team was a good surprise. Was well prepared for that race. Yeah. NGT, very high level team. But yeah, of course, you have to. It was kind of an old school racing. You had to take care of the machine, which I'm not used to. We are not used to nowadays. So you have to take
reliability
care of the brakes.
and full push.
Exactly. Now, Zolder, you cannot drive like that, because if you drive like that, you take all the curbs, you're gonna destroy a suspension,
fine
break
for a
the drive
touring
shaft.
car for 40 minutes, but not for 24 hours.
Exactly. And that was my first 24 hour, I have to say. In my first 24 hour was a 2012 Daytona, so I've done a few since then. And it's always been full push, because the cars are reliable, and you have to drive full push, but Zolder was not the case. So it was sort of a new experience, and it was good. We just had a small issue on the car which prevented us to be on the podium at the end. But anyway, it was a lot of fun now here and next week in Suzuka.
Yes, one of a number of drivers are going straight. Of course, talking about the Cup cars, the 992 Cup Endurance was at Spa this weekend. We had some of our team out there, had 4 of our lads out there covering it, and actually it was the first one last year. I thought that was a great event, and I was very disappointed that it clashed with here, so obviously I had to be here. And I suspect that you might have had a go at that if you'd been asked. Would you have had a go?
Yeah,
12 hours at Spa in a current Cup car.
And all the laps you get in Spa is always fun, and the Cup car is a great car. I have to say, it's an amazing car for We always speak about how pricey motorsport is, etc. And the Cup car is definitely not a cheap car, but for the performance, it's an amazing car.
And next year's Cup car has already been released. It was on display there, and it was a 918 as well, which I thought was
cool.
That's really cool. Kevin, thanks very much.
Thank you.
You've got to go back and consider the options. Thanks very much for your insight, and wish the best to the team. We're not allowed to have favourites, but we always say race well.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Cheers.
Kevin Estra joining us here in the Global Broadcast Centre, and we are still under red flag conditions. We'll have some more guests when we can. I'm still waiting for the field to be reset, and then I can give you a rundown.
There may be no driver in the field
ship.
better equipped for the current conditions than Ryan Hardwick. Ryan, you come into this race as the defending championship lead, the Le Mans winner, American, racing at Circuit of the Americas, and it rains for you, a former jet ski world champion. Do you feel like maybe all the signs are lining up?
Well, I hope so. All the first part that you said, it feels nice to come here leading the championship and, bringing the Le Mans winning car, here home to America. But in competing, I've got a lot of friends and families here. But, yeah, the jet ski, I've got a lot of time racing in the water, and not a lot of it translates to the car. The first thing, jet skis don't have brakes, so that's a big difference. But, no, it's actually when I saw the forecast, I get excited about these types of conditions because, more comes on the driver a bit and not so much, the car and things. And so it's always exciting to race in these conditions, but it's not so exciting driving around behind the safety car. I hate it for all the fans that are here, in the stands and all. They came here to see racing, and the drivers and teams, we came here to race. So hopefully we can get it going very, very soon, and I think it'll still be a very exciting race.
Porsches are notoriously strong in the wet weather. That's been the past, at least. How do you feel like your 911 GT3 will hold up in these conditions?
I think we'll actually be good. The Porsche, like you said, is always strong. We always have very good traction in the wet. I've personally had a lot of success driving in the rain with Porsches. I remember the day I won the ELMS championship in Portimao. It was pouring rain, and I was thankful to be in a Porsche. But so I was excited to compete here today, and I think we'll do really good. We showed in qualifying we don't quite have the outright single-lap pace as some of the others in the field, but we're very confident, in our team, our strategy, and our race car that in these conditions I was excited, and I still think we'll have a strong finish, for the end of the race, but it will be challenging. There's no doubt, but I'm excited to get out there.
Good luck when we do get going again.
Thank you. Good to see you.
No news yet from race control about how much more red flag. The teams have been allowed to go out and cover the cars on the front straight to drivers left, where they were asked to pull up under Parc Fermé conditions. Still waiting for the timing reset. And thank you to King Kevin Estre, as Arnash Rob called him, at RSL_studio. Get you to the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. And thanks also to the Porsche PR team, Akeem, and the rest of the team. Rebecca as well here this weekend, as ever. So, this one's a bit of an odd one, isn't it? Because we could have been running around behind the safety car, except for the little fumble coming into the pit lane. We did have a delay earlier in the week with a GPS issue that meant the first free practice was held up quite a long time. Rafa Marciello actually in the BMW number 15. That's why the BMW number 15 was in my head. So that's both BMWs now that stopped with electrical problems. Rafa Marciello did it in FP1 and it was only second lap 8. And that brought out the red flag. Whilst the red flag was out, there was a technical issue with the GPS which cost a time. And we had to extend the session by 30 minutes to get some of that time back. So that's both BMW prototypes then that have had some kind of hybrid stroke electrical system. We are being told by race control that the dollies will be allowed on the front straight at the 15-minute signal so that the teams can more easily move the cars around on the grid. But we don't know when that 15-minute signal is coming at the moment. As I say, Parc Fermé, but one team member has been cleared to go over the wall and talk to the car and cover it up, as all the cars now are on that grid. Cars covered for the rain, exactly. It is still raining, and that rain hasn't really abated that much. Down at Ferrari, they're having a look into the inside of the car, and they've actually uncovered one of their prototypes, and that is I think that was the number 50. Brendan Hartley is out of the Toyota Gazoo racing car. Now, from race control, the race will resume in 20 minutes' time, just under that actually, 14:40 Central Summer Time here in Texas. 21 minutes past the hour at the moment. So that's 5 minutes away or thereabouts from the teams being able to get back on the grid and to put those cars back into the right order. Johnny Palmer.
Yes, sir.
Good to hear from King Kevin Estre, as Arnash Rob was talking about. He's a busy lad, isn't he?
I mean, if there's not a race meeting that he is at every weekend, it seems, and not even traditionally in the typical motorsport season, then there's something wrong with the world, and I think he would wholeheartedly agree with that as well. But there's a lot to balance in his life. He's a real family man as well, so that's the difficult thing when you're trotting the globe, as is the case with so many of the drivers up and down the field here this weekend. Is he a football supporter? Okay.
Oh, yes. Yes. I should have asked him about
team?
Well, see, he's Alsace, isn't he? So he's a bit on the border, and I can't remember whether it's one of the German clubs that he follows. I do remember last year, or was it last year? It must be the year before. When did he win the Nürburgring 24, JP? Anyway, just after he'd done that, I was trying to get him on the midweek motorsport, and we couldn't get him on the Wednesday because he was going to the Champions League game.
Nice. Okay.
So that's pretty good. Teams have been allowed onto the grid now, JP, to start the preparation for getting the cars race ready. And we've got the safety car back at the front of the field. If you are just joining us, you've not missed very much. We've done 19 laps, and it's all been behind one or other of the Porsche 911 safety cars. A little bit of a snafu just before the hour mark, when race control decided to pull in one of the safety cars to replace it with the other. And unfortunately, when that happened, then some of the teams followed them in, but not Alpine, as we heard earlier on from Gilles Gounon. Yeah, we knew what we were doing. So for a while at least, they were leading the race, but we've heard from Eduardo Freitas that the field will be ordered into the way it was behind the safety car. That's not to say, JP, that was exactly how they started, because we've had a couple of spins, we've had one of the BMWs out of the race, and we've had all kinds of jiggery and, if you will, pokery, particularly in the pit stop cycle for tactical reasons in the LMGT3 ranks.
Yeah, now there's a little confusing element to the final column of my timing screen, which tells me when cars have made a pit stop. And, of course, some of them theoretically have made a pit stop because they came in behind the safety car, and then others have not. But I suppose now we're under red flag conditions and the cars are stationary, it's going to be a little easier to reorder them, whether that's done on dolly jacks or just in the order that they are waved off in, 15 minutes' time or so. The red flag came out at 2 minutes to 2, I reckon. Let's just check the official announcement of that. Yes.
15-minute signal's just been given, Johnny. 15 minutes. So here come the mechanics onto the grid.
There it is.
The tyre trucks coming out as well. And also they've been asked to put the cars in the ear of corn position. Whilst that's going on, thank you very much to Holger and Akeem and the rest of the Porsche team. Julian Andler has joined us. Hello. How are you doing? Sorry, not Julian Andler. My apologies. How are you?
Don't worry, I'm good. I'm Lauren.
You're Lauren Heinrich.
Yes.
I had Julian Andler in my mind because I've just seen his name on the timing screen. Lauren, I'm very, very sorry. Lauren Heinrich has joined us, who is another man who is exceedingly busy. So obviously, when you have a weekend off, Lauren, you come to a racetrack. Why aren't you sitting at home?
Yeah, exactly. I was racing last weekend at the Nürburgring, next week at Suzuka, and I thought, I couldn't be home without racing, so I came here to Austin to follow the PPM team. It's actually my very first time in the WEC paddock, and I'm enjoying it a lot of great insights for me.
All right, so from what you've seen so far, are you happy sitting here next to me, or would you rather be in a car out there?
I'd be definitely rather being inside the car, but this is not happening today. But it's good for me to follow, to see all the procedures, to see how a factory team works, because in the end what I do is GT racing, and that for Porsche is customer racing. So for me it's something quite new, but I really enjoy the experience.
I wish we had a commentator camera here, because Lauren is wearing a fabulous Porsche Turbo anniversary T-shirt in black with multicoloured purple and with the classic 930 shape of the 911 Turbo on there. Road car? What do you drive as a road car? What do you get?
Actually, also a turbo.
Nice. Very nice.
And I think it fits today because the new turbo was presented today, so I thought I'd put that one on.
Very good. That's the new 992 Turbo sits right at the very top of the pile of Porsche 911 road cars. Have you had a chance to drive one yet?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I drive it at home, and actually I was yesterday, did my very first lap around Kota in a Line 11 Turbo for the media hot laps.
And?
It's nice. I love the track, and for sure the horsepower helps on the long back straight.
Of course. Isn't it interesting, though, how this track that many people say for Formula One isn't a great track? I think for GT racing, and particularly for multi-class racing, it's a really technical track.
It is. I think it's a very specific track. It's quite unique. I'd love to race one day around here because I think it's a great track. Also in a great area. For me, it's the first time in Austin, first time in Texas. And yeah, I mean, you know that I'm racing a lot in the States, but it was a new part of the States for me, and I really enjoyed it. I think it's a great atmosphere, especially when it's hot as it was the previous days, not today.
Suzuka coming up next week, and part of the International GT Challenge and the SRO Championship. You go all around the world with that. You raced Suzuka before?
I did, yeah. Actually, last year in the Asian GT World Challenge.
Of course you did.
Yeah,
yes.
that was a good weekend.
I've never
actually,
been. I want to go.
It's such a magical place, and I'm looking forward to be back. Actually, with the same team that I raced last year with, and now making their IGTC debut in a full pro lineup with some other Porsche factory drivers.
So tell me, in Formula One now, the last corner, the 130R, as you're coming into the end of the track, that isn't so much of a challenge anymore in a Formula One car. It's not easy flat, but it's flat. But what about in a GT car?
It's a proper corner for us. It's actually.
I wish you could see his smile.
Yeah, I mean, it's a break even. You know, it's
really?
Not just a lift. Yeah. I hope in qualifying, when the car is good, I can do it without braking. Let's see. I have good experiences around there. Last year I was able to make the pass for the lead in that corner. So I still get goosebumps thinking about that. And I mean, to come back next week, and actually the race will finish in the night.
Yes.
So driving around Suzuka in the night in a 911, I think that will be once in a lifetime experience.
What other races that you haven't done would you like to do? You said it was your first time here. What other tracks would you like to go? You'd love to race here, I'm sure, in any of the championships that come here. But other tracks that you'd like to go to race at, Laurent?
I mean, you asked which race I wanted to do. For sure, I would love to do the 24 Hours of Le Mans. I've never done that race. I've raced around Le Mans actually in the Carrera Cup support race.
Yeah.
That was so cool. That was actually one of my very first Carrera Cup races. In the rain, around Le Mans, you know, you hit 300, you hit the rev limiter in 6th gear in the slipstream, and I was able to finish on the podium. That was my first podium in the German Carrera Cup, so I'd love to come back for the 24-hour.
Your whole career has centred really around Porsches. You are, in some ways, one of the poster boys for the Porsche career path. What's it like driving for Porsche and being part of that? And I'll say the word. I'll say part of the Porsche family.
It is a family. I mean, for me, I've never driven another race car with a roof that's not a Porsche, so I'm totally brand safe, I would say. I came obviously through the One Make Series, the Porsche Junior program, which was a unique opportunity for me, to continue my path, to follow my dreams. And in the end, I'm now racing in international GT racing. I became IMSA champion in GTD Pro last year, which was one of my biggest successes, and I was able to then go on winning my very first major endurance race this year with the Sebring 12 Hour. So, yeah, I mean, I love being around Porsches. I love racing all these fabulous Porsches around the world, and hopefully, one day being part of the factory team.
And are you back for the Indy IMSA race?
Yes, IMSA Battle on the Bricks, 6 hours. We won it last year from last to first. Should be a good Porsche track for us, and we hope to have sort of a comeback.
When we were in COVID, or as the responsible adult Eve always says, the long yellow flag, which I think is a good way of describing it, I was talking about you doing virtual racing, and you're pretty good at it, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, my, let's say, real-life career wasn't always so easy. I had to also take a year off due to financial reasons at some point, and I found sim racing to be a good replacement for me, just to stay in shape, to do racing, because in the end, also in the winter, when there's no racing in real life, I need to be on the sim. I need this adrenaline rush, this competition scenario. And I love doing sim racing. We did a lot during the COVID time, obviously participating in the virtual Le Mans race, which I finished twice second. second twice. Once in the GT factory team for Porsche, and then also in the prototype in the Porsche factory team. So good experiences in the virtual world, and I always see myself sort of being a connection between the virtual racing world and the real world.
A bridge.
Exactly.
Absolutely. And that bridge goes both ways, because I know that when we did the DNLS and we did the IMSA Pro Series, we had people who normally are involved watching, certainly, and involved in the virtual world, who all of a sudden said, that IMSA thing looks kind of okay, and going the other way too. It's so good nowadays.
Actually, the funny thing is, the year before I was able to win the real IMSA championship, I became IMSA esports champion.
That's right.
With Porsche Coanda esports. So, yeah, I mean, it's for me so cool. It's not just something fun, it's also a good tool for preparation. In the end, last year it was my first year racing in the States, so all the tracks were new to me. But I've done thousands of laps before on the sim, and that helped me a lot to, in the end, clinch the championship.
I know you've got other things to do, so I'll let you get away. Thank you very much for being with us, and I'll promise I'll balance it out, because at some stage during the race, when Julian's driving the prototype, I'll say Lauren Heinrich.
You just say my name. Yeah.
Lauren Heinrich leading the race for Porsche. Is that okay? That balances it out.
Let's see some racing now. Looking forward.
Lauren Heinrich joining us here in the Global Broadcast Centre. Thank you very much. I'll see you at Indiana Petite. 5-minute signal due any second now, Johnny Palmer, and the process, the not inconsiderable process of drying the cars out with the microfiber cloths. And here's the race director to tell us what's going to happen next. Or maybe not. But we have got all the cars backs to the wall, as it were, back in the era cone, as if we were restarting the race, JP. So I think we're getting much, much closer.
Well, the one thing that's not necessary in this scenario is a pass around, which we would normally get in a safety car, because it's deemed as a wave by on the latest entry, on the latest message on the screen. It's actually not a wave by; it is a pass around, because if you're the engineer or somebody looking after a car, it's actually your call as to whether you're eligible for a pass around that we normally get under a safety car in a World Endurance Championship race. But that's going to be taken out of the hands of the teams now, because the cars can be reordered via the dolly jacks, or it might just be how they're waved off by the World Endurance Championship officials. We will wait and see, but there won't be the need to do that. That'll save us a bit of time. 5-minute signal now being sent out to everybody. Bang on 2:35, and the drivers are back in the cars. So the red flag itself was first waved at 1:58 and 45 seconds in the afternoon. So that means we will have had slightly more than a 40-minute pause.
Now, that's interesting. I've just seen a car coming out of the pit lane, and it looked like the Iron Lynx. It was the Iron Lynx, number 61 Mercedes. Martin Berry behind the wheel of that car. So that car must have come into the pit lane at the end of that part of the race. So he's going to come round and get back on the lead lap, effectively, when he pulls up at the back of the grid. I think it's going to be what you said, JP. I don't think they're going to physically push the cars around. I think they're just going to point to them and say, you follow him, you follow him, you follow that car, you follow this car. Because there hasn't been an inordinate amount of pushing around, and we've still got some prototypes that are mixed in. Although that was the case, in fairness, when we stopped the race, there had been a couple of prototypes who had taken a pit stop and dropped down into the GT field, and indeed one of them has still got a penalty hanging over it for running the red light at the end of the pit lane.
Yeah, so that's going to be one to watch. Darren Leung hasn't stopped yet in an LMGT3 car. Now, what I didn't necessarily catch at the time were whether any LMGT3 cars came down the pit lane in error along with the hypercars, because that's an unusual place for Darren to be sitting, considering we haven't really had any of those high runners in hypercar theoretically stop. They came in for 20, 29, 30 odd seconds.
3 minutes to resume the race behind the safety car. Under 3 minutes to resume the race behind the safety car.
Can I just say, JP, I'm getting slightly Suzuka Slightly Suzuka. So not only do I manage to get Lauren Heinrich's name wrong, I get the track wrong that I want to talk about because we talked about Suzuka with him. You know when you focus on one thing, and I was just trying to check to see where the Porsches were, and I had Andlauer's name in my head, even though I know Lauren really well. I'm so sorry. I'm getting Fuji vibes. We did have a WEC race.
Yes.
Had 16 laps, I think, in 2 tranches behind a safety car. Never ever went green, although there were some changes in positions there. One of the Audis dropped out because they needed to work on the car in between times. So there were some significant changes. I really hope that's not the case here.
That was 2013.
It was.
The 6,000
right.
Fuji.
And I know it was 2013 because it was the last IMSA race at Petit Le Mans, and I couldn't be there because I was on duty for the WEC instead. So I had to miss. So my last original IMSA ELMS race was then at what was then the brand new circuit of VIR. That was the first time we'd gone there that year. So I finished up the original IMSA American Le Mans Series Championship with a brand new circuit. Didn't go to that year's Petit Le Mans, and went all the way to Fuji, which I have to say is one of my favourite places to go. The track and the country. It's just a very long way to go for no racing whatsoever. And I seem to remember Sam Collins, who at that time was with Race Car Engineering.
1 minute board, 1 minute to resume
Pretty
behind
much
the safety
interviewed.
car. I will be telling the order of cars leaving the grid.
There we go. Thank you, Eduardo. Sam Collins interviewed everybody at least once in that race, and they didn't call it until probably 4 hours, and the fans never moved. And at the end of the race, God bless the drivers and the teams, even though it was still raining, they asked if we could open the pit lane and put the autograph tables back out and open the pit lane to the fans. And a goodly margin, a goodly percentage of the fans came across the track, and they did an impromptu autograph session because of the stoic nature of Japanese endurance fans. I don't think we're quite in that situation, but I'm getting a bit twitchy. So are we going to let Eduardo shout them away then?
We could do,
We
yeah.
are resuming the race behind the safety car. Car 83, 51, 83, 51, 6, 50, 50, 99, 99, 35, 35, car 8, car 15, car 009, car 94, car 36, car 007, car 5, car 38, car 12, car 7, car 95, car 27, car 81, car 93, car 60.
The track temperature on Radio Le Mans with Mobile One.
We didn't have an hourly update, but we kind of did actually, because Eduardo Freitas did it for us. And 24 degrees Celsius in the air, just slightly more than that at track level, 27.7 degrees C. So, Eduardo Freitas,
car 21,
continuing to call the numbers.
Car 54, car 88, car 77, car 92, car 61.
Well, Eduardo Freitas is a multi-skilled gentleman, but I'm going to say that our future in commentary is pretty safe, because that's a fairly dull way of commentating on the order. Here it is again.
Pass in front of him. Car 95 needs to let car 12 and car 7 in this order pass by him.
He hasn't got he's very good in race direction, but he hasn't got a job as a bingo caller either, has he?
Not that, no. I was wondering whether we reverted to AI, Eduardo, at one point. We get that in a full course yellow, 10 down to 0, and then coming out of it as well with the automatic voice. But the Bond villain strikes again then, because almost everyone's got that right, but they had to be fairly quick on the button. What I don't know is whether all the drivers were receiving Eduardo directly, or whether all those messages were having to be repeated by their engineer. But I suppose the engineer just has to say, right, go now, that's you.
Yeah.
And they probably worked it out anyway. Each team worked out what they should have been.
A bit like air traffic control, isn't it? You know, they call your number and they say, follow your company heavy to your right-hand side. And, okay, fine, that's that one over there. That's an American Airlines, I'm American Airlines. Yeah. I must mean follow that one. You will notice, by the way, that the number 20 was not called there. Ready Rast's BMW M Team WRT M Hybrid V8 ground to a halt and had to be recovered. And that was both of the BMWs that have had that issue this week. It was Rafa Marciello in the BMW number 15 in the second lap of FP1 on Friday that had a similar problem, or at least certainly ground to a halt. Whether it was exactly the same causation,
Safety car
I don't know.
Will be building up the pace. Let's not create gaps too big. Okay, we understand it's difficult, the 5-car lengths. What we don't want is huge gaps, please.
Yeah. Safety car at the front of the field, with the benefit of all-wheel drive all the time, as the Porsche Turbo. So JP, I reckon that I thought they'd put all. No, they haven't. So I'm wrong actually, because Peugeot and Jean-Eric Verne, who did that pit stop and then came out within the LMGT3 field, he's not on the back of the hypercar field, so he's still got lighted.
I would still say probably a bit too much to go green, but definitely better than before.
Copy.
That's Brendan Hartley. He's got TF Sport, Heart of Racing, Ian James and Darren Young for United Autosport all ahead of him, so it hasn't completely split the team. The next question I'm going to ask JP, and I apologise for not knowing this, but you've been in this situation before. When we're under red flag, does the driver drive time stop? I presume it does.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Now,
but the driver drive time mandate doesn't change.
No, but we've had two different scenarios of this in the past. Either the race still finishes at 7 p.m. tonight, and therefore there's going to have to be a document that is produced by race control with adjusted drive times because of the 41 minutes 15 seconds, I reckon, that we haven't done in this race so far. So yes, it's a pro rata system, or we run through till 7:40, 7:41, and the bit that's just been in the red flag is bolted onto the end.
Yeah, either or. So what did you say that was? 41.5 minutes.
Assuming did we definitely get back underway at 2:40? Let's just check. Safety car deployed at 2:40 and 4 seconds, so near enough.
Near enough.
But the red flag came out at 1:58 and 15 seconds, I think I said. So it's not quite. Yeah, is that right? So 41 minutes and 45 seconds.
So let's call that 42 minutes, shall we?
Yeah.
So that is going to be 42 divided by 360 times 100.
John's attempting now to work out what percentage of the race we haven't done so far, I assume. Yes?
Well, I'm trying to work out what percentage of the race is 42 minutes, and I reckon that's 11 2/3% of the race, 11.666. So if the end convert 1 minute 45, which is 105 minutes, then that means you take 12 and a quarter minutes off, so let's round that down to 12, so 1 minute 45 becomes 1 minute 30, what did I say? 12. 1 minute 33. 100 and, an hour and 33 minutes, if you pro-rated it down, roughly speaking.
Yeah.
And that is completely unofficial from somebody who used to skip arithmetic and the maths class on a Friday afternoon, because it was double period on a Friday afternoon. And I had other things to do, like play football and
naturally
run around like you did when you were at school in those days. So we didn't have phones to stare at. Well, we could stare at the phone, but it wasn't going to do anything. It was just a two-tone grey thing that rang if somebody actually rang your mum and dad. You had to ask permission to use it as well. Yeah.
Stick your fingers into that ring and spool it round.
Yeah,
here's Alex Ribeiro.
I still got one of those.
Still aqua planning in the last sector. Aqua planning last sector. Visibility 4.
Copy. Aqua planning first sector. Poor visibility.
So a repeat to make sure that the message had been received correctly. That's another thing they've probably done with air traffic control.
Yes, I think that's for race control as well.
Yes, okay.
Just a reminder that racing engine curfew is 9 o'clock this evening. 9 o'clock this evening. So that is still more than 6 hours away as we stand right now here as we sit right now in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Safety car is ending, JP.
Yeah. The safety car is in this lap. So the first racing lap of the day. You're not allowed to pit at the moment either, so this is considered another safety car period, interestingly, not an extension of the previous one. Yeah.
Right, okay. All right, Johnny, you're going to have some racing to call after an hour and 50 minutes since we first rolled off the grid here. What we're effectively got now is the Lone Star Le Mans, 4 hours and 10 minutes.
With Phil Hansen leading them off, but he's in the best position.
Whatever reason, I don't know why.
And that was Phil Hansen on the team radio, but he's going to have clear line of sight of Big Red as he approaches the 11% gradient. Everybody else, though, in his wheel tracks, just ducking out of line, just in an attempt to work out where the braking point is. And Veroni dive bombs Nick Nielsen to briefly take fourth position and then runs out of grip a little bit. So Nielsen takes him back on the run out of that corner. But Hansen just trying to work out precisely how much grip there is now on that run into turns 3, 4, 5 and 6, all those corners that come one after the other, as Darren Young will lead in the number 95 McLaren. Correct. Ian James in the Heart of Racing Team Aston Martin, and in third position it's the TF Sport Corvette of Tom Van Rompuy. Everybody else working their way through. Amazingly, they are dealing with this grip, considering the last time they were doing this lap, it was at about 1/3, maybe a quarter of this pace.
And they haven't got their tyres up to temperature yet, whether it's the Michelin wets for the prototypes or the Goodyear wets for the GT cars. And the GT cars are throwing up a huge amount of spray side by side with the Alpine and the number 5 Porsche. Julian Andlauer in that car, or is it Lauren Heinrich? I'm not entirely certain. Fred McAvecchi, a former Porsche driver, in the number 36. They're battling over 11th and 12th position. A huge amount of spray. And here's the drive-through that we were expecting from an hour or maybe more ago for Peugeot Total Energie. And Jean-Eric Vert came into the pit lane, probably unaware that there was a few GT cars off the back of the line, saw a gap, came out, but he blew the red light, so he'll have to come back through pit lane for a drive-through penalty.
Great scrap going on between that man Julian Andlauer and Loic Duval. So Porsche versus Peugeot, and the 5 Porsche got ahead of the French car then. That will be for 10th position.
That's 2 places he's made up since the restart.
Yeah. So getting ahead of the Alpine of Fred McAvecchi, and now Loic Duval as Phil Hansen crosses the line. Well, way wide there is Duval, in fact, coming out of turn 19. does get back onto the track just in time for the just over 90-degree left-hander that ends the lap. But the new fastest lap is actually Phil Hansen, because, yes, that's the first racing lap we've done, but also he's got that much favoured thing, which is just being able to see where you are going. And Hansen clear now by 1.2 seconds over James Colado's number 51 Ferrari.
That restart and the rooster tails going across the line for, first of all, the prototypes and then actually the GT cars is something that is going to live long in my memory. Tom Gamble in the 007 Aston Martin with the car ahead of him. I don't know whether he will be able to tell what that car is. I'll tell him it's Fred McAvecchi in the Alpine, but from what he can see, despite the fact he's barely at a car and a half, maybe 2 cars length behind him, there's no way that you would be able, if that was a quiz question, there's no way you'd be able to identify what that car was. The spray is that bad, even with the high level of the red flashing brake light. It is still very difficult to see where the cars are. And once again, I think that was Jev again going off at the bottom of the hill before he goes on at the back straight down at turn 11.
I think it was Duval with Earl Bamber going off in sympathy behind, because the Cadillac ran wide into 11 as well, and that's very easily done because you see a car slowing and vaguely going into a corner, and then you might think, well, that's where the track goes, and maybe just a distraction for Earl Bamber, but he, as a result, went a touch wide. I don't think it necessarily ran fully off the road, but at least one car might have got through. That will have been Nick de Vries's Toyota, potentially, now ahead of the 38 Cadillac. We'll check on that at the end of the lap. 2 seconds now the advantage, though. Phil Hansen ahead of James Colado's similar Ferrari.
Johnny Palmer and me, John Hindhaugh, in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre in our first green flag laps of the Lone Star Le Mans. Phil Hansen goes through and he's ekes out a tidy 2.3 second lead, and he'll want to get that up as high as he can before he hits the back of the traffic, JP. And that, in these conditions, won't be that long, because the time differential, 2:13 for the prototypes, 2:26 for the GTs, with the advantage of ABS, of course, on the GTs. But they are having to work their way through the puddles, just like their faster brethren at the front of the field.
One or two of these new for 2025 display panels, the LED display panels, are suffering, I think. Oh, big spin, and that's going to be a huge off for one of the Alpines. But off in front of it was the 007 Aston Martin. Amazingly, the 36 Alpine can pull away from the tyre wall and through the gravel trap. But that was a lose from the Aston Martin, which is being driven by Tom Gamble. And I just wonder whether Fred McAvecchi had nowhere to go, because he was presented with a broadside Valkyrie, spun himself, and that has left quite a bit of debris across the racetrack, including on one of the curbs, maybe one of the light pods, i.e. wheel arch plus lighting assembly, maybe from the Alpine. Those two hypercars dropped to the back of the field, but Mako's running again. Just not sure about Tom Gamble. There's lots, though, hanging loose from the back of Fred McAvecchi's car, on cables probably, because some of that is powering the rain lights, the tail lights.
Yeah, good point. That is a very good point. Those are the two cars that had to be, with the large amount of debris and big pieces of debris as well. Tom Gamble was looking at the back of Fred McAvecchi. So did they actually swap places, or was there a little bit of a coming together? Gareth Evans, hello Gareth, working on an F4 Phantom model. He says the onboard from Tom Gamble's car is absolutely terrifying. Oh my goodness, you could hear that just spin, and then, wait for it, oh, the thud is horrid. And that was fourth gear for Tom Gamble.
It's Mako looking at the back of Tom Gamble, and he just sees the Aston Martin
so he had got
brake.
Through.
So at the line they were in the other order. Okay, right, so the Aston Martin was freshly by the Alpine.
Correct.
And then as Gamble has his moment, Fred McAvecchi's just not sure where the car is ahead of him, because it's just a ball of spray. Before that had happened, by the way, the 15 BMW was briefly off the road in the hands of Kevin Magnussen as well. So I don't know whether that was related at all. Magnussen's having his own moment, and then probably standing water has caused the spin for Tom Gamble and a resultant spin for Fred Makoviecki. And it's that chunk of bodywork from the back of the Alpine, which is now one of the bits of bodywork that needs retrieving by the marshals.
One of several, yes. And the Tech Pro barrier as well at turn 4. Aston Racing Aston Martin have already got the new tailpiece. There's a new set of tyres. Fred Mako is in the pit lane. Here's his radio.
Car seems to be okay, but probably a transmitter damage.
Okay.
Didn't quite hear that. He said car seems to be straight, and I'd agree with him that a lot. He's lost a bit of bodywork, which means we can see more of the right-hand side rear wheel and the suspension than you'd normally expect to, and it was tracking perfectly as he came into pit lane. The mechanics will have a look. You're not allowed to touch the car whilst the fuel is going in, which it is doing now. Meantime, Tom Gamble. Now this is very interesting. Tom's gone by the pit lane. Why would you go by the pit lane with a damaged car? Because he wants to get back onto the back of the tail of the snake, if you will, the safety car train, before he goes into the pit lane. And JP, there's more damage than could be fixed on the apron for Fred Makoviecki and the Alpine.
Yeah, because the front of that car is also has had a little bit of contact as well. More and more bits were falling off it towards the end of the lap. But as he pulled away from the initial contact scene, which was at turn 6, I'm pretty confident in saying, that's where a lot of that rear bodywork dropped off the car and left a fair chunk of it on one of those curbs that we've been talking a lot about through that middle sector. And now the team are then working on the rear. They're working on the right-hand side where some of that cooling takes place, and also the front right portion of the nose has been damaged. But yeah, you're quite right about Tom Gamble. Catch up with a safety car, make sure you're in the long crocodile, and then you can dive in. I mean, theoretically, the pit lane is closed anyway, isn't it? Yeah, so for emergency service, you could argue that the emergency service is necessary on the Aston Martin, I suppose.
Yeah.
But they want to try and keep that car on the lead lap.
Yeah, actually, I'd forgotten about that. Well done. It's the one that always catches me out here. Under safety car, full safety car, the pit's closed for 3 laps. If it'd been a virtual safety car, you could get in. That is a rule that I'm pretty certain is unique to the FIA WEC. Although they do close the pits when in IMSA when the safety car first comes out, but not for a mandated number of laps, just till they get everybody behind the safety car and get everybody slowed down. The GT restart was interesting with John-Eric Verne coming through those top 3 or 4 cars.
Yes, certainly for something for everyone else to be looking out for. But the Fords during the racing laps have gone back to their original order, I think I'm right in saying. So 88 ahead of 77, yes, but that was down in 13th and 14th positions. But remember, for a little while they were splitting their strategy. They pitted the Stefano Gattuso car for fuel, just to top off the fuel during the first safety car period, and Bernardo Souza was left out. Well, now the dark blue-nosed car is back ahead of the white nose of Bernardo Souza's Mustang. Alpine number 36 back on the working apron, so they've done phenomenally quick work there. They've lost a lap, yes, but I mean 3 sides of that car have been replaced.
Yeah.
Does it restart is the next question.
Are they sorting up a penalty here? Because the lollipop man is waiting there.
Did it have a penalty?
Well,
just
I haven't seen that.
Just going to check
I have
through
not seen that.
For race control messages referring
finished
to that car. They're not finished, okay.
They're going to take off the... Oh! When they... Is it... No. I thought it was... Well, actually, now they've lost a lap. They don't need to hurry.
True.
So they might as well use the rest of this lap to do any bits they had. So they are taping up over some of the gaps. They're doing bits and pieces of other things on the side of that to try and get the aerodynamics back, because I've got a feeling that right-hand side pod isn't a perfect fit after that car went into the wall that side first in a scary-looking moment down at the bottom of turn number 2. That's exceptionally fast, even in the wet 4th gear when Fred Makowiecki went off. Now they've released the car. You've got to think, though, JP, had they come round one more lap, it would have given the opportunity to do that work without losing a lap.
Yeah.
Pretty close to it, at least.
I think the bigger concern with the Alpine was that there were still bits dropping off it, and I mean, you might get as the side swipe to the barrier. He had his own moment. He had his own moment. That you think it was unrelated? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I know there was no contact, but Gamble spinning certainly not helped Makowiecki, but maybe he was in his one heck of a moment himself.
I don't even know whether Makowiecki could see Tom Gamble, to be honest. There was that much spray.
Well, that was my thought, was that he honestly didn't know where the Valkyrie was. So he's kind of tried to twitch the car to the left, thinking, where's Tom Gamble going to go next in that Valkyrie? And he's lost the car, when it's on the ragged edge anyway, particularly with this lack of traction. By the way, that was nearly a 5-minute pit stop for Fred Makowiecki, who stays at the wheel of the car, 4 minutes 50 or so. So well over a lap time, even at these slower conditions, lap times under a safety car. Yeah.
They may have been told they had to come in with the car in that state as well, of course. That's the other thing. 4 minutes for a lap at the moment, so they would have got the majority of that work done, then they could have brought them in next time around. And I wonder if they'll do that. It's the Tech Pro barrier that's holding us up at the moment, or at least the realignment of said safety feature. And you might think, why are you doing that? Why can't you just go racing? Well, we've already had one car into it, so it proves it can happen. And you cannot compromise the safety. McLaren lead and United Autosport in the shape of Darren Young in the number 95 LMGT3 McLaren in orange and black. And we'll be talking about them in the top class in not so very long, of course. James Barclay, the man at the head of that operation, which is jointly being run by McLaren and United Autosports in a new venture for both parties. And James started his job on Monday of last week. Man who, James, if you sort of think you know the name, been around British automotive and British motorsport for quite a while, and was the man who engineered a World Championship victory for Jaguar in Formula E. Been headhunted by McLaren to spearhead their Hypercar campaign.
So the next question is, when are these hypercars that haven't yet taken fuel going to need to pit? Because no extra fuel could clearly be put in during the red flag, and they are burning fuel, although nothing like at the rate it would be at the under a green flag. But as the safety cars have proved, that fuel tank is not bottomless.
Yeah, it's not all you can drink as far as the engine are concerned. No, it is Texas, but it doesn't work quite like that. They've done 27 laps, of which, 4 were green flag laps. I reckon that they'd be doing probably 30, possibly 31 at full speed. So I think they're all right for a little while. Yeah. Maybe another 10 or 15 minutes, maybe even a little more than that. But much better conditions, some of the drivers saying, than earlier. Can you imagine if we tried to get the race underway before, if they're thinking it's much better than it was, with that wall of spray that they were sitting behind? At the moment, by the way, the clock is still counting down to our original checkered flag time of 7 o'clock Central Summer Time here in the US. And therefore, we have just under 4 hours to go. 3 minutes 52 and 55, 54, 53, 52, 51. For those of you for whom such things matters, and maybe doing a bit of synchronisation. Gareth Evans says, I think the iCub's better than the camera, but still, it's like passing an HGV on the motorway, and for that 1 second you can see only the Armco on the right and nothing through the windscreen, except these guys are doing it for a whole lap and more. I know what you mean. Even when you've got, when you think your wipers on the first click is going to be all right, and then you have to put them on the second click, and even on the second click there's that half second where you go, oh no.
The next place I've decided to go is the Alcamel World Endurance Championship notice board.
Excellent, well done.
Because document 53 is bulletin number 3, and this was actually issued at 20 to 3, so apologies, we're slightly behind the 8 ball as far as it's concerned.
Yeah, we were getting the race back of it.
Well, yeah, okay. So, anyway, there are revised drive times, so that confirms for me that we're still going to finish at 7 o'clock.
Correct.
And for Hypercar, there are no drive times to worry about, minimum or maximum. For LMGT3, it's the bronzes and the silvers, and they no longer have to do 1 hour and 45. It is now 1 hour, 32 minutes and 57 seconds.
Oh, all right, okay, I didn't get the 57 seconds, but that wasn't bad, JP.
That's pretty good. When you were working that out on the back of an envelope, base 60 and all that.
Yeah, 2 Hypercar pit stops, one slightly longer than the others. It was fuel only. As far as I could see, for oh no, that's interesting. No, John-Eric Verne is no, he can't do his drive-through. So John-Eric Verne has been in and out. Will Stevens pitted. That was the slightly longer pit stop, and now is the Aston Martin. Okay, so John-Eric Verne took a splash of fuel. Out goes Cadillac Hertz Team Jota with now Alex Lynn behind the wheel, and Tom Gamble is in the Aston Martin for its service and remedial work. So they're going to try and get this new tail section, which is a very complex looking tail section, although there's no adjustment on the rear wing, of course. They chose to have their one adjustable aerodynamic plane underneath the front of the car. Tyres coming off as well, and at the moment they are still on the lead lap, and looks like there's going to be another pit stop. Sebastian Bourdais, the man from Le Mans, is getting ready to take over the number 12 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota. Puts on his hands device and fastens it up. That's a skill I never had. I used to have to put the straps for the hands device on first and then slip the whole thing over my head. So they will come out of actually only 12th position. So Earl Bamber being asked to come in to the pit lane. And the Aston Martin, JP, has got out without losing a lap, locking up the brake going up the hill. So this is the 007 that was in the wall, and Harry Tinknell has been installed in that. So his first chance to find out what the conditions are is driving round on his own to get back on the end of the safety car trail.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is a driver of phenomenal feel when it comes to changeable conditions, so shouldn't have too much of an issue. But the problem is, I suppose, the safety car is going at an appropriate speed, whereas you're now being put out to catch the safety car. And is this, you know, just a little bit of no man's land, just trying to work out precisely where those wet patches are? But there may well have been a bit of discussion between the two drivers as they switched. Tom Gamble saying, don't push too hard through turn 6, just look at what I did a few laps ago. But he did manage to keep it out of the scenery, thankfully, and has rejoined. And now Harry Tinknell's at the wheel of the 007 car, which drops back to 33rd position, but in good Hypercar company there, because the rejoining Alex Lynn Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V-Series R is just ahead. We've got a Peugeot in the hands of Jean-Eric Verne, 31st, and Fred Makaviki's now repaired Alpine is in 34th place. But it's still a Ferrari 1-2, and in fact 3 Ferrari 499Ps in the top 4 places. Now the BMW, the sole surviving hypercar BMW in this race, is able to rejoin, but after a short delay, because the red light, I should say, was being shown at the end of pit lane as the safety car and those behind it were going through turn number 1. The 8 Toyota, Brendan Hartley, still the better placed of the 2 Japanese cars, although the 7 car has made good progress, partly because others around it have needed to stop at certain points. So the 7 car now up to 12th place in Nick de Vries's hands.
Take a breath, JP. Safety car lights are out on the Porsche 911 Turbo, celebrating a big anniversary this year for what is effectively the car at the head of at the top of the 911 food chain. People might argue that actually and say, is it not the GT3? And that's a good debating point. The price list would tell you that of the substandard models, notwithstanding things like Dakar and STs and RSs, it would be the Turbo, all-wheel drive as well. And the Turbo, 992 Turbo, the car which RML's P39 Hypercar project is on which it is based. What a machine that is. Go and check that one out. Your favourite search engine. Right, JP, shall we do this again? Phil Hanson, off you go, son.
I've forgotten how many restarts we've had now, but here's another one. And at the end of lap 30, Phil Hanson streams across the line. See what I did there?
Very good.
James Collado second. The Porsche taking a very different line with Laurens Vanthoor, although both occupying the middle of the road, and actually sneaking up on the right-hand shoulder of Vanthoor was Nick Nielsen there. But they get similar exits out of Big Red and swoop through turn 2. Again, the spray is so hampering for those too close to a car in front. We talk about dirty air with aero-dependent cars.
Yeah.
But also, yes, that air is disrupted, but it's also full of spray on this occasion. Nick Veroni doing a good job, still in 5th place.
You can actually see the dirty air. That's where the spray is going. It's being thrown up in the air that is coming from the rear wing. But more importantly, these cars generate far more of their downforce from the underbody aerodynamics, and particularly that diffuser under the back end of the car. The reason for that is that you can get all the downforce you need, and there's a specific... Oh, Toyota missing the braking point there, and very nearly picking up other cars.
But there was another car off, though. The 8 Toyota ran wide, but there was somebody else going wide as well up ahead. It was almost a Porsche colour. No, the Porsche number 6 is still there. It must be Verone then, also in a Porsche. 99 has lost ground, doing exactly the same thing as an Alpine and a Peugeot arrived together into turn 12, and that is the battle for 8th and 9th places. At least that's what the LED display panels say.
So that means it was Julian Handler and Ferdinand Habsburg. Trust us, dear listener, when we say we are using every bit of clues to work out which cars are which, because there's so much spray that it pretty much takes all of the colours out of the car. It turns it into watching on our monitors in black and white. Oh, down the inside at 15. That was impressive.
Yes, it was.
That was very impressive. And that was the Alpine, number 35 of Ferdy Habsburg. And he was moving forward. Nick de Vries now behind him.
It was actually Duval down the inside.
Was it Duval passing him? Yes, you're right, yes.
Yeah, so Duval now moves up to 8th place. Habsburg down to 9th. And I'm just going to work out precisely where Veroni rejoined. Maybe he didn't lose any places, even though he ran very wide into 11. Speaking of which, the unconventional line taken by Nick de Vries, perhaps deliberately into the first corner at the top of the hill.
And a huge swathe of GT cars, including Darren Young in the leading McLaren, out of the pit lane. Also Heart of Racing Ian James. Where are we? 2 hours and 16 elapsed. They've done their driving time, haven't they?
I think that's got to be it.
So I've got a screen for that, Johnny. Talk amongst yourselves.
I'm just trying to work out whether my drive times are accurate, but I mean, remember that there's the adjusted time to think about now, which is 1 hour, 32 minutes and 57 seconds. And although we are how long into the race now? Time completed is... I can't find the right bit for that now as well, but we've had 2 hours and 18 minutes, 2 hours 18 minutes done, but 42 of those minutes didn't actually happen because there was a red flag. So once you've worked out how long each of these bronzes has actually been driving for, so many of the teams now reckon that is the hour and a half or hour and 33 minutes now completed.
That I think they've done that.
Yeah.
Sarah Rigby just asking for that. I worked it out at somewhere just over an hour and 32 minutes. I was rounding things down when I really should have been rounding them up, of course. I've just realised that. It's 1:32 and, what did you say, 57, yeah. And so that is things done for your non-pro driver stint in LMGT3. So Phil Hansen by 1.6 seconds. We'll give you a full update in our hourly update on the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre in about 10 or 12 minutes time. If you want to get in touch at RSL Studio, we'll get you to us here, Johnny Palmer and John Hindhaugh. And spare a thought, by the way, for all of the tech team, all of the volunteers, all of the flag marshals and the camera operators. I know that many of you will be listening to us while watching the pictures from whatever source you get them, and they've had to deal with this while there's racing, while there wasn't racing, whilst we were going around behind the safety car. Here's the rest of the GT field coming in. Arno Robert, Derek De Boer coming in, and also there's a Porsche in the pit lane as well. That would be Ryan Hardwick in the Manthey First Form number 92 car. So again, these cars coming in with the ability, should they so desire, to change their drivers, Johnny.
Yeah, so we did 58 minutes behind the initial caution, which was all safety car before that red flag came out. So call that 58 minutes. Then we got going again at 2:40, and it is nearly now 3:20. In fact, it is 3:20 now. So add another 35 minutes or so. So they've done 93, 94 minutes. So that is absolutely bang on.
Bang on.
Clearly, everyone's received that bulletin, whatever I said it was, number 93. Maybe quite a little bit sooner than I discovered it. And yeah, there's also, by the way, an adjustment to the minimum driving time to score championship points. And this is applicable to anyone in Hypercar, for instance, because there's no minimum drive time for your stint lengths, but you do have to do 39 minutes now and 50 seconds in order to score championship points, and that's anybody in any portion of the race.
Just starting to see a drying line appear now as the pit stops are running through in GT3. A moment or two ago, Iron Dames getting a bit of hip and shoulder from one of the McLarens as they were battling for position. I think that was Sebastian Bowe in the number 59 car who went through. The two McLarens now sitting 6th and 7th, 95 from 59, Sean Gillale and Sebastian Bowe in the two GT3 Evos. Just checking the 007 Aston Martin for Harry Tinknell. His lap times are fine, so that rear wing assembly change has worked, and clearly no further problems as Bernardo Souza goes quickest in LMGT3, 4th position for them at the moment for the front row starting, what seems like a lifetime ago now. Number 77, Proton Competition Ford Mustang GT3. They've been quick all week in whatever the conditions have been. His teammate, Stefano Gattuso, is one place ahead of him, a couple of seconds ahead of him, as they're coming back through the field after they were one of the earlier teams, shall we say, GT3 GP, to take their pit stops.
Good run for Earl Bamber coming out of turn 20 and heading up the hill to Big Red. Managed to make a move on the Alpine that sat in front of him. So that is the 35 car of Ferdinand Habsburg cleared. And we'll put Bamber up to 10th place. And now...
by the way, Earl Bamber stayed in that car.
Yes.
I remember I told you that the Satoise driver was about to get in. Well, he didn't. So Seb Bourdais was getting suited, booted and fastening his helmet up, etc. But he's been waved away for the time being.
Yeah. Actually, I've miscalled that. That's the other Cadillac and the other Alpine switching places. So it's actually Alex Lynn making a move on Kevin... No, can't be Kevin Magnussen, but on one of the on the 36 Alpine. So just going to make sure that they are on the same lap. The 36 has been heavily delayed, hasn't it? That's the Fred McAvicki car that had its crash.
That's in the mix. That's what's confusing. Yeah.
So it was Cadillac putting a further lap on the Fred McAvicki car. 7 Toyota working its way through the middle sector, but it's still a Ferrari 1-2, and that gap's stabilising at 2.3 seconds, John.
And Earl Bamber is still definitely in the minus 38, and he's just put the fastest lap of the racing, 2:08.674. Lap record here for either version of the hypercars, whether it's LMH or LMDH, is a 1:52.56. 1:52.56 for the hypercar version, LMH car, and LMDH is 1:52.58. So nothing in it really. Charles Malaysia in the A424 last year, and Kobayashi in the GR010.
Bamber this time got an absolutely superb run on Nick de Vries and is able to pick the Toyota off down the back straight. That was all about drive coming out of turn 11, applying the throttle with more confidence perhaps than Nick de Vries, and he blasted by the all-black Japanese car, and that will put Earl Bamber up to 9th position now.
Well, you say that, did they then change tyres when Earl came in? Has he got newer wets on? I didn't see the whole stop, but I'm now rapidly trying to have a look back. I can't get back far enough to see what his pit lane time was, rather annoyingly. But that could be a factor there. Got a spinner at the final corner, and that is one of the silver Ferraris. We've got 2 of them in the race, and already even before I can work out which one it is, and I think it was Simon Mann actually in the number 21 car. Yes, it was, because his lap time was about 10 seconds longer than it should be, but it was already removed before I scrolled that far down the pit lane. I was trying to explain what sort of sneaky hacks that Johnny and I are doing to try and work out which car it is. Simon, I think, just got his right rear on the paint as he was turning into 20. It really does go in the black and white with all the spray ahead, and sometimes you can't see the numbers, sometimes you can't even see the colours of the cars, and the headlights when they're coming towards you lighten up the spray from the car behind. So the illuminated number panels on the side are a really useful thing when the weather is like this or when it's pitch dark at the Mont, JP.
Massively so. Yeah, agree with that. Simon Mann, that might have been a spin on his out lap possibly from the driver change, because he ended up with a 3 minutes 23.4. Now I thought that was it would have been time from start line to start line, if you like, even if the start line was in the pit lane. Just going back to the 38 Cadillac, are we sure that wasn't one of the cars that pitted accidentally, as in it came in behind the safety car? Because one of the caddies did and the other one didn't, as in the 12 car, even though it stalled and was briefly stopped in the pit lane entry road, Alex Lynn, he didn't actually come in for a regulatory stop. Although he is now being shown as having stopped once, car 12, whereas the 38 car have only got one stop next to El Bamba's name, and that was for about 24 seconds, I think.
Okay.
So, let's just see whether I've got a time for the 12 and its pit
No,
stop.
it's Alex Lynn. It was Alex Lynn. It was only in 7 laps to go. Well done, JP. Well worked out.
Yeah.
And that was a driver change in that car, then, was it? Alex, did Alex start the 12? Yes, it was Will Stevens that started the 12.
It was.
Will got all of 2 green flag laps. And by the way, that whole red flag period counts as just 2 laps, because they stopped it on 1 lap and then restarted it on the next one. So when we look at our strategy stream, we've got yellow, red, yellow, green, yellow. And that was Will's stint. 2 hours and 4 minutes on the stint. Of course, it wasn't, but that was the amount of time that took. And he got 2 green flag laps.
Yeah. And he won't get back in that car now, because Alex will do a double, probably Norman Natter will do a double, and that'll be the race. A real shame. And my heart goes out to a lot of the bronze drivers as well. They've come to COTA to put racing laps in, and of course if they're on the podium, if they win this race, they won't care one jot. But for those that were hugely looking forward to some high-speed laps around this great track, it's just not going to happen this year.
Yeah. But, as you said, it's about the result.
Yeah.
And the tactical use of driver time is part of it as much as a fast lap time is. And now we're starting to get the hypercars into traffic as well, Johnny.
Yes, and obviously this was expected to happen much earlier than 2.5 hours into this race, but this is a scenario that will have been rehearsed to a certain extent in the free practice sessions earlier. Here's Alex Ribeiro.
Copy that, copy. Yeah, we can see that on temperatures and the pressures. I confirm that.
So losing a bit of performance from the rear tyres, reports Alex Riberas, who is driving the Aston Martin, car number 009.
I do love the exchanges, JP, between driver and engineer in all forms of motor racing, but particularly at the World Championship level that we are here at the Lone Star Le Mans this weekend, where Ribeiro says the rear tyres are going away, I'm losing grip, and the engineer then says what he said, yeah, we can say that the tyres are going up. Yeah, but I've just told you that. If you could see that and the temperatures were going up, shouldn't you have been telling me first?
Yeah.
Watch me rear tyres. That's don't wait until I tell you. It's a bit like push on now, push on. Let's try and catch the guy ahead, please. Let's you're battling the guy ahead. Once I just want to hear a driver go, any suggestions how I do that? Do I push my foot harder to pass the throttle stop? Brake 10 metres later in any of the corners and still manage to get round? Any suggestions, please?
The reply would be from the engineer, well, that's not my job. That's why we're paying you to drive the car. You work out how to do it. I'll tell you what to do, and you work out how to do it.
Are you representing the engineers union here? Well, I'm trying to stick up for the drivers. Is that how it's going?
I'm just trying to provide a balanced argument, that's all.
Very good.
Yeah.
So the level of skill here in this traffic is absolutely incredible as we're coming up to our hourly update. As the cars are scything by the GT cars at a differential of 8-10 seconds, something like that, maybe more actually, 10-12 seconds, and that is just incredible. Split second decision making and at the front of the field now, Phil Hansen has got James Collado right with him.
He certainly has. So we'll enjoy this battle in just a moment as Phil Hansen squirming all over the road. That was over the curb through 18 and into 19. Then he spent the next couple of corners recovering again, hugely sideways though, between the final 2 corners. It is 3:30. Let's get another hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
The hourly update.
under a huge amount of pressure, he may be, but he's still leading the race. Phil Hansen in the number 83 AF Corsa Ferrari 499P, working lap 39 currently, and a shade ahead of James Collado, also in a Ferrari, the 51 car, which is neatly placed in the championship. Remember, Collado, his teammates Giovinazzi and Pierre Guidi arriving in Texas with the championship lead, although is that narrowing? It certainly would do if the two Ferraris finished in that order at 7 o'clock tonight. Laurens Vanthoor, third in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. Then it's Nick Nielsen in another Ferrari, car number 54th, ahead of Nicolas Varone for Proton Competition in the privately entered all-white with a bit of green on it, Porsche 963 number 99. Another Porsche in the hands of Julian Andlauer, car 5, again from Penske Motorsport, is running in 6th position. Then it's the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota Caddy V-Series R of Earl Bamber, which is making great progress in the hands of the Kiwi. We even wonder whether he might be on fresher tyres, but they are the tyres that the car started the race on, and car 38 now running in 7th position. Then it is in 8th place, the 94 Peugeot for Loic Duval. 9th position for the 7 Toyota of Nick de Vries for Gazoo Racing. And in 10th place, the 009 Aston Martin of Alex Riberas, complaining that those rear tyres may have seen better days. In LMGT3, the TF Sport Corvette for Tom van Rompuy, the talented Belgian, in number 81, is running in the lead of GT, ahead of Bernardo Souza for the Ford Mustang crew and Proton Competition, number 77. Sean Galeal's McLaren United Autosports number 95 is third, ahead of the second McLaren of the British squad British American squad for Sebastian Boe and number 59. Then it's Rahel Fry for Iron Dames in her Porsche, number 85. 6th place, the 46 car of Valentino Rossi, a Team WRT BMW. The Porsche of Ricardo Pera from Manthey First Form is 7th, that's number 92. Zach Robichon's now in charge of the 27 Aston Martin from Heart of Racing Team. He is in 8th. Then it's the Mercedes AMG of Lorcan Hannafin, car 60 for Iron Lynx. And the top 10 at this 2.5-hour stage is completed by another BMW from the Bend WRT for Timur Boguslavski in his M4.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship. The track temperature on Radio Le Mans with Mobil 1.
Rain continues to fall. Track temperature 26.6 Celsius in the air. Still around about 24. So it's staying fairly constant, and it's still raining.
Mobil 1 engine oil, helping to keep your engine running like new.
Swap of positions there, JP. I think for the two McLarens, as Sebastian Boe has got ahead of Sean Galeal. Yeah, it's now 95 behind the team car. They're still in 3rd and 4th, and some 40 seconds back from the second place Bernardo Souza in the number 77 Proton Competition Ford Mustang. He's got about a couple of seconds to make up on Tom van Rompuy in the Corvette Z06 LMGT3.R. Z06. I'm sorry, I'm in America, so I did the Z.
No, quite right too.
I think that's fine. James Collado has held off, has gone past.
He's gone past him, yeah, that's the big
Phil
news.
Hansen.
Yeah, right
so
in the middle of the
had a
update.
change. Yes, right in the middle of it. Of course it was.
And I had eyes everywhere because I knew Phil was suffering, whether that's very worn wet weather tyres. I'm sure it is, because in certain areas the track's not exactly dry, but I'm sure those wet weather tyres have been suffering because he has been pushing on, whereas James Collado's slightly more conservative approach perhaps has won the longer game, because he knew he got Phil Hansen rattled. He was all over the curb coming out of 18 on one lap. It was even worse coming out of 18 either the next lap or 2 laps later. And to be honest, how Phil Hansen actually held on to his 83 car, I will never know. He's still second, but that's when Collado struck and managed to take the race lead. So our first lead change. We haven't had that many racing laps, I suppose.
Yeah, very good. Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. And off to the side of the road for Brendan Hartley in the Toyota GR010 Hybrid from Gazoo Racing. And where was that on the track? I think that was turn 6 again, wasn't it? We've had a lot of action through those S's. Oh, and it was a complete 360 spin. And Brendan very cleverly avoiding what was going on. And that's a bit too much curb on the right, a bit too much curb on the left between 4, 5 and 6. And somehow getting it sideways, getting it straight, getting it pointing in the right direction, and not panicking, flicking down through the gearbox, and the lanky Kiwi has kept that car off the wall and continues, albeit probably slightly chastened and with an elevated heart rate.
And who could blame him, to be honest? A lot of commentators are just frustrated racing drivers, and I know I include you in this as well, John. But at the moment, would you actually want to be out there in this?
Not in a hypercar.
Not in a hypercar. I mean,
I'd be very happy in the Porsche turbo safety car with all-wheel drive and all the good stuff like traction control and ABS. It was on the run-up to T1 actually.
Yeah.
A big red. So again, struggling out of the final corner for Phil Hansen, just couldn't get the drive, and that was where the lead changed a couple of laps ago. In fairness, whilst I do keep my race licence up just in case anyone asks, but I never consider myself a racing driver. I am fortunate enough to be asked sometimes to go and either test or sometimes even nicer race cars. And even when I race cars, I don't always say I race cars. I might be in a race, driving a racing car. But I do it for two reasons. One, because I'm asked to do it, and that's very nice. And the other, because genuinely it informs what I do here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. And because I don't do that much of it, the memories really stick. And I've got a lot of laps around here, albeit from 7 years ago, 8 years ago. But it all comes back to you when you come back to the track. And I had a drive around the perimeter road when I got here on Tuesday afternoon, and just reminded myself, look to see where they'd been resurfacing since the last time I was here. And fortunately, I was here doing another type of job, working on a promotion for Major League Soccer in their All-Star game about 5 weeks ago. And I did get the drive around the track there. Here's Julian Andler.
Tire pressure. I start to have a little bit of instability on the trail braking phase, like 13th.
So he thinks they might be low on tyre pressure. Maybe querying a puncture there. Off goes the number 99 in the middle of 16, 17 and 18. Nicola Veron, who is a really smashing driver, and he's got that car beat. He's not, well, is he? What I don't know, actually, I meant to ask this, I spoke to somebody else. Are you allowed to use the front wheel? It's still MDH. Forget it. But my point would have been, if that had been a Ferrari or Toyota, are you allowed to use the front wheel drive to help pull you out of the gravel? And I don't know the answer to that.
I don't think you are, because the technical regulation says that the hybrid can be engaged at a lower speed, but only when you're in the pit lane. So the restriction is pit lane, is my understanding, and then otherwise you
can't use it to get back the pits if you run out of fuel either. Then
that's questionable as well. But yes.
Sorry, I've got my team manager's hat on.
No, it's a good argument. There's definitely something written in I forget whether it's the sporting or the technical regulations, but pit lane is where you're exempt, because that's where the cars leave on what we've always called milk float power.
That's Nick Damon says that.
Yeah,
yes.
he does, but it's quite a nice term. It draws pictures in the mind. But yeah, whether you can limp race, I don't know, because that will all be fed back to the race direction crew
real time.
Yeah,
real time with torque sensors on the GTs and the prototypes here. The series, whether it's IMSA or here in FIA World Endurance Championship, knows exactly how much of your allowed power from the engine you are using, or combined engine and hybrid with torque sensors on the rear. It's going to be a virtual safety car coming. I'll just finish my thought very quickly. So I did get a drive around the track about 5 weeks ago at a reasonable speed, albeit only in electric road cars, but electric road cars are pretty quick. And the track has changed quite significantly in the years that I've been coming here. And some of the bumps that used to be there aren't, but there's some new bumps as well. So the drivers will have found that out when they got here on Friday and got out for the first time. Right, so safety car closes the pits. Virtual safety car does not close the pits. Is that right, JP?
It is right, and the virtual safety car should be out for 2 laps to give everybody opportunity to pit 2 cars. So if you've got a team that has 2 cars within it, which most do, then...
And is that automatically then upgraded to a full safety car?
Yes. So there will be a safety car period at the end of 2 laps of virtual safety car, but this is like opening the pits in IMSA, for instance, and then you go straight into a caution after that where the field is bunched up, and there is a wave by, as it's called in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. It's called a pass around here. And those eligible for the pass around, they have to work that out, and they go past the safety car when instructed to.
Of course, the problem is, where was the leader? And the leader had gone past the pit lane. So James Collado hasn't had the opportunity to come in here. Neither has Phil Hansen, I don't think. Now, I don't know whether Lawrence Vanter, who was right up there, had the choice and eschewed the opportunity. But Nicholas Nielsen, in the number 50 Works Ferrari, is the first of the leading hypercars to come in, with Lauren Heinrich behind the wheel of the number 5 Porsche. Sorry, that was a joke from earlier on that I'm just recycling. It's Julian Andlauer, who'll probably be getting out now. And Nick de Vries in the number 7 Toyota Gazoo Racing GR010. Those 3 hypercars have all taken the first opportunity to come in under this virtual safety car.
The noise of the Porsche 963 that was doing the chasing of Verone. Verone losing it then in front of someone we'd just been hearing on a team radio. It was, well, Jaminet's now in that car. It was Julian Andlauer who we were hearing on the team radio. And Andlauer nearly had his own moment through that same patch of water.
Do you know what? Verone, I think, just clipped the inside curb at 16. And when I said just, I don't even think it was a full tyres width, Johnny. And I think you're right. There was just a little bit of standing water within the curb that was leaking onto that part of the track. If he'd been 6 inches, 8 inches further to the left, that might not have happened. We are talking a game of inches here at the moment in finding grip. He stayed in the car, by the way, and he's not getting out, and he's going to get back on the track. They've lifted him out the gravel. The rain is falling harder than ever in the pit lane, and Verone is going to get back going again. The question will be, has he lost a lap on that? And I think he has. Yes, he has. He's lost a full lap.
Real shame, but there wasn't a great deal he could have done about that. So all about when you can rejoin safely, and unfortunately the rear wheels deeply embedded in the gravel trap on the outside of turns 7, well, technically the inside of turns 17 and 18 because it's the inside of the track, but the outside of the corner because it's a right-hander. This being I've just realised, anti-clockwise circuit, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
And actually that means there's quite a bit of work to do for the teams because most of the cars haven't been back to base for quite a long time. They came straight here from Brazil. And they went straight time ago. Most of the teams I don't think have been back to base, or the cars haven't been back to base, at least since after Le Mans. And after this one, the reason I say there's quite a lot of work to do is because the next race has the fuel filler on the opposite side because you're going the other way.
Yeah.
So the pit lane's on the opposite side. So that's the thing they have to do. So there's a number of teams that are staying on tomorrow, Monday, and some even, in fact, are staying on Tuesday. Peugeot have got a test on Tuesday. They're going to test Nick Cassidy and possibly another driver as well. BMW are here as well. I suspect they might be testing their new nose cone treatment that they've got. But as I say, a bit of re-prepping to be done before the cars go into the container and head off for the next round, the penultimate round of the season at Fuji. He's the Ferrari that was leading into the pit lane for James Collado.
There's another anti-clockwise track that we visit at the start of the year, which actually has its pit lane on the outside of the circuit, so therefore doesn't need the switch around of the fuel, and that's Imola. But having just been to Brazil, where they were refueling them in this configuration, now there's a bit of a delay for the 83 Ferrari in just getting it correctly into the pit bay. That took some time. Driver out of the 83 car, the former race leading 83, so Hansen is out, and Ye Yifei was the next suited and booted in the garage, so I reckon it'll be the Chinese racer to get on board. The 51 Ferrari had already stopped. James Collado.
That's a horrible stop for the 83.
Awful,
they came in at an angle and they couldn't get the fuel hose in, so I think they started doing the wheels first, which is fine, so long as the fuel hose is not in. It's either or. So actually, horrible pit stop that they actually mitigated some of the issue with, because they did the started the driver change, and they haven't done the wheels. I'll take that back. No, they've lost a whole load of time.
Well, they've lost
a whole load of time.
They've lost second place because Matt Campbell now in the number 6 Porsche, he's just taken over from Lawrence Vantor, and the 6 cars up to second. Third position is Fuoco.
Well, I think they've sent that car without changing the tyres. I thought they changed the tyres because it took them that long to get the driver change started, and then of course they've still got to refuel it, and they were miles off their marks when Robert Kubica came in. Not Robert's fault, because there was a car blocking their entry, the next car back down the pit lane towards pit in, and in theory what they should have done was thrown the dollies under it, straightened it up and put it on its marks.
Yeah.
And they had a bit of a faff doing that.
The problem is, they needed Paul Swift in that car to handbrake turn it into a gap, because there was already an AF Corsa Ferrari GT car in the neighbouring pit stop. That was, I think, the 21, and then James Collado's car was in front of it, so it couldn't get into the gap anymore. As now the Lexus 87 has more difficulty. Is this the lights again that aren't functioning?
I think it must be. They're looking in the same sort
Here's
of place.
Collado's team radio.
No, it's down in the pit lane with
Shea. Beg your pardon, yes.
Yeah.
Well, for James Collado, that might have been the longest stint of your life on a single tank of fuel, but the good news is you managed to get the lead of the race. When you did get to racing, how were the conditions?
Not bad, to be honest. I think at the beginning, it was a good idea to take caution because visibility was 0. But I'm always up for it, brings a bit of bravery into it. But even so, car's working really well in the rain. Happy with the balance. Super tricky to make mistakes. If you go off the line into the surface water, you can lose control. So, long way to go. I tried to give Drobby as much advice as possible, my British advice to him with this weather I'm used to. So let's see, fingers crossed.
Well, and with a couple of Italians to finish out the race for you, I mean, everything seems to be going well for the 499P. Do you feel like this is a good day to stretch the championship lead and get another victory?
I don't know. I trust my guys. I trust my team. Whatever happens, happens. Let's see.
Good luck.
It's not yet confirmed where he is, what he's doing for next year, but you can't imagine that anything other than Ferrari red is in his future, JP.
This year, but he has admitted that discussions have been had, they are being had, and he's been with the brand for such a long time, both GTs and now into their hypercar phase, that it'd be a big surprise because, just consider the stint he's just done. He had looked after those tyres. They were in a better phase, I think, than Phil Hansen had managed with him. Phil had tried to open a bit of a gap and then it closed up again. But James Collado worked the wet weather tyres perfectly and was then producing very good times before this latest virtual safety car. So that will be a big feather in the cap as well.
Which is now, as you said, as the regulations dictate, it has been upgraded to a safety car after those first 2 laps. And the safety car just pulling out of the pits lane now, and will pick up the leader the next time around. I should say that, and I'm not at all saying that James won't be a Ferrari driver, and because we're not party to any of those negotiations. However, the landscape now, JP, in the FI World Endurance Championship in IMSA for prototype drivers, in terms of how many manufacturers might be interested in a driver of James Colado's calibre, particularly with new manufacturers on the horizon, I think that somebody in his position was in a pretty strong negotiating spot. It's not as if it's, we're going to kick you loose and you'll have nothing to do. You'll have to go back to GTs or whatever. There are other opportunities for racing drivers now in this type of racing.
I mean, actually, the competition's probably never been stronger. So as you do near the end of a contract, there'll be a little bit of concern that, who are they looking at next to replace me? But looking at all 6 of the factory Ferrari drivers in Hypercar, I'm struggling to see a weak link now after years of them being together. But they'll know the team inside and out. They'll know the sort of protocols when a championship's up for grabs in the closing races of a season, and when everything is on the line, I can't see much changing at all there.
You have got the slight complication of AFA, who is a factory driver in the privateer car, of course.
True.
I suppose he could be co-opted back in. Again, I'm not suggesting at all that this is anything that I've heard, not even a rumour. But we are in a very strong position in factory sports car racing at the moment, with more manufacturers seemingly wanting to join every time I speak to somebody. And I've had the opportunity, and it's really been good this week. I came in a couple of days early, deliberately, a couple of things to do here, and I wanted to speak to some of the manufacturer representatives, and not necessarily off the record, but in a more informal way. And there has been a couple of evenings out as well that various manufacturers, including BMW, hosted as well, where we talk about all kinds of motorsport and what's going on in the sport. But there is a general feeling that let's have a listen to Giovinazzi.
So he will have constant condition within the next hour.
So Giovinazzi being told the rain's continuing. There is a general feeling among the manufacturers who are here at the moment that the advent of more and new manufacturers, and remember in this championship, JP, each new manufacturer, again, by rule, by regulation, has to bring 2 cars. So that is, at the very least, 4 drivers for the substantive part of the season, plus another 2 for Le Mans. It's the driver market is pretty healthy at the moment. Robert Kubica trying to come in around the number 21. You were spot on. Then they rolled him, twisted him around and rolled him back, but they didn't get him on his marks when they should have. They lifted him, then put him down, then lifted him again. But there was a guy at the front I noticed was pointing at the front wheel and saying, no. It needs to be where this little bit of tape is, otherwise we're not going to be able to get things done. And that slowed them down. I mean, thank goodness that was under safety car. They've still lost a little bit of track position with EFA out in 5th position. But if that had been green flag, incredible. Let's go down to Proton competition to Ford and to Bernardo Souza, who's with you.
There's always going to be a bigger smile on a driver's face when he brings a car in from the lead of the race, but for Bernardo Souza, driving a Ford Mustang out in these conditions, that just makes it even better, doesn't it?
It was amazing. We were driving at home soil of Ford, and especially with the Mustangers leading the race in difficult conditions. The crowd is still out there with the rain and with a little bit of cold supporting us, so I couldn't be more happier than finally delivering a proper result from my side, my responsibility of driving my stints and delivering the car in P1. Even if it wasn't P1, the drive itself was really good, and the car feels just great.
Now, the Mustang Challenge was the support race this weekend to the World Endurance Championship. Were you able to learn anything by watching those cars racing this morning in similar conditions?
Well, we looked at it because, we were trying to understand how the track was, but we know that they're different brand of tires, and the car is a little bit different from ours, but it's a Mustang anyway. But we were watching kind of crazy, wacky races, man. It was really, really fun to watch. There's some couple of fast drivers there, and we were looking for it to understand a little bit the track, if it was evolving or not. And in the end, we got a little bit some ideas as well, where are the better lines. So, yeah, was some help.
Sharing the car with both Benz, Tuck, and Barker for the remainder of this one. Do you have a pony that can win?
I think we deserve it. Honestly, it's been a tough season, ups and downs, but the team got us always together, supporting us. We support the team as well. The car has been as well driving well, but I think we deserve finally a proper result, and I hope it's the win.
There's a lot of fans here hoping that too. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Real emotion in Bernardo Sousa's voice there, talking to Shea Adam down in the pit lane, deputising for Bruce Giuani this weekend. Phil Hansen it was that brought the 83 499p Ferrari into the pit lane, not Robert Kubica. He was standing at the back having a sandwich or something. My apologies, but still, that was a bit of a fumble in the pit lane. Unfortunately, it didn't.
The rain should be gone in like 20 minutes. We expect the rain to be gone, and then toward the end of race will be slick in 20 minutes.
That's Matt Campbell.
The idea will be to reach the crossover with the set, and then go for slick when possible with you as we get the reference. Finish with the last team with Kevin.
That's Matt Campbell getting a completely different weather forecast, JP, than Joe Fernazzi. This isn't for your stint, mate, so that's an hour or more in these conditions. Poor Matt Campbell being told it's only going to be 20 minutes. I like the Bernardo Sousa real emotion in his voice there as he was talking to Shea.
Yeah, and you can understand why, because he's been attached to this program for a little while now. Typically Portuguese, with the passion, and wants to do well and feels like they deserve it too. I know the two Bens alongside him have been giving him great support and also coaching too. So they really rate Sousa, and he was very close to taking pole position himself yesterday.
Yeah.
So, he has been steadily improving and getting more used to this Ford, on the cusp of a cracking result. Let's see what they can do on home territory. We're halfway through. Well, we're halfway through. Apparently, we're 3 hours of racing sort of done.
Yes, I see what you mean. Yes.
So 3 hours done, 3 hours to go. But remember, there was that red flag of 40 or so minutes.
Do you know, considering that, the time has flown over. It can easily be a drag in the situation when you have no cars going around, or, in fact, we had no racing at all, did we, for more than up to the first hour. And it can be a bit of a drag, but thank you again to the Porsche PR team for bringing up Laurent Heinrich, and before that, Kevin Estre. I love talking to Kevin Estre. He's got such a great attitude about everything. He drives everything. I loved his comments about going back to driving a 992 Cup car at Zolder as well. And he's a real down-to-earth character. And I wish everybody could have seen the looks on their faces. They were genuinely happy to be here. Laurent Heinrich in particular, big smile on his face as he's getting ready to go to Suzuka, the 8 hours next weekend. JP will be at Silverstone for the return of ACO racing to the UK, and that's the 4 hours of the ELMS. I've got a couple of NLS races to do next week's end. Two 4-hour races, which I'm looking forward to, although that will prevent me from getting over to Silverstone, certainly on Saturday and Sunday. If you're listening to us now in the UK, and I appreciate it's 10 o'clock at night, and you haven't decided to go to Silverstone and you've got the time to do it, I would heartily recommend that you do it for two reasons. Number one, you'll have a good time. The ELMS has been sparkling this year. But number two, and again, this is my personal view, I think this is very much an opportunity for the British fan base, or those who want to come and watch endurance motorsport in the UK, at one of the fastest circuits, and it's a great circuit for multi-class racing. Silverstone always has been one of the highlights. I think this is a bit of a litmus test to see whether the crowds will come back, to see whether the taste, the desire, the hunger for endurance racing in the UK is still there. And if we don't support this race, then you will, I'm afraid, if you tweet to me and say, why are we not getting the WEC, it's terrible, we've got a great fan base in the UK, and one man and his dog turns up for ELMS, and I know already, by the way, that isn't going to be the case, because ticket sales have been pretty decent, but that doesn't let you off the hook, dear listener. Get onto the Silverstone site, support the ELMS, and then it is absolutely, in my view, it is absolutely evidence to the FIA, to the ACO, that there is that desire for endurance racing, and it will certainly do no harm, JP, for that to happen in terms of Silverstone and their hard work, which they've been trying for a very long time to get a date that suits everybody, that doesn't clash with F1 or the build and the teardown from F1 or the build and the teardown from MotoGP. So it's my strong a recommendation that if you can go, you should go and support the sport. We're going back to great.
We are indeed. Silverstone already on the calendar for 2026 for the ELMS as well, by the way. So a sort of holding date, yes, maybe, for this championship as well in the UK, as Giovinazzi leads Matt Campbell away and up the hill. Still very sodden indeed at the crest of Big Red. So a question of how much grip is out there, and Matt Campbell's having to work that out the hard way. Just lost a car length or so, but he nearly lost the car entirely, the Porsche number 6. 5 going... Oh, he has lost the car now and just off the road, but doesn't spin, thankfully. I think Giovinazzi might have had a bit of a moment in the lead. Yeah. Ferrari as well. So 51 Ferrari leading 6 Porsche, and then for WEC in the number 50 Ferrari. Everybody else filtering through turns 8 and 9 on this first restart, or the latest restart lap. Ye Fei fresh into the number 83 Ferrari, running in 5th position, ahead of Sebastian Bourdais' Cadillac from Caddy Hertz Team Jota, car number 38. LMGT3 is led by Ben Tuck now, taking over from Bernardo Souza in the Proton competition Ford Mustang. Aston Martin in 9th place will not make turn 11 because it had gone way to the left, I think, having a bit of a moment already, and Alex Riberas realising he wouldn't be able to then put the necessary steering in for fear of losing the car, so went straight on, sorted it out on the runoff, and can now rejoin, but probably lost a couple of places in the process, John.
Yeah, has Alex Riberas been in since the start of the race?
It feels like he has.
I was just thinking that.
Yes, he has.
So, I mean, he's been in for half the race, albeit not half the race that's been racing. But Alex Riberas, then, hugely experienced driver.
Just 2 drivers in each of the Astons, though, don't forget.
That is a good point. That is a good point. But you would have thought, with having trolled around for an hour at safety car speeds, they might at least given them a break. Because drivers hate doing that. They'd rather have me in there doing that. I wouldn't lose any time so long as I could keep it on the track. Nobody would. But that is an Ironman stint from Riberas, and as he's still in that now, that means he's going to do the better part of another hour, and his teammate will have 2 hours to do at the end, probably.
Now the 46 BMW from the GT class is under investigation for virtual safety car procedures. That might be a speeding issue potentially, or how it got into a virtual safety car. So Valentino Rossi is the name against that. Normally a message like that doesn't tend to end well, nor indeed the Corvette number 33 that's under investigation for a pit stop. Yes. And when did that happen? Just before 3:20 this afternoon. Well, it depends what they did during the stop. As now, more moments at turns 3, 4 and 5, and that's for the H Toyota. Now driving that Ryo Hirakawa, and has potentially stalled the car. No, he's refired it. And Sebastian Buemi looking on.
I think he got a touch, JP.
From Keating's Corvette. Yeah, it's not Keating probably anymore. But no, the 33...
It's Johnny Edgar who's taken over that car. Ben Keating's got half a Texas here as his guest this weekend. I only mildly exaggerate. I mean, it is several hundred. It's a couple of hundred people that he's had here from his dealerships, etc., etc. My goodness me, we get the opportunity to have a look at the onboards. Here's Rio Hirakawa. 1 second.
Yeah, GT hit from behind.
Before he even got that car straight again, the double yellow in the flag and the carb system was already showing to him. So if it was showing for him, it was showing for everybody else. That is extraordinarily quick. Amazing reactions from everybody involved, including those on the buttons.
I mean, I assume that's being done locally, as in by the marshals somehow, or at least that, you know, them waving the yellows is relayed, and then that's all fed into the computer system. But it has to tell you, well, it has to work out where the car is around the racetrack, and then whether you're in the affected area or not, and that will be done via GPS, something that actually was a major system problem with during Free Practice 1 2 days ago. No grip whatsoever through turns 16, 17 and 18 for Rafa Marciello in his number 15 BMW Hypercar. They can't get the necessary speed to create the downforce to then get the traction. And that was interesting to me before we went into the virtual safety car, how Collado was tightrope walking between the speed he needed to get the downforce and, you know, not too fast to break the traction, but he seemed to have got that sweet spot, James Collado, before the latest caution.
And there's more water on the track, undoubtedly, now.
Yeah.
Whether that's because the cars were going slower. 3 across the track going through Big Red at turn 1, and round the outside, a BMW GT car takes 2 hypercars. And that, I think that was Rossi, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
That went around 2 battling GT cars, including the number 15 BMW, the remaining BMW, and one of the Toyotas, and now the number 27 Aston Martin Vantage from Heart of Racing has a squirrely moment in the S's. This is getting really dicey again, JP, out there. The drier line that we saw before has gone now. I can see that the Michelin and Goodyear tyres are clearing water and leaving drier marks behind the cars for about half a second before they are filled in by the running water and the water falling from the sky. It's definitely raining harder now. Drive-through penalty for Valentino Rossi, and the number 46, of course, BMW M4 GT3.
And that is because of the virtual safety car procedures that have been looked at. You suggested earlier on in the broadcast that we might be in the territory of the 2013 6 Hours of Fuji. We've had a bit more running than that, but might I suggest that we might be in the territory of the 2015 Petit Le Mans here, as in, could a GT car actually win this thing outright? Because the GTs have more grip at this stage. They've got way more mechanical grip, and that pass from Valentino Rossi, as you said, around the outside of turn 1 and into 2, getting in front of a couple of hypercars, because the aero-efficient cars are all over the road in certain cases. I think we need a bit more wet weather for that to actually happen. But the GT leader is only a lap behind, or 2 laps behind, Antonio Giovinazzi as the lead of the hypercars.
I do think that front tyre temp is a problem for the hypercars as well, because it's understeer city everywhere as the aero bleeds off, and well, it's not. It would have to stay as wet as this for the rest of the race, and possibly have some intervention. ABS as well, of course, on the GT3 cars, but this is getting very difficult on the front straight. The grandstands there, in the proximity of the walls, and the general humidity, our air temperature still 24 degrees near enough. The Mobil 1 track temperature staying steady at about 26.5. And my goodness, this is tough. It's tough for grip, it's tough for visibility. And was there a little touch there as well between the 2 BMWs, one of the prototypes, and was that a little dunch that turned the BMW around? There was certainly a touch the corner before. Not sure. I'm not saying that is being looked at, but the visibility now, JP, is very, very marginal at the moment.
But that was a major concern for the GT BMW, which is in the hands of Timur Boguslavski, because whether there was contact or not, it was the 15 car of Raffaele Marciello who had a big spin, and then Boguslavski will have had to get immediately off the throttle for fear of running into the back of a fellow manufacturer car. So the two BMWs run by WRT, don't forget. So the two versions of the BMW program. Sadly, one car from the Hypercar duo is already out of the race after Rene Rast a peculiar problem. He said the car suggested it was still hybrid armed on the inside, but the green light was on the outside, or vice versa. Something not quite right.
So you got that the right way around.
Okay,
you got that the right way around.
Good, good. So he still leapt from the car. Much better to be safer than sorry there. But the 20 car then had to be recovered and is so far the only retirement.
There's areas of this track where the spray is so bad it reminds me of maybe the old Hockenheim, the long circuit between the trees where it just didn't clear, or sometimes at Spa where the spray just hangs in between the trees. Well, it's quite wide open here other than on the front straight. It's very, very difficult to see. We're coming up to 3 hours and 15 minutes having elapsed here, and battles through the LMGT3 field, JP, but out front Antonio Giovinazzi has a clear view ahead of him for the moment at least, and he's pulled out 3.5 seconds on the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 in second, and then rinse and repeat. Sorry, bad choice of words in this weather. Not meant. Sorry, just something I say. Antonio Fuoco in the number 50 works Ferrari, and then Matt Jaminet is about another second further back. Top three separated by just on 9 seconds, and then 10 second back. We'll get back to AFA and a spin for the mighty 38. Seb Bourdais has now got into that car, and from 7th position he's going to drop down the field, but he's kept the engine running and looks like he's lost it going through the kink at turn 10 into 11. That's fast, even in the wet. Yeah, hit the curb on the inside, and there's just no grip there, even with the Michelin tyres. Count the times he spins. He was in 4th gear when he went round, didn't have a chance to change down, and Toyota Gazoo Racing number 7 did exactly the same thing for Jose Maria Lopez. Actually, we haven't mentioned that in the race broadcast. Pachito in that car because Mike Conway has re-injured his collarbone and wasn't fit enough to race. So Jack Hawksworth pulled into the Lexus squad and Pachito in the substantive squad. I'm just going to break away from the action for a moment and welcome a guest into our Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Also give Johnny a chance to take a wee breath as we welcome, and we have to say thank you very much indeed to Ryan Mitchell and his team. He's the Senior Director of Global Loyalty and Partnerships. Now, that had to be written down for me, Ryan, and can you remember that, or do you have to look at your business cards?
Yeah, it's challenging, but I've rehearsed it a few times.
Yeah, absolutely. Welcome to the racetrack, not your first time at a WEC EC event. You've been partners with Hertz Team Jota, now Cadillac Hertz Team Jota, for quite a while, and we saw a really interesting piece of activation this weekend that pulled together what you do, what the race team do, what's happening here, and the general public. Explain a little bit about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you for having me, and excited to share with you something new and unique that we're doing, which is our first ever Gold Kart series. It is go-karting. And we had all of our 3 of our drivers and our team, our spokesperson, Tom Brady, also a sponsor of the team, serve as a virtual captain. And we had 72 drivers compete for a chance to win the top prize in the go-karting. So it was a 3-hour race, so our own little mini version of an endurance go-karting race. But ultimately...
In teams, I presume, not
yes,
one person for 3 hours.
Correct.
That's ridiculous.
We had 18 drivers, so they were both on the... Each person was on the track for about 20 minutes. So I got the little chance to do some endurance racing, but we just want to bring our fans closer to the action. This has been such a great partnership. We wanted to find ways to bring it closer to our members.
you're a huge company, a global company, and Hertz Racing Gold has now become part of the endurance racing lexicon. Go back right to the start. You had your choice of anything to go racing, really, and people would have been happy to pal up with you. You've got contacts with all the major manufacturers because you use their product on a daily basis.
Yes, sir.
And buy a lot of them, let's be honest. Why endurance racing?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think it first starts with the heritage and history that Hertz has with racing. We're really proud of it. We've been in for many, many years, and it sets us apart from our competitors. So I think that's one. Secondly, I think the growth that WEC has seen over the past few years is something we want to be a part of, and we've been able to see it grow just in the few years that we've been a part of it. So I think we love the tailwind of that. And then finally, being able to associate ourselves with wonderful partners. Jota as a team has had tremendous success in multiple series. And then, really, like I said, just getting the chance to work with Cadillac this year. We buy many Cadillacs, and we have a great partnership with GM overall. It's been a wonderful way to kind of connect what we do on a day-to-day basis to the racing side as well.
Our pit team had a Cadillac Escalade from you guys at Daytona this year, and I realise that this is quite a niche part of the marketplace, but we don't get a chance to leave the Daytona 24 hours and get back to our hotel. So not only was it great transport, but they slept in it as well. and I realise that's possibly not something that you're going to promote, but they gave it a really good report on one of our real world road tests.
That's right.
And of course, Cadillac is a global brand as well. What's in the future then for this excitement? You said that was the first.
That's the first
Hertz Gold karting. So that means we're going to. I pick up on things like
yes,
this.
Yes, that's right. We use the word series intentionally. This was once again this first time we did it. We did it yesterday. We had it split into a competition the first 3 hours, and then we had an open track session where we just gave Hertz Gold Plus Rewards members a chance to do some free karting. So it had a little bit of a balance, but we've built it in a way that we can tie it. We can run it next year. We can do it at many places around the world that WEC travels. And I think we're just really excited to continue to make it make sense and bring the racing and the live action closer to the fans.
I've got out my Hertz Gold card that is so
I think
old,
you need to frame this.
It is delaminating. I must have had that for probably 20 years. Maybe even more than that. None of the phone numbers on the back are actually relevant anymore, but that goes with me everywhere.
I need to take a picture of that because that makes my heart sing with pride for a true, this is loyalty defined.
Ever since I started coming to the US, I've always rented your cars long before you were even in racing. But I'll tell you why. And you mentioned the heritage. I'm old, but not quite old enough to remember what I'm going to mention, but it was instrumental in me being interested in motor racing. Hertz 350s, Mustangs.
Yeah.
The people, whether it was apocryphal or not, I don't care. People would rent them on a Friday, take all the interior carpets out, bolt the cage in, go and race them or drag race them on Saturday and Sunday, and then put the carpets back in and take them back on Monday. It's that kind of thing that has been part of the Hertz DNA forever.
Yeah. Well, I think you're right, and I think we're really proud of, like I said, of that heritage. And we've done some really unique custom car collection. We've got a group of leaders that are race aficionados. Our CEO races himself, and he's committed to this sponsorship and partnership. But we have, like you mentioned earlier, a number of OEM partners who we take pride in, and the OEMs are all here in these series. And it allows us an opportunity to really do some great connections.
Just listening to Matt Campbell.
So you are increasing the gap. It's a good job, and connection will come to us.
So that's Matt Campbell getting a good O out in second position at the moment. When I landed at Austin to go and pick my Hertz rental up, there were two fully branded Cadillac four-door sedans in the Ultimate Series part, and I just wanted to bring that to the track. If I'd known that was going to be there, that's what I would have asked for. That takes quite a bit of organisation, and it's not the same exact shape, of course, as the Cadillac V-Series that races in the race. But you've done a really good job of working with Hertz Team Jota to get that livery looking right.
Yeah, well, we're really proud of it. Thank you for the kind words. It is. We have a wonderful team of designers and marketing team to kind of bring this to life. But I actually have had the pleasure of driving that a few times this weekend. But it will be available for upgrades in the Austin area and others over the next coming weeks. And you might see that Cadillac CT4 pop up around the country.
If it could possibly go to Atlanta for the end of the season, because I'll be renting one of your cars for an event we've got at Charlotte, and then the following weekend at Petit Le Mans. Now, I know right now Hertz isn't involved in IMSA, but Cadillac certainly is. So
yes.
If you could just put my name on it.
I think we'll have to coordinate and arrange that, but definitely bring that membership card that you have. I think it's going to give you some extra credibility.
What next? This is now a relationship with endurance racing with Hertz Team Jota that's been around for a few years. Previous manufacturer, of course, that bore fruit there. You've now had a victory as well with Hertz Racing Gold on the car last time out in Brazil. What next for the partnership and what next for Hertz Team Jota? From the Hertz side of things, I often talk to David and the guys at Team Jota. What from the Hertz point of view?
Yeah, I think there's a ton of excitement ahead. Certainly, I think it starts with today. We've had a little bit of a rainy day, but we would love to get a Cadillac Hertz Team Jota victory on American soil for both Cadillac and Hertz. I think that would be really exciting. But I think the team continues to grow in strength. I think from an activation perspective, like I said, we're going to continue this series. We hope to continue this series. We have wonderful partners in Jota and Cadillac. And I think I'll tease it out a little bit. I think there's going to be much more to come in 2026 about excitement and just bringing the action closer to not only racing fans, but a global travel audience as well.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. And I know this is it's a huge undertaking for you guys to be involved in motor racing. It's a huge undertaking for what you do to be represented so many places around the world. I would genuinely let you know if I had a problem with anything that was going on. Just most recently, the guys at here at Austin could not have been nicer to us. We turned up, we were all on time. They couldn't give us a Cadillac, but they dashed around and actually prepared a car specially for us and brought the car out. I won't say what manufacturer it is, but if that is trailing something earlier on and you know something I've done, I'll talk about that. But it had a 3-pointed star on it. It's all I'm saying. So please pass on my thanks to your operations
team. Thank you.
Team,
we appreciate it.
And to everybody who helps us out at Radio Show Limited, whether we're here in the US or in Europe.
And I will give a shout out to our Austin team and our operations team around the world. They are the reason we can do the things we can do. They take care of the guests on a daily basis, all of our customers. The reason we can do fun things and talk about the great brand and come to races like this is because they have set the standard for what excellence is.
Right, take off your Hertz Team Jota cap now, right? I've got one last question.
Okay.
Were you already a racing fan before this?
Yes. So I have been a racing fan. I think I've grown as a racing fan over the last few years, certainly. I've had an opportunity to work in a couple different racing series over my career. But this, I would say, World Endurance Championship is the most unique and quite frankly, exciting series that I've been a part of.
And you get to go to Le Mans.
Hey, there's worse places to have to go to.
Well, come and see us at Le Mans next year, won't you?
I sure will.
Ryan Mitchell from Hertz joining us today. Ryan, thank you very much indeed for everything you do for motor racing. Without the support of companies like Hertz throughout the whole grid, we simply couldn't go motor racing. And you're welcome to stay in the dry for a little while. Johnny Palmer, we've got Lawrence Vanter with Shea Adam down in the pit lane, and then we'll get back to the action.
We've been speculating a lot, Lawrence Vantor, whether or not Matty Campbell has a car underneath him to compete with this Ferrari. Does he have a better car than the red prancing horse ahead, do you think?
I've never driven the Ferrari, so I couldn't tell you. But, yeah, it stretches conditions at the moment. I think you see the onboard just also trying to survive. But so far it's going pretty well, better than we'd hoped for. Let's see what the weather does. The rain should decrease at one point, but it continues for the moment. But I think that should start to play in our favor a bit more, but yeah, so far so good. Still a while to go.
Everyone from the Porsche Penske Motorsport camp was very excited about the possibility of rain because the strength of the car would come to the fore. We have seen that. Do you think the car will still be as strong if it does dry out toward the checkered flag?
I think so far we're stronger in the wet, but I think maybe the greasy conditions would suit us, maybe. Let's hope. But so far we're close. And it's also a question of who is not going to make a mistake, and it's still a while to go. So, yeah, let's see.
If the rain continues, I think we know who's doing the rain dance to keep the rain going. Thanks, Larry.
I'll try.
So Lawrence Vantor happy to do a bit of a boogie, maybe, in the paddock to ensure that the weather stays like this. We talk a lot about the Brits at home in this, but I would imagine being Belgian, you'll know it will be very comfortable with these weather conditions, considering the amount of laps he must have put in at Spa-Francorchamps with its own microclimate. Good tussle between two front-engined GT cars as the 78 Lexus is all over the back of the Bend WRT BMW. So that's the 31 car, which is currently 11th place. Timur Boguslavski still at the wheel of that, and then the talented German in behind of Finn Gersitz. There's a couple of young drivers here really excelling in trying conditions. I was going to give a mention to Lynn Herdenius. Now, having mentioned his name, yes, he is still driving the 61 Iron Lynx Mercedes, but Lynn Herdenius, still only 19 years old, from the Netherlands. So again, you might argue used to a bit of the wet stuff, but able to fend off Eduardo Barrichello's Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin in one of the Iron Lynx Mercedes. The other one's doing an awful lot better in the hands of Lorcan Hannafin, running in 4th place and ultimately trying to hunt down Ben Tuck, as now Boguslavski to the inside line at Big Red. 78 car took a slightly wider line, the Lexus in behind, and they got perilously close coming down the hill and through turn 2. But they are splashing around, obviously, as the chasing car trying to fashion an overtake. At times, Gersitz's got to go into the water splash just to sort of sow the eye or sow the seed of doubt in Boguslavski's mind. But that's the last thing you want to be doing through the sweepers, is going two abreast. Gersitz might be thinking about it down the inside. Almost the overtake there at turn 6. But Gersitz in the Lexus still sits in behind for the time being. The other driver to keep it.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
The hourly update.
Well, I suppose the first hourly update was 3 minutes or so late, so let's make up for a bit of lost time at 4:29. With the 51 Ferrari leading the way, Antonio Giovinazzi in the 499P, working lap number 60, and now has a lead of nearly 6 seconds over Matt Campbell's Porsche, car number 6. But is that Porsche more suited to the wetter conditions and therefore on for a very good result today? Antonio Fuoco runs in 3rd position in car number 50, another Ferrari. Then it's a Porsche again. This is like the stripes of Neapolitan ice cream, where it goes Ferrari, Porsche, and then another Ferrari. So Mathieu Jaminet in car number 5 is in 4th position ahead of Ye Yifei's bright yellow and red Ferrari, the pole-sitting number 83 car, which is now in 5th position. Then the change, which is Peugeot, 6th place. So Malte Jakobsen drives that Peugeot Total Energies 9X8 ahead of Alex Riberas in the 009 Aston Martin Valkyrie. 8th position for Alex Lin's number 12 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V-Series R. It's another Valkyrie in 9th position, the 007 car of Harry Tinknell. And Jose Maria Lopez drafted in to replace an injured Mike Conway into Toyota number 7, and that car is currently 10th. LMGT3, it's a Proton Competition Mustang leading the way, and actually just behind it by 2 seconds is another Proton Competition car, but a recovering hypercar. So Ben Tuck will need to be mindful of Verone's whereabouts. 77 leading the 95 United Autosports McLaren for Sean Gilale. 3rd position for Sebastian Bowe's similar car from UA, United Autosports, and car number 59. 4th position is the Iron Lynx Lorcan Hannafin-driven Mercedes car 60, ahead of Ricardo Pera for Manthey First Form, and the championship leaders doing very well in 5th spot, number 92. 6th position is the Iron Dames Porsche for Rahel Fry and 85. Then it is in 7th place Francesco Castellacci's Ferrari for Vista A, of course, the number 54. the second of the Mustangs to be found in 8th place, car number 88 for Gianmarco Leverato, so impressive in qualifying yesterday on that late call. Eduardo Barrichello runs in 9th position for Racing Spirit of Le Mans in another Aston Martin, car 10, and completing the 10 positions in LMGT3 with 3.5 hours gone. It is the Iron Lynx Mercedes that I was just talking about for Lynn Herdanius in car number 61. Way more drama out on track. We will get to that after this.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship. The track temperature on Radio Le Mans with Mobil 1.
Hey, I mean, absolutely might have as well have recorded this. 26.6 Celsius in the heavy falling rain on the track in the air. Just under 24 Celsius as we've got 2.5 hours remaining in the Lone Star Le Mans.
Mobil Engine Oil. Exceptional protection for hybrid engines.
So Johnny Palmer, bit of action there for one of the 963 Porsches and another half spin, which we've seen plenty of. Unfortunately for that particular car, didn't turn into anything else. He's Rio Hirakawa.
Car in the mid-16s, quickest cars in the low 14s, but generally 16s would be competitive.
Just being given the lap times from his competitors. As I said, 963 went for a wee spin, but lost a bit of time. But I don't think did that car even lose a position?
Jaminet was, and Jaminet hasn't come. Oh, he just crossed the line now to complete that lap. So the middle sector ended up taking him just over a minute, where normally it would take him 49, 50 seconds or so. But no, I don't believe he lost a position. He just lost just over 10 seconds to a chasing Ye Yifei in his 83 Ferrari.
By the way, I love the stripes of Neapolitan ice cream reference there, but it only serves to make me realise that I haven't eaten properly since breakfast.
Sorry for that.
No, it's all right. Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, Johnny Palmer and John Hindhaugh in what has been, even actually before we went green, it's been really interesting in terms of the tactics, particularly in GT3, but we've got some racing now in conditions that really have been very dicey and right on the ragged edge of being able to race. And these drivers are doing a cracking job. 2 BMWs for WRT, the M4 GT3s, battling at the moment with the Bend car ahead of the Rossi machine. Now, while they're actually in line astern in the standings, they are. It's Timo Boguslavski who leads Valentino Rossi. Did Valle come and do his drive-through, or was that just a time penalty?
No, it was a drive-through, and I haven't actually checked to see whether he completed it, but he must have done, because you've got 3 laps to respond.
Yeah, very good. Antonio Giovinazzi's doing a great job since he got into that car. Matt Campbell being told that he was right on the pace. And that Ferrari Porsche top four with Ifeye in the 499p in the more yellow colours, just needing the win in class today, needing to finish ahead of the 99 car to the 99 Proto competition car, the 963, which is off the lead lap by 1 as Valentino Rossi takes his teammate and moves up the position to confirm the Privateer Cup. Effectively, it can't be called an FIA World Championship because it is it's called the World Cup for Privateers or something like that, JP?
Hang on a moment. It is called the FIA World Cup for Hypercar Teams.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
But there are only, as you've mentioned, there are only 2 cars in that. There have only been 2 cars in it from the start, and actually the AF Corsa Ferrari has been doing all the winning, i.e. outscoring its opponent, and is doing that again today. But I got to say, this was the strongest opportunity for the 99 Porsche to outperform the 83, but unfortunately that spin for Verone, which left him in the gravel at turn 17, has been the big delay, and probably not going to be able to recover from that now unless others have problems.
inserting itself into that internecine battle between the two WRT BMWs is the number 10. Is that the Aston Martin in there, or is it the?
It is. It's the 10 Aston. Yeah. So the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin. Yes.
So that's a pass for position then, is it there? See.
Well, it's Barrichello who's just done his that car's fastest lap of the race, fighting with Lavorato's Proton Competition Ford Mustang, and also in there is Lynn Hedanius's Mercedes, number 61. So, yeah, these are all on the same lap, and they're all door handle to door handle. 1, 2, 3, and possibly 4. Who's in behind? Gersit's waiting for him to cross the line, but Gersit's surely on the same lap too. They've all found each other in the mid-pack of LMGT3, it seems.
Yeah, and just ahead of those two BMWs that we were talking about, Valentino Rossi now having cleared Boguslavsky in the number 31 Bend Team WRT car. Racing at the Bend this weekend, in fact. Keeping an eye on that because I was watching one of our Ford Racing juniors, Jensen Altsman, having his first go in a GT4 car, qualified in 4th. I didn't see the race, but I've just seen his dad a little bit earlier on, and unfortunately he got punted out the race pretty early on, but got the opportunity to try a GT4 car, a different tyre, and qualified well. New track for Jensen Altsman as well. Number 61 Iron Links AMG being told there's a hypercar coming up behind on the flag in the club. Blue flag for a hypercar. So much information to take in from these drivers. Yes, it's helpful, but surely in these conditions, Johnny Palmer, they're using quite a lot of their mental capacity just to keep the car on the road.
Well, yeah, because they're also fighting for position. They're in quite an almighty arm wrestle. If you can have an arm wrestle that involves 4 different arms, because there's a Ferrari and a Mustang and an Aston and a Mercedes all turning left pretty much together at turn 12, and in turn they are being lapped by Matt Campbell's Porsche, which runs second on the road. And of course Campbell's desperate to not hemorrhage time compared to Antonio Giovinazzi, who has already worked his way through this little clump of back markers, if you like. I mean, they're not short of speed at all. Now there's potentially been a moment right in front of them at turns 17 and 18, and that is an Alpine, it looks like, that's been off the road and is able to rejoin. But Francesco Castellacci, if he didn't know he was being trailed by 3 different cars in LMGT3, certainly does now. Castellacci drives the 54 car, 7th position, as down the inside will go Eduardo Barrichello, way up on the curb. There might have been a side-to-side touch there with Gianmarco Lavorato, and still the Ford Mustang wins the fight, the drag race out of turn 20 and back across the timing line, but only just because Barrichello, remember, he had an outstanding meeting last time out of Brazil, and now he dive bombs the Ford Mustang into the first corner and will finally get the place. So that is the Aston Martin up to 8th position now.
I still think Gianmarco Livorato's performance in Hyperpole is one of the most extraordinary things I've seen. If you weren't with us on Saturday, first of all, why not? Secondly, they were out. They were in 11th position, and it was indeed the 36 Alpine that went around for Jules Gunon in 17th position in that A424. That car was delayed earlier on, needed some remedial bodywork after it went off right-hand side, wasn't it, at the bottom of the hill at turn 2-3 sort of area. Yeah, Lavorato and the team were out. He was actually getting changed, getting ready to go to the hotel when the number 87 Lexus had its time disallowed, and therefore they were in, and they had to quickly bolt a set of tyres on the car. So the mechanics got all that done, but Gianmarco had to A, find all his gear, B, put it on, and C, get in the car, get his head right for a 10-minute sprint, and he did all right, planted it on pole position. I find that absolutely remarkable, even for someone as experienced as Gianmarco. Most racing drivers, anybody who goes racing, you have a routine, and he could not have done that. I don't know whether he puts his left glove on first or his left earpiece in first. I don't know. But there wasn't time to even think about that. And he was in the car and gone almost before he'd had time to think about it. Well, magnificent stuff.
Yeah, well, it was his teammates who said he was actually in the changing room, the changing area already, maybe heading back to the truck thinking, well, that's us in 11th and not into Hyperpole. And as I said to you, moving forward, I think teams in 11th and maybe even 12th are going to have to think, is that actually our session done, or is someone going to be moved around either through track limits or, in this case, the 87 Lexus, which had taken the checkered flag twice and therefore was circulating when actually some of the air blowers were on the track trying to tend the circuit in preparation for Hyperpole. So you've got a car still going at very high speed when intervention vehicles have been released onto the circuit. So the red flags had to be flown. And, Razvan Umberescu was in a little bit of hot water because of that and had all his lap times taken away. Still, the fight between Ford and Mercedes continues. So despite that overtake that has just been performed by Eduardo Barrichello, who was on the podium in his homeland of Brazil at the middle of July, the previous World Endurance Championship race, Eduardo's to some degree cleared off, but left Leverato and Herdanius and Finn Gersit's not that far away either for 9th, 10th and 11th places in GT.
And pass going on there. As well, Paul-Luc Chatin just being lapped by, I think that was Matt Campbell going through on him. So Antonio Giovinazzi must have already gone through about 4 seconds beforehand. We had somebody off for a little while at turn 19. Apologies, I can't tell you who it was because there was so much spray coming up the front straight from a couple of hypercars. I honestly can't tell you if it was even a GT or a hypercar, trying to look for somebody who's got a long last sector or a long pit lane time. It is still incredible to think that these guys are racing at these kind of fields, at these kind of speeds. As Alex Lynn comes up on the 009 Aston Martin in 7th. Alex making up some time after an issue earlier on for the Cadillac Hertz team Jota. 2 Astons now running 009, 007 in 8th and 9th positions on the timing and
the
scoring.
rain will decrease till it stops within the next 30 minutes. The rain now will decrease during the next 30 minutes and stop in 30 minutes.
See, I think Ferrari have got better weather forecasting than Porsche team Penske, because that's about spot on what they told Giovinazzi when he got in the car. It'd be about an hour, and it's been out there well into the stint, not quite an hour yet, but he said in 30 minutes, whereas Matt Campbell was told 20 minutes and you'll be fine. So, I'm not sure which weather apps or forecasting equipment was being used there, Jeffrey.
I mean, everybody up and down pit lane is going to have a different story about the weather, I'm sure, and what to expect next. And also, do you necessarily tell your drivers the absolute truth, or do you tell them what they want to hear to keep them in a good mindset towards the end of the stint? There's just been a pit stop for Jules Gounon in his number 36 Alpine. Spent a minute or so in pit lane, but they didn't do a driver change. So that is likely to be fuel and probably not tyres. Keeping the wets on, of course. I was thinking only 20 minutes or so.
Short stint.
Yeah, so just fuel, as I said, but
he was only out for 21 laps there,
okay.
And more than half of those were yellow at the start of that run. I reckon. Just refresh to make sure I'm giving the right information.
Was it Jules who had that spin coming out of 18? Yeah. So he did a few laps after that, but I just wonder whether he wasn't happy with something with the car and needed it adjusting, and why not put some fuel in at the same time? But it's peculiar that.
Yeah.
Could have been that a tyre was starting to let go, just a slow puncture, maybe that he'd worked out, or a vibration.
12 laps of the 21 were under yellow. So that'll tell you he wasn't close on fuel. Although Fred McAventy only did 17 laps before that, it reached 6 with the yellow. So I'm not sure that after that side swipe into the Tech Pro barrier at the bottom of turn 2, I'm not sure that number 36 Alpine A424 is actually back to full racing fitness, although the bodywork was replaced. Possibly slightly out of alignment on the right rear. They did take a little bit of time to look at that, JP.
Yeah, and he's just gone a little too deep into the first corner as well, but there was no one else around him, so the rejoin will have been fine. More yellows that will have been him running off at the big red. So we're back to green all the way around the racetrack once more. Unfortunately for Alpine, they're really focusing on the 35 car now, being still on that lead lap just about. Yes, 1 minute and 47, 48 seconds down from Antonio Giovinazzi's Ferrari, so that is within a current lap time, which the leaders are doing 2:11s, 2:12s, John.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the GTs and seeing how long we think they might be going until they come in. They're all, roughly speaking, in 22, 23 laps ago. They'll probably go somewhere near, in these conditions, 30 laps. The lead Ferrari was in 23 laps ago, the overall leading Ferrari. James Collado, after the red flag restart with, again, 14 yellow laps, did 27 laps. So Antonio Giovinazzi, who's had 11 laps in here, so he's going to go to somewhere near 30 laps as well. So we've got another yellow for a moment. That was turn 2 with somebody just going off the track. It's been a good battle in Le Mans GT3. Ben took by 3.2 seconds over the United Autosport McLaren twin. Sean Gelael is now back ahead of Sebastian Bowe. They've swapped places a couple of times in the last couple of stints. And the conditions for the number 59 and Sebastian Bowe, who's got...
Okay, so it's bedded tire on the high pressure.
I think that was a tyre at high pressure. I think he's overheating a tyre perhaps there. Sorry, I just finished my thought. Lorcan Hannafin in the Mercedes, right with Sebastian Bowe, fighting for third place in LMGT3.
The yellows at turn 2 might have been Raffaele Marciello, who's gone through the first sector about 7 seconds slower than normal in his number 15 BMW, but did get there. So that'll be a slower lap. I had noticed as well that recent laps for it was I think it was Mathieu Jaminet who had a slower lap, but the problem is we don't know when they're all catching traffic, and we don't know whether they're having sort of not half spins, but just twitchy moments, which you can very easily lose 2, 3, 4 seconds. So consistency is key, but it is so difficult to achieve.
There was an incident a little while ago between the number 94 Peugeot and Seb Bourdais in the Mighty 38 Cadillac 13 Jota. It's been looked at and cleared. In the meantime, Seb Bourdais has got past the BMW of Raffaele Marciello, who had a spin, and that certainly closed the gap down. Whether that was a passing manoeuvre as well for Seb Bourdais, I'm not entirely certain, but certainly there was a spin for Raffaele. And also we had the EF Corsa EFA off the track in the Ferrari 499p, the more yellow car, the car that runs in effectively the private A-class. Now there's been a couple of pit stops that were looked at as well, but that's been fine. Hirakawa and Johnny Edgar have had a bit of a tussle, and that's under investigation. That happened quite a while ago.
Well, that was the Corvette and the Toyota clashing.
Yes,
do you remember?
right.
Into turn 2, and it put Hirakawa off the road, and he was complaining somewhat.
Well, and Johnny Edgar's been penalised. That's just popped up on the screen as well. But no further action for the 33 Corvette at a pit stop that was being looked at as well. There was a few pit stops that were being looked at, and I think they've all been cleared as well. But I'll keep an eye on the race control screen. Race control had a pretty easy job in the first couple of hours because it was all behind the safety cars, although they were still having to look at bits and pieces actually when people coming into the pit stop and John-Eric Vergne blew a red light. So even at that point, they were still having work to do, and Johnny Edgar has called into the pit lane to answer that drive-through penalty for contact with Ryo Hirakawa in the S's earlier on.
Ricardo Pera, oh, what a talent he is in a GT car. He's still amazingly silver, but if he keeps going in this vein, might be staring at an upgrade towards the end of the year. He's just managed to get by Lorcan Hannafin in the all-yellow number 60 Iron Lynx Mercedes, so that sort of teal or sky blue Porsche, which is synonymous with Ryan Hardwick, number 92. They're leading the championship, and in a heavy car as well. What did I say? An extra 36 kilos of success ballast this weekend because they lead the championship, but Perez up to 4th place.
Yellow flags at turns 3, 4 and 5, and still out at the moment. That's somebody who's gone off and hasn't yet rejoined, I would think. And in fact, it's the number 7 of Jose Maria Lopez. And through goes his teammate, Ryo Hirakawa, and therefore goes back up into position number 11 in the hypercar class. Jose Maria struggling to get that car pointing in the right direction. He went through the gravel at some speed, but somehow didn't hit anything. Did a really good job of looking in the mirrors and straightening the wheel up so that he didn't run into the barriers. How did they have the mental acuity to do that in a full-size, full-weight, 1,000 kilo plus racing car? It's difficult enough on a sim, and for them to do that and realise, oh, hang on a minute, I'm going towards the wall. If I just turn the wheel to the left a little bit, that should pull the front end around a bit. Yeah, okay, no, that's better. And he's still doing 70, 80 miles an hour backwards through the gravel.
I know,
incredible.
I know. There are a lot of electronics on these modern-day hypercars, though, so is there not a button that you can just press and the car sorts it out for you?
It's not a Waymo. We've seen plenty of those here in Austin. It was pretty spooky this morning, actually. I was into the track so early, they were all coming out of there. Off again for Pachito, and that is at turns 16, 17 and 18. No, it's not, sorry, it's 13 and 14 because it's got the motorcycle penalty loop. Waymo, the self-driving taxi cabs, and they were all coming out of their overnight parking, and so there was like a horde of them. I don't know what the collective noun for self-driving Jaguar I-Paces are, but I have seen a movie with self-driving cars going a bit bonkers, and it did slightly worry me this morning. I'm not sure Pachito's going to get out of this one. Back wheels are spinning and he can't get any purchase on the front wheels.
So how did he end up there? Because he recovered from the first moment and then, just a few corners later, had a second one on very cold tyres. Remember also that he's under investigation for a potential unsafe rejoin anyway. That was after a much earlier spin at turn 8, where I did think he got quite close to a GT car as he rejoined rapidly. I can understand him not wanting to lose too much time, but then you can't necessarily affect another team's race. So it's a virtual safety car. That means a safety car ultimately as well, remember.
Less than 15 seconds. Virtual safety car in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Virtual safety car deployed. VSC.
And also, we've got a stationary Corvette down at the bottom of the hill, and it is the local man's machine, Ben Keating. Johnny Edgar behind the wheel of that car. They've not had a good few moments. That is standing still at turn, I think that's about turn 6, actually. Possibly turn 5 between the two. No, turn 6. And Johnny's done the old three-fingered salute. I heard the V8 fire for a moment.
So he's just been in to do a drive-through, but I don't think this is the out lap from the drive-through. He's been around, and this is on the very next lap again.
Can't get a gear, JP. And every time he puts it in gear, I don't think he's getting first gear for sure. Meantime, at the front of the field, this is not a bad time for people to be pitting with just over 2 hours remaining. And Mathieu Jaminet is the first of the leaders to come in, followed by 7th placed Alex Lynn. Giovinazzi has gone around in the lead of the race. And this is going to be a full service for Mathieu Jaminet, the car that was in 4th position, the Porsche 963 of Porsche Penske Motorsport. Jaminet staying in the car, brand new set of Michelin wets going on that car.
Also into the pits, Alex Lynn in the number 12 Cadillac, the 009 Aston Martin of Alex Ribera. Surely the Spaniard's going to get out now and hand over to Marco Sorensen, his only other teammate. Sebastian Boe in the GT McLaren pits, as does Ricardo Pera after a cracking stint. And it remains to be seen whether Pera's done his drive time. Remember, that's been adjusted to just under 1 hour and 33 minutes because of the red flag period. And the latest issue for one of the two Cadillacs, it's the 38 car, is that the windscreen wiper, or at least the blade of the windscreen wiper, has now fallen off. So it's going to serve no purpose in continuing to swash that, because there's actually nothing in contact with the screen.
That's a very good point. What car were you saying? What's the car's
30. Pera is in the 92 Porsche.
Right.
And I'm just wondering whether, does this fit? Well, have we had, actually, when you total up the two adjusted times, have we actually had 3 hours of racing yet? Yes, we will have done, because we only lost 40 minutes in the red flag.
Now, this might not be absolutely perfect, but I reckon Ricardo Pera's done 1 hour 34 minutes and 53 seconds. Ryan Hardwick's done the other 2 hours 14 minutes and 20 seconds that has been counted as drive time. So I reckon Pera could be done here.
And lots of other GT teams think the same about their cars, because Boguslavski's in the 31, the Ben BMW. Valentino Rossi's entered the pit lane in the 46 BMW. These are all GT cars. Finn Gersitz is in, Lynn Herdanius. So yes, silver drive time, if you started at roughly the same time as Ricardo Pera, should be done.
That's correct. That would be the thinking. And Michael Christensen, by the way, has replaced or got into, for the first time, hasn't he? Got into the number 5 Porsche. So it was, I said I thought the driver was staying in, but in fact they have changed driver there. Or was he already in? See, now I'm doubting myself.
Sorry, I missed that for a second. Who were you talking about? Which driver?
The number 5 Porsche that I said came into the pit lane, Michael Christensen, is in it now. Now that it's rejoined.
Yes, that was one of the...
It was Matt Jaminet, wasn't it, who was in that car before? So, yes, that is a driver change. Sorry, I doubted myself there, JP. It's been one of those races where I've been so tied up with the data as much as everything else. I'm about maybe 1 or 2 screens short with our flyaway kit here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcasting Centre. But the good news is that I have plenty of people around to ask, being surrounded, as you well know, by the team PRs. Thank you to all of them for their help through this season so far, with still a couple of rounds to go. Fuji coming up next on another busy weekend for us here at Sergio Shaw Limited. Barcelona 24 hours and a Nürburgring NLS race that weekend as well. So that again was a tyre and fuel stop for, was that the lead Ferrari coming in the second time around? Yes, it was. Tonio Giovinazzi stays in. Matt Campbell will follow him out as well. I think I didn't see Matt getting out of the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport. Oh no, I did. Well, Kevin Estre dragged himself away from talking to me and has got into that car then. And all of the Hypercar field, bar Harry Tinknell, has been either in and out or in the pit lane, if that makes any sense. And I'm just waiting to see if Harry comes in this time around.
That was a much better route into the pit bay for the 83 Ferrari, by the way, because thankfully there was no GT Ferrari sitting in the way, and I think they've learnt their mistake. Remember, you get 2 stabs at this for a virtual safety car. You don't have to pit all cars on the first lap of the caution, and I think they'll be kicking themselves now that that car was called in when its neighbours, both in front and behind, were also stopping, so there just wasn't the necessary gap to get the 83 car turned and into the right position.
Got the air dryer out on track at the moment. Air dryer, said, not hair dryer. Although actually, there's 1 or 2 people, including Shiadam, I think, who would be requiring of that later on. And also, what did I just see there? Yeah, Kamui Kobayashi has got into the Toyota Gazoo Racing number 7. Jose Maria Lopez then pulled out. Which will be upgraded to a full safety car. The fuel tyres, for wet tyres of course, for the number 50, 499p. Miguel Molina in, Antonio Fuoco out of that. Thank you to the team at Ferrari, Giulio Masperi, who is keeping us updated in everything. And now there's a Ford pit stop, Johnny Park.
Yeah, Gianmarco Leverato in at the end of his silver drive time, and the 88 therefore should be in the hands of Dennis Olsen now, who didn't contribute to its qualifying performance. Not allowed to, because it's a bronze and silver affair only, and the silvers only get their hands on the GT car if you get into Hyper Pole, and that's precisely what Leverato did eventually, once he'd got the nod. He wasn't really expecting that. Now, though, we can catch up with Sean Galale chatting to Shea in the garage.
Well, Sean Galale just put on one of the most impressive GT3 stints that I've seen in the rain. Sean, the McLaren looked like it was on rails. It went exactly where you wanted it to. Did it feel that simple behind the wheel?
Yeah, it was so good. I mean, I think the guys did an amazing job the whole year. We were struck by a lot of unlucky and unreliability about the car, but I think, this event, and it's close to where home of United is as well, so hopefully we can bring home a good result, and we're just praying for it.
Do you want it to keep raining, or do you want it to dry out?
I think we keep it as it is. Let's not change anything. Fingers crossed, everything crossed, and hopefully we cross the line this or better.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Just to confirm, JP, I was looking through to see whether the Heart of Racing Aston Martin Valkyrie had been in just before, or would need to come in, and as I was doing that, Harry Tinknell came in and out of the pit lane, and I think Harry stayed behind the wheel of that car. Yes, he did. So the two Astons now are the right way around numerically, although the 007 is in 8th and the 009 is in 9th. So if we could just tidy that up a bit, please, and have the 007 in 7th position, that would look much neater on my timing screen. We've almost got the top 16 hypercars all together. Kamui Kobayashi has just gone back out, and he's behind at the moment Ben Tuck, but he'll get waved through there, so he'll go through. Will he then? Yes, so then he will go and be the 16th of the hypercar field. The outlier at the moment is Mick Schumacher in the Alpine number 36, because he's dropped another lap further back after their trials and tribulations, their travails early on, and so they will take a little while to get back to 16th overall and have all the hypercars ahead of all the remaining hypercars ahead of all the remaining LMGT3. Remember, if you're just joining us, René Rast's BMW M Hybrid V8 some 60 laps ago now dropped out with a bizarre incident where there was a hybrid electrical problem. It was showing as still live inside the car with the red light on, and Johnny Palmer spotted that on the inside the car, but the outside car was showing as green, so it was able to be towed out of the way. We did have the number 15 BMW with a similar odd stoppage just in the first couple of laps of FP1 back on Friday. I haven't really got to the bottom of that. So the remaining 16 hypercars, 17 hypercars rather, are still running. And just a quick note, JP, before we come back to I'll go down the pit lane. The number 10 car's been investigated.
Doesn't understand physics, because what he was able to do with the number 94 Peugeot was something that a lot of other cars on the track weren't. Well, did you realize it was actually raining and wet out there when you got in the car, because you were just flying by people?
Yeah, it was obviously very, very tricky conditions this time, and
I wouldn't necessarily say what I expected to come back from a nice summer holiday and arrive here in Texas with such a heat on Wednesday. But yeah, I'm Scandinavian, and in Denmark, growing up doing karting there, we sometimes had these conditions. So I think that turned out quite well today.
What are you expecting out of the car for the remainder of the race? Do you think it can stay up toward the front?
Yes, definitely. I mean, Loic showed very, very strong progress from the beginning of the race. And obviously, I was sitting watching his onboards and trying to learn as much as possible. And then finally got to jump in the car, having him in the radio trying to tell me a little bit what to do. And then obviously I managed to overtake one of the Cadillacs. Unfortunately, didn't make further progress in the field, but managed to bring the car back, and now Stoffel is back in.
Do you want a podium, or you think maybe top 5 is all that's going to happen today?
That's a difficult answer, or question to answer. But obviously we are hoping for further positions. But let's see. It's still a long race. I guess 2 hours to go still.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Valkyrie Atkinson there with Shea Adam. And let me just finish my thought. 2 cars now under investigation for technical infringements of their power regulations. The Iron Lynx number 60 Mercedes AMG Fran Raeder behind the wheel of that car at the moment, and I mentioned the number 10, that is the Aston Martin with Valentin Asclo behind the wheel. And just a thought as well, whilst we were hearing from Malte Jakobsen there with Shea down in the pits lane, Peugeot have sort of started the first of the dominoes and the silly season drivers for next year with Nick Cassidy testing their car on Tuesday here. Theo Porsche also reputed to be coming to have a test, and their management saying, or not being drawn, in point of fact, if you go to Sports Car 365, the Peugeot management not being drawn on who will be driving which car and which drivers will be retained or swapped over. So it looks like the maybe more than just the odd 1 or 2 changes at Peugeot in the driving side of things. We know that Jenson Button is stepping away from Cadillac Hertz Team Jota at the end of the season and winding up his international professional motor racing career. So there are some places to go outside of the fact, JP, that there are some new manufacturers coming in as well.
Yeah, yes, and I mean, it's going to be highly interesting what happens to Stoffel van Dorn, because there is much suggestion that he's got a deal forthcoming maybe with Genesis, but he was asked the question by Sports Car 365 this weekend and would not offer any hints whatsoever. But clearly Genesis Magma are eyeing up drivers for their campaign.
Well, and the strong rumour there is that he might not even finish this campaign.
Yes.
And be released to go, if it is to Genesis, to be released to go and start testing. Which is all being done at the moment by Andre Lotterer and Pipo Tirani. And when Andre Lotterer is not in the car, he's taking some fantastic photographs with his Leica camera. So obviously they need more people to help out.
Can't do it all by himself. So and that's Genesis next year, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's
in the WEC,
just around the corner in an LMDH car built by Orica, and it already has a name, the GMR 001, that will be debuting in Qatar next year at the end of March. Remember, not the end of February, so a date change there. So they've not got a lot of time in order to finalise a driver lineup, as you say, because there's some testing and development that still needs to be done.
And there is a time scale. You can't just rock up at Qatar with a brand new car. That car will have to be inspected and homologated before that. There is a cut-off date for that. Now, I think it's a tiny bit later for WEC than it is for IMSA, but the complication with that, JP, and again, the joy of being able to wander around the paddock, is that actually all of the hypercars are going to have to be re-homologated for 2026, at least from the standpoint of their aero performance, because they're all going to come to the States and go to the Windshear Tunnel. Because the Hinville Tunnel that they were using before for the FIA WEC benchmarking and data collection, well, that belongs to Audi F1, and they've been upgrading it, and they're hard at work with their own aero program for Formula One. So rather than have the IMSA cars being benchmarked and homologated at Winchester in North Carolina and the FIA WEC back in Europe, as I say, in Switzerland, everybody's going to have to come here before the end of the year and go through a rebalancing, if you will, another part of convergence in some respect, in terms of getting those cars back out. Now, will there be a difference? Yes, there will be, because no two wind tunnels are identical. And in fact, all of the manufacturers will tell you, and I was having a chat with Ian James about this a couple of 3 races ago, and one or two of the Cadillac representatives and the BMW representative and the Porsche representative actually saying that they run slightly different specifications between IMSA and the WEC because of the fact that you have to be within this performance and envelope, and because of the slight differences in the readings from the tunnels, the aero, I particularly think its drag and downforce coefficients, is slightly different, to the point where there's 1 or 2 little flick-ups here that aren't on the IMSA cars, etc., etc. And actually, even I think a slightly different in rear bodywork for one of the manufacturers, again, for the same reason. We're not talking wholesale changes here, mind you, and different wing profiles or anything like that. That's not allowed. But there will be some differences. So there's a lot of work to go on before the end of the year and the start of 2026, not just for Genesis Magma Racing and their GMR 001, but for all of the teams as they are. I hesitate to say, I use the word rebalanced, and I shouldn't have really. Reassessed, so that everybody, all of the numbers for everybody, and that there are a couple of Evo packages to come as well. Strong rumour that Porsche want to build a brand new car for 2027, but right now they're out of the Evolution Jokers, and also there's a potential of a slight regulation on the positioning of the hybrid for the LMH cars as well. So probably best to wait, I think, I would say, particularly for Peugeot, who have of course been quoted.
You're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. John Hindhaugh, Johnny Palmer, live from the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Everyone just getting the message that the safety car is going to retreat to the pit lane because the pass around has been completed. Remember, there are 2 GT cars under investigation for potential overpower, so an increase in total power. That's the 60 Mercedes, which is being driven by Fran Rueda, and the car immediately behind the Spaniard, Valentin Hasclo, in his number 10 Aston Martin. So, dictating the speed at the head of the order will be new driver into the Ferrari, number 51, Alessandro Pierguidi. I know on timing and scoring, that driver change wasn't represented straight away, but we called it right in that Antonio Giovinazzi did indeed get out of that car, and it's now fellow Italian Pierguidi who is deciding when he hits the loud pedal, and it's not happening just yet, so the backing up is fairly significant. And then was there a touch from the Porsche of Kevin Estre as he tried to get going just slightly ahead of Pierguidi. I hope there wasn't an element of brake testing there, because as soon as Pierguidi decides to go, he must fully commit. He knows that. Here's Estre, though, to his inside. He's going to brake as late as he possibly can, which prevents Pierguidi from getting anywhere near the apex at the top of Big Red. And Porsche will now lead the Lone Star Le Mans race for 2025. This is another lead change, and a significant one, because it switches the manufacturer pendulum entirely. And Estre, who was joining us in the Global Broadcast Centre not too long ago, is now out front with carnage behind, because the 51 Ferrari has now straight-lined a segment of the middle sector, and it's the 50 Ferrari of Miguel Molina who jumps ahead of his teammate and into second position.
And a big slide by the other Porsche, which is just ahead. Number 83, so that's Michael Christensen getting broadside in 4th position. And there's all kinds of changes. Alex Lynn coming through the field as well. He's now into 5th position. No, check that, 6th position in the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota. But what a restart from Kevin Estre. He said when he was sitting just to my right here, JP, didn't he? He'd be happy if it stayed wet, and now we see why. He thinks that this is their best opportunity to take the fight to Ferrari and to the other manufacturers.
So the new order, Estre leading from Miguel Molina in 2nd in the 50 Ferrari. 3rd position, Michael Christensen in the number 5. Pierre Guidi's Team Radio. He has a puncture. He has a puncture. Alessandro Pierre Guidi, who was fashioning that restart and was deliberately getting everyone bunched up so that there was no gap between them at all, and we reckon it's a left rear that has started to let go, and that was the contact corner from Kevin Estre.
Yes, it was. Estre went up the inside at turn number 20, and it's right front dive plane into left rear Michelin. The question is, though, JP, and you asked that question really early, was that Per Guidi trying to back people up through the final corner? Estre took the inside. There was further contact with the Michael Christensen Porsche as well as they came through turn 8 into 9, and the Ferrari mechanics down at Ferrari of course, they know they're going to be called into action.
Well, that was because all of a sudden there was no drive from the rear left corner on the 51 Ferrari, and a wounded Alessandro Pierre Guidi's car was then hampering everybody else through turn 7 and 8 and 9. I'm amazed that not more kicked off there, but there was contact as the 5 Porsche of Michael Christensen needed to go around the outside of a much, much slower Alessandro Pierre Guidi's Ferrari, who has made his way back to the pit lane now. And they're putting fuel into it. Well, this is where they've got to adjust the strategy as much as possible.
Left-hand tyres only.
Left-hand tyres only, okay. Well, yeah, I mean, clearly one needed changing, and they've done the front as well to match it up.
Yeah, exactly so. It is a left-handed circuit, anti-clockwise circuit, so actually the right-hand side tyres do more work. Rain tyres are free. You don't have a tyre allocation for rain tyres, so if it does dry up, everybody's got loads of dry tyres to go to the end. But first and third now for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Michael Christensen have managed to avoid the hampered Ferrari, and that means Robert Kubica is up to 4th ahead of Per Guidi in 5th, and Alex Lynn in 7th for the best of the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota cars. They're back in the fight here, as is Stoffel Van Dorn in 7th. And how about the 2 Aston Martins, 007 in 8th, 009 in 9th, Harry Tincknell and Marco Sorensen, with Mikkel Jensen making up the top 10 for Peugeot, and no Toyota in the top 10 at the moment.
An incident from half an hour ago at turn 8, which involved the Sebastian Bourdais Cadillac number 38 and the Thomas Floor Ferrari, is now under investigation. You might be wondering why they didn't change all 4 tyres on that 51 Ferrari. Well, the tyre change would have taken twice as long, because you can't change all 4 at the same time. It's a certain amount of personnel over the line, but you might as well change the front left at the same time as you're changing the rear left, because that doesn't affect the amount of time spent in pit lane. And as I say, they fueled it as well, so we'll have to bear that in mind as we get closer to the end of the race. That Ferrari could be good in these slower lap times for the next hour and a bit, and then 40 minutes to the finish.
Yeah, that is a very, very good point they've made there, JP. It has lost a lot of ground, but basically Alessandro Per Guidi is going to have something. Sorry, not Alessandro Per Guidi, it's the other car, isn't it?
No, you're right. You're right.
No, yeah, it is. Alessandro Per Guidi is going to have probably 4 or 5 laps more fuel, but 4 or 5 laps more fuel in wet conditions is that's actually probably, if you were creating that to dry, I'd say that's maybe another lap, maybe another couple of laps on that. So that could be 6 or 7 laps extra of fuel at this pace. 220. That could be 12 or 15 minutes.
Yep.
And that could be significant, couldn't it, if we go green all the way to the end?
Entirely. I mean, yeah, and let's hope that is the case, but when you get cars on very different strategies, this is where the fun starts in endurance racing, because it's all bad at the moment for the 51 getting that puncture, but the race could still come to them. And you've got a lot of quick thinkers in some of these factory outfits. It also remains to be seen whether, well, surely that incident, if there was firm contact between the 51 Ferrari and the 6 Porsche, is going to be investigated as well. We haven't had confirmation of that on the screen yet, but they're going to have to check it all out.
Yeah, race control are a bit busy.
Yes.
And they've just handed a pit stop infringement 5-second penalty to the Robert Kubica car in 4th position. Now, they haven't asked him to come in, so he doesn't have to peel off, but there will be 5 seconds added at the next pit stop for infringement for the number 83 car. Now, I wonder, as they're working through all of these things in chronological order, is that the previous stop when Hansen came in on an angle, or was there something at that last pit stop? And the answer to that is I don't know, because we don't get that information.
Yeah, I think it's too quick to have assessed a 5-second penalty for the previous stop when I described it as pretty clean in comparison. Just wondering whether there's been a summons or anything related to that which might shed a bit more light on it, but there isn't yet a decision posted electronically regarding the 83 car, but as soon as that comes in, I'll read it out.
Faster than the cars in front of us, and behind you is Lynn, Cadillac for position.
And they touch in that moment that the radio message delayed just a little bit. Alex Lynn in Cadillac Hertz Team Jota then in 5th position and looking to go one better and upgrade himself to a top 4 down the inside of the mostly red AF Corsa Ferrari of Robert Kubica onto the back straight, and hoving into view behind, and I dare say Alex Lynn can probably hear it, it's the wailing, screaming, gloriously sonorous V12 that is the Aston Martin Valkyrie.
So down into turn 12 goes car number 12 to confirm that overtake. A great one it is, and here comes the Aston Martin snapping at the heels of the satellite team AF Corsa Ferrari. So Harry Tinknell spotting an opportunity to get by Kubica whilst he's recovering from being slightly offline when Alex Lynn slipped through. Aston have got to be so happy with the speed of this car this weekend, and in different conditions as well. It's been quick in the dry. They were a bit concerned about how quick it might be in the wet, but it is really challenging. One of the cars that is right up there in the Drivers' Championship this year in the WEC. Meanwhile, we're still getting plenty more messages from race control.
We are indeed. 15 seconds stop and go. So the Akoda CSP team, they're better placed of the two cars. Ben Barnicat will have to come down pit lane and stand still for 15 seconds. That was pit lane speeding. That must have been pretty egregious, because there is a sliding scale of penalty for that. Cast your mind back, dear listener, a few minutes ago. Here's Robert Kubica.
Very bad.
I think he said the wiper wasn't doing what it needed to there. We were talking about the technical infringement for power for 2 cars. The number 60 was one of them, the Iron Lynx Fran Rueda AMG, and the other car, from memory, was Valentin Asclot, was it?
Yes.
The number 10 car, yes it was. They have both had a reprimand and no further action out on the track. It's the other Acodis Lexus that's in the barrier between 19 and 20, but I could be wrong on that.
That's where the yellows are, so I think you've got it spot on right. And now various personnel in the garages up and down pit road are ready to respond to some sort of race neutralisation. We haven't got that yet. All over the curb was Clement Schmidt, and then that spat the Lexus over to the left-hand side, so he went slightly backwards into the Armco barrier. That spun the car round, and the nose went in as well. And we are under a safety car again, so no
full
virtual safety car. It is a full safety car for the umpteenth time. I'll count them all up, but that's because Clement Schmidt is not going to move anywhere because the car wedged up against the barrier, John.
I reckon that is the 6th safety car that we have had. Welcoming alongside us, sports car journalist from Sports Car 365, Davey Awamer. He's alongside us here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Let's
spend more time in their car during Lone Star Le Mans than Alex Riberas managed to accomplish in the 009 Valkyrie. Alex, you were in that car for what felt like a day and a half, and especially in these conditions. Was it extra stressful for you?
Yes, to be honest, we were, the entire weekend getting ready for a very physical day, knowing how the temperatures are here in Austin. And eventually, it ended up being not so physical, but mental. I mean, these conditions, as we see, are treacherous and so easy to make a mistake out there. But luckily, the guys at the heart of racing and Aston Martin gave me such a good car that it's our first race ever in the wet, but it seems like it, as a good Brit, it feels right at home.
This track has given you so much success over the course of your career. Now it looks like maybe we could have the best ever finish for the Valkyrie. But how much fun is it in these conditions?
That's the thing, it's a very fine line between you just don't want to, be out there for that long as I did, just because it is so easy to make a mistake, and at the same time, you feel like you just want to be out there because it is such a fun track, and it is so challenging. So it's that mix between, love-hate, but I personally love it. Austin has a special place for me in my heart, and I love the people, I love the track, I love everything about it.
Confirmation that Alex Riberas is just that little bit sadistic, that he loves the conditions when they're like this. Thanks, Alex.
Thank you so much. Fingers crossed.
I think he did more than half of the time of the race in the car, actually. I couldn't believe every time I looked at the timing screen he was still there. Davey Awamer alongside us. Coming to you in a second. There are two stranded cars out on the track. The Lexus number 87, the Ecodis dark red, white and black car. But also on the first part of the back straight, it's the Ben Keating 33 car. Now, it's not Ben in that car, but that car has broken rear suspension. And that looks like that might have gone
on
the curb at turn 10.
I mean, I think it's the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah.
But, that's what's finished it off, I think. Maybe a toe link or similar. And it was the rattle of the curb coming out of 9 and towards the kick at 10.
Yes, indeed, because it's the right rear. I was about to say, not 10 curb, because that was the other side. But, yeah, I think you're right on that. Let's have a quick word with Davey Awamer, who, I don't know how many words... We lost a great part of the race early on. There's been plenty to fill in, and in fact, even behind the safety car, there was so much tactically going on, particularly with the GT3 cars.
Yeah, I just want to, but by the way, also with regards to that Corvette, pretty significant championship implications there, because remember, that was a car that led the early parts of the season, was still in with a shout, with had 66 points coming into this race in third place, but that is a disaster for TF Sport when it comes to the championship battle.
On home ground for Ben Keating as well. I mean, that's just horrible for him. First of all, we've got to praise the drivers, haven't we?
Yeah.
Some of the conditions that we've seen, we get to look here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre at the onboards, and they were driving incredibly well. How did they drive? By smell? I have no clue.
Look forward to speaking to some of the drivers once we get this race finished and they're presented to us in the media pen down in the paddock. I can't wait to get some of their impressions. We just saw a twitch from in these highlights package with the 6 Porsche having a massive twitch over the curbs. I mean, these we can agree, John. These are some of the best drivers in the world, and they have trouble keeping it on this asphalt. And some of the ones that do are you can't blame anyone for having a mistake here, I think. And if you're able to keep it on the track, then that is even more impressive.
We're going to go to the hourly update in just a second. I want you to think about, Johnny will run through how we stand at the moment before the pit stops go. I want you to think about the driver market, because it's started. It has started. Yeah. So if you need to, write yourself down some bullet points. Meantime, it is 5:30 the hour, 5:05. We've got 90 minutes remaining. Let's take our hourly update here.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
The hourly update.
So the latest edition of the Lone Star Le Mans event, the 6 hours of COTA, if you like, in 2025, remains a real stop-start affair. This is safety car phase 6. We also earlier on had a full race stoppage for just over 40 minutes. We've had local yellows, we've had virtual safety cars as well, and really not a great deal of green flag running. Let's hope the remaining 90 minutes bring a bit more of that. But whilst this interval is happening, provides us a good opportunity to do our penultimate hourly update, which sees Kevin Estre leading the way now for Porsche number 6, the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. 82 laps completed, and he leads the Miguel Molina-driven Ferrari number 50 from AF Corsa. Then it's the 12 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V-Series R for Alex Lynn. Fourth position for another Porsche from Penske Motorsport, the Michael Christensen-driven number 5. Robert Kubica in the sort of privately entered Ferrari car number 83 is 5th. Then an Aston Martin Valkyrie in the hands of Harry Tinknell for Aston Martin Tour Team. So the 007 car. Then the 94 car for Peugeot Total Energies and their 9X8 for Stoffel Van Dorn. 8th position is another Aston Martin from the THOR team, 009 8th, ahead of Mikkel Jensen's 9X8 Peugeot number 93 9th. And in 10th position, that's the first of the two Toyotas, as high as only 10th. Sebastian Buemi currently at the wheel of that. In LMGT3, the leader is 17th overall. That's Ben Tuck for Broton Competition in the Ford Mustang. So the car that started alongside the sister car on the front row of GT at 1 o'clock this afternoon. McLaren second for United Autosports. Marino Sato in the 95. Third position is Richard Lietz in his Porsche from Manthey First Form. So the championship leaders up another position since we last mentioned them, and scoring well in a heavy 92 car because of the success ballast. Gregoire Saucet in his McLaren, also for United Autosports, is in 4th position, number 59. The Iron Dames Porsche of Michel Gatting is 5th, number 85. Dennis Olsen in the Ford Mustang that started from the front of the field for Proton Competition. That car is currently in 6th place. 7th spot for still Lynn Hedanius in the 61 car. Now, I thought that they may be switching drivers there to Maxime Martin. But Maxime, remember, only has to do the minimum of what is now 40 minutes to make sure he gets championship points. There isn't a minimum or maximum for a platinum, as Maxime Martin is. So there's still time to get him in. Davide Rigon in the 54 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari is in 8th, ahead of Fran Rueda in his Iron Lynx Mercedes number 60. And then Ben Barnicoat, welcome back, Ben, to the championship after being out for a long time through injury. He's driving the 78 Acodis Lexus in 10th position.
Keeping you up to date. The hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship. The track temperature on Radio Le Mans with Mobil 1.
On the track, so barely changed from the start of the race. Air temperature still 23-24 Celsius as we head into the last 90 minutes of the Lone Star Le Mans.
For long-term engine protection, Porsche Penske Motorsport trusts Mobil 1 engine oil.
Davia Wehmer joins us here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Just a quick note on what Johnny's told you, by the way. Because of the yellows and the safety cars, pretty much everybody is on the same strategy in both. Go back green, so I'm going to put a bit of pressure on here because the pass around, etc., has been concluded. Peugeot kind of started things off with this Nick Cassidy and Théo Pourchaire thing, but we're already hearing with effectively there was 3 races to go, now 2.5, 2.25 races to go. The driver market for 2026 has opened up already. What are we hearing?
There's a lot going on. I think there's a lot of teams up and down this hypercar grid that could have some pretty new faces next year, maybe in the case of Peugeot even before the end of this.
Van Dorn question.
Potentially, I actually asked Stoffel about it earlier this weekend, and he didn't really want to talk about it. But that is the word on the street. Yeah, Cassidy, of course, joining, because the thing with Van Dorn is that obviously there's a link to Formula E, which is also probably likely by Cassidy this season with Persia now. But the Formula E season is done, so if you want to move elsewhere, then there's no incentive for you to do so. Also, I love in American racing, just put a jet engine on the back of a truck, and that's how you keep the circuit over here.
Yeah, jet helicopter engine.
Yeah.
We were talking about this earlier on, and the advent of new manufacturers coming in, of course, opens up new opportunities.
Yes.
We know Collado hasn't yet re-signed for Ferrari, but word is that talks are going on. It's a bit like talking about the transfer window in soccer.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Ife is still in the satellite team. I'm not singling them out, but the advent of new manufacturers and Genesis Magma coming in next year, there's an opportunity for people to move around.
Yes.
There's an opportunity for new people to come in.
Yeah, we were having a debate the other day where there's such an increase now, especially in this time of year. Well, I think this time last year we said to each other, we can't remember this much movement. And then I pointed out, I'm saying, and then we said it again this time, and I kind of pointed out, it's like, didn't we say the exact same thing about this time last year? Because the truth is, you're right on the money there. I think because there are so many more manufacturers now that, if you're a driver and you want to move around, there's much more opportunity. I think if we were looking back at just a couple of years ago where we had maybe not even half the manufacturers that we had now, there was much less room for people to move around and seek opportunities elsewhere.
Right, let's quickly run down the major manufacturers. And Porsche, Penske, Motorsport traditionally never tell us anything until their Night of Champions, which is the end of November.
Mm-hmm.
Any major team shake-up? I mean, they might swap guys between programs or between cars, as Hayes Markwell Sorensen being talked to. In the 009 Aston? No, that wasn't important. They might swap them around between programs or teams or series. Any major changes to think there?
I don't think so. No.
Right. Ferrari, as they're in second at the moment. See above comment?
Potentially, I mean, we said it. You said it earlier. Collado is still talking for his negotiation. I mean, they have such a wide roster of drivers. But this is just me personally speaking from something I'd like to see. Is Alessio Rivera has been doing great things for Ferrari. Recently signed a new long-term contract. Maybe quite like to see him in a yellow car, maybe.
Okay.
But that's my personal opinion. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but it's something I'd quite like to see because he's been very good in LP2 as well. Let's not forget.
Okay. Cadillac Hertz Team Jordan. We know Jensen stepping away. There's a seat there.
Yes, there's one seat to fill. I've heard that is likely the only change that we're going to have there because they seem to be quite happy with who they have. One name that was floated, there were a few names that were floated there, potentially Mick Schumacher with connection to something to the collect from one team, but Colton Herta coming over from IndyCar seems to put that kind of on the back burner. So
it's amazing how all of this is like a big jigsaw that fits together. We don't exist, no part of motorsport exists in a vacuum anymore. So if you were putting money on, who would go to Cadillac Hertz Team Jordan? What are you hearing?
Probably somebody who's already involved with the Cadillac side at the moment.
Okay. I'll see if we can work that one out. Aston Martin probably staying as they are because
they're still such in the building phase, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly, and doing a great job as well.
Well, they're about to. They're on track. If they keep it running in the next hour and 20 minutes, they're on track for a double points finish, which would be amazing.
Incredible. Got a car into Hypercar for the second time this season. First time at Le Mans, so this is the first time in a 6-hour race. Porsche we've talked about. Toyota Gazoo Racing. Where are they with their drivers? They did a bit of a swap round last year. Mike Conway not with us this weekend again because of his collarbone.
Well, they've got people that they obviously that are also on the way to that program. People that are aligned with that. I think Ben Barnicut for a long time has been somebody that has had an interest with regard to that program. We have, of course, Esteban Masson, who's a Toyota protege already racing in Japan and doing great things in LP2, but whether we'll see them in those cars next year remains to be seen.
Very, very quickly, BMW team WRT.
Andres was told me not much expected in terms of
despite
changes.
the fact that they're taking on the running of the American team.
Yeah, well, he even said to me that like the idea of having drivers cross over into multiple series is something they'd like to keep.
And finally, Alpine.
there's a lot going on there. We know that Antonio Felix da Costa is close to signing, even though he doesn't want to tell us quite yet. As we reported,
part of the consortium that just bought the KTM motorcycle team.
Yes. We had earlier this week, we had it told to us that Paulo Chatan has given the team his notice, so he's on the way out. It's in a story we did earlier this week. So lots of change coming out of him as well.
WMA will stay with us as we're going back to Green Flag Racing. Johnny Palmer with the Kevin Estre Porsche Penske Motorsport machine coming around the final corner.
To complete 85 laps of this tricky race to negotiate, I think it's fair to say. An hour and 18 minutes still to go, and Kevin Estre leads the field up the hill, up that 11% bank, to then turn left through Big Red, 2 abreast further back. Aston Martin up against the yellow Ferrari, and the Ferrari number 83 will win that tussle. But Kubica under just as much pressure as he was going into that caution, and now coming out of it, because Tinknell's getting impatient. He feels like his Valkyrie is quite a bit quicker in certain places. And I would agree with him, because that car just seemed to light up its tyres maybe slightly more rapidly than the pole could manage. And Kubica caught a bit too much of the curb as well, turning left through turn 7 there. Keeps it on the straight and narrow. Question mark as to how much you want to ride these curbs with the tyres just coming back into race temperature. But there isn't really much time to consider that, as now Alex Lynn's getting very close to Miguel Molina to try and shape up a move into turn 11 for second place. That didn't quite come off, but we know the Cadillac all day has been very strong down this back straight.
Yeah, looking at the trap times, it's been there or thereabouts for the top class. Tinknell versus Kubica, 2 more resolute but fair races you couldn't have. And meantime in LMGT3, it's McLaren versus Ford Mustang. Mustang on the outside. It's again a battle for position. Can barely see them in the spray that's been let, and they do touch as they go into the braking area. And the number 95 McLaren holds the inside line and the position, but round the outside of turn 13, here comes the number 77 of Ben Tuck as they're having this great fight. Marino Sato is not giving this up, and Gregoire Saucy is right behind them as well. This is side by side all the way around 13 and 14. They're through 15 now, and the Ford is back ahead, Johnny.
Awesome to witness. This is for the lead of the class, don't forget. And Sato, as soon as he got a hip and shoulder from Tuck, he went, all right, this is the sort of game we're playing, is it, Ben? And he gave him plenty back again. And they build these GT cars tough because there's not a great deal of evidence of damage. Now Tuck, though, is fully sideways at 19. Did well to hang on to that, but he's not going to have the straight line speed into 20. Occupies the middle of the road. And if Sato can get the hammer down, oh no, that's covered by Ben Tuck, but he needed to be pretty forceful and put the car precisely where Sato wanted to go in his McLaren. And now they're going to get swamped by a BMW Hypercar. Will that BMW clear the Ford Mustang with its ABS, don't forget? And actually on the run down the hill, the Mustang's drawing level with the BMW, able to get that mechanical grip much more than the Hypercar, which now comes into its own though through the swoop at 2.
And the third place car in that line of 3 is the third place car. Gregoire Saucy has just put in the fastest GT3 lap of the race. Huge slide from the number 77 was what allowed Sato to go by Ben Tuck in the first place, and that was the catalyst for that brilliant side-by-side action out of 12 through 13, 14 and 15. There was a bit of vinyl traded there, Davey.
Can I invoke your Bathurst co-commentator when I call that Argy Bargy?
It is indeed Argy and Bargy. We'll give you that. It invigorates the Proton Ford Racing mechanics down there. Got a yellow flag out on the circuit at the moment. That's somebody that's just popped off the track. We'll see if they've got back on again. Meantime, further up the field, the battles in LMGT3 being replicated, Johnny Palmer, with close racing from the Hypercars.
Yeah, Alex Lynn with a face full of Miguel Molina's rear wing and getting pretty close at certain points, particularly through this middle sector in his Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V-Series R. Good again coming out of the kink at 10. And how close can he get to the Spaniard up ahead as they both break for that tricky left-hand hairpin at turn 11. No, sorry, completely different part of the track. We're coming out of 20 now and across the start-finish line. Visibility's not great, so my track ID is suffering because of that, because of so much spray that we've had all day long. But the Cadillac, were that Ferrari not in front of it, I think that Cadillac could start to take the fight to Kevin Estra's similar car, in the sense that it's an L&DH, just like the Cadillac is, but the race leader, the Porsche, is being given a bit of clean air here as the two behind squabble for second and third.
A bit of clean air is 3.2 seconds. That is, in the context of what we've seen, that is a lead that's worth defending. And might I just whisper gently that the skies, from whence the weather normally comes, have started to clear with an hour and a quarter still to go. Normally, from the south and particularly the southwest of the track is where the weather comes from here, and that's as good as we've seen it since 7 o'clock or so, 6 actually, when I was up this morning. It was very overcast and threatening, and it's been raining harder and softer pretty much all day today. Kevin Estra with a sizable lead, but the battle behind is nowhere near over. A shout out for the Aston Martin Heart of Racing team and Harry Tinknell with Marco Sorensen in the second of the two cars. Talking to the team earlier on, they've been doing a lot of work under in any opportunity they have had in sorting out the balance of the car under braking. Now you might think, well, what are you talking about, Heindel? But this is, oh, hang on, we've got a McLaren slowing. No, he's just staying on the wetter part of the track. This is things like diff settings and how the engine reacts when you lift off the throttle, and that is paying. I think that's paying dividends in these tricky conditions. As the once again problems for the number 61, the Iron Lynx AMG that has spun around, and it looks like he's dead stick at the moment. He was having a go at the Ford Mustang, and was there a touch? Sounded like the word for Lynn Hodeness as he was having a go at that. Contact, and through goes the Ferrari and the Iron Dames. That sounded fairly substantial, Johnny Palmer.
The problem was, Lynn Hidenius had little choice but to go up the curb because the two of them were right together. I'm not suggesting that was the right thing to do, but because he hopped the curb, he was then straight lining the next bit, which is precisely where everyone should be turning right. Didn't allow the 88 Mustang of Dennis Olsen to turn right, and contact was inevitable. So those double-waved yellows are being shown. The track's definitely getting drier. I'm seeing green in a lot of the area of the timing screen, and that echoed by Davide Rigon's best GT lap across the field. So the 54 Ferrari down in fifth has just done the category's best lap. And the other thing to note is that incident at the restart between Pierre Guidi's Ferrari and Estra's Porsche, where contact was made to the rear left of the 51 Ferrari, that is now officially under investigation.
Oh, that's going to be a hard one to call without recourse to all the data. Full course yellow coming. The pits will stay open, but of course everybody has been in fairly recently.
No,
but with an hour and
pits close under a full course yellow.
Sorry, full course yellow. Yeah. So, JP, when we're getting close now to be able to pit for the last pit stop, certainly for the GT3 cars, aren't we?
They should be able to do, well, at these slower speeds, maybe just slightly more than an hour. Certainly 60 minutes, 65 might be a stretch, but yeah, if we're getting the occasional caution, that will help them along. And just the fact that they're not burning as much fuel because they're doing, in the GT case, 2-minute 20s, 2-minute 21s. So there is scope as we're now under a full course yellow. And a moment or two ago, Aston Martin very close to the back of the number 5 Porsche, but in front of the 83 Ferrari, I note.
Ah, yes, good point. So Tinkus has gone through.
And in fact, Kubica's lost another position after that because the Peugeot of Stoffel van Dorn has got by as well. And this hopefully all happened before we went caution.
Yeah, I think it was. I was looking, funny enough you said that, I was looking at the Marshalls post. We've got the JCB Snatch Tractor out. Divya Wirma is alongside me, frantically making notes on his phone for the race report. I'll let you go in just a second, but this gives us a chance just to have another thought from you. Put this race to one side at the moment. We go to the last two flyaways of the season, coming up with a championship that has swung one way and another. Still, clearly, Ferrari have the advantage, but we're seeing improvements, possibly weather-related here, from Porsche. We've certainly seen Cadillac come alive last race around, notwithstanding, again, the altitude and the wholesale BOP. What do you think we're going to see for Fuji and then Bahrain at the end of the season?
I think it's safe to say that still Ferrari is very much in control of this. They have their destiny in their own hands, I'd like to think. We briefly had a discussion when Ferrari was still leading and had multiple cars in the top 5. Now there's exactly one left in the top 5 for them. We had the debate of, can they actually lock up the Manufacturers' Championship? That was briefly a scenario. It is no longer a scenario, I'm pretty sure. I haven't done the math, but if you've only got one car in the top 5, then I'm pretty sure you'll not be able to...
Well, 2 cars count nowadays, but GP put me right on that, of course. Yeah. I'd forgotten about that. 2 somewhat different circuits to come. Fuji, tight, very short lap, very quick lap. Maybe won't suit the Porsche, maybe will suit the Ferrari, but I think we've got to keep an eye on both Cadillac and Aston Martin here. I mentioned the work that they've been doing about getting stability under braking, which clearly is emphasised in the bad weather. How would you rate Aston Martin, the heart of racing, for their 3/4 of the way through, a little bit more of their first season?
The progression is definitely there, I'd like to say. I mean, Le Mans I was so impressed by Le Mans because they were able to bring both those cars to the finish without any major issues. I think that's a major test for any car in the first season of a WEC campaign. But they came very close to points at Spa, if I'm not mistaken. I think there was had one caution, came at a slightly more opportune time that would have scored points. And now here, granted, this is a race where it's been extremely difficult to keep a car even on the track, but they've kept it on the track, so give them some credit. A double points finish for them is very much within reach. I mean, I think P5 right now, which is incredible. There is progress, I think, in this program. They seem to be really getting to grips with this car and getting better and better each race.
When I think back to the first year of the new regulations, and particularly in IMSA, when we were really scrutinising the LMDHs, and how difficult it seemed to be to get those cars, any of those cars from any of the manufacturers, any week could have a failure. Yeah. And we really didn't know where we were. And it was more than a whole season before people started to talk openly about optimising performance. They were all working for reliability, first of all. Well, Heart of Racing and Aston Martin have actually, when you put it in those terms, against people who've been racing at least for 2 or 3 years, and in people like Toyota's case, a very much longer time. I accept not with the same car, but they've actually really pushed the envelope.
I think they'll tell you that they're not optimising performance yet, because the truth is,
indeed,
they are. Every circuit that they go to is going to be a new circuit for them. They've never been to Fuji. They've never actually have been to Bahrain. I need to stop myself because I remember they were there last year. So that might be interesting because that's attractive. Actually,
that's a very good
run
point.
At. But even then, it is. They are still in that learning curve, and the fact that they're already making these leaps now is very impressive. But I think they'll tell you that they're not thinking about optimizing performance yet. Even though, again, another shine of progress. They had a car in Hypercar, I think, on merit. This weekend with Agraberis in the 009.
Yeah. Coming up to the final hour, I'll let you get back over to the other side of the press room and move away from our little position here at the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Davey, thanks for joining us. Always a pleasure, mate.
Yeah.
Thank you. Davey Weber, Sportscar 365, noted motorsport endurance racing journalist. Johnny Palmer, the full course yellow coming to an end. A couple of investigations going on as well.
Yeah, this is going to be the steady flurry now of information, either investigations or results of investigations from race control and the various stewards. Conversations being had as well. So 64 minutes of the race clock remain. And remember that not everybody having had this latest full course yellow, the fight is on now because we're back to green. And for second position, Alex Lynn definitely got the call to go to green, slightly ahead of Miguel Molina. Almost the Cadillac crept into second place, but Miguel Molina lit that 50 car up just in time. They were two abreast, heading through the kink at 7, I think that was. And again, Alex Lynn by no means wants to have this delay stuck behind Molina, because he's thinking Estra's getting away here. It was a 3 and a bit second gap. It should settle down to about the same, depending on how well Estra's got away. Through the latest split, it's actually up as high as 5 seconds now, as Lynn thinks about a dive bomb manoeuvre into turn 12, but Molina has that just about covered off. And the next few corners, always interesting at the end of the lap into the final sector, and this seesaw action through 14, then 15, the left-hand hairpin, and Lynn trying around the outside line of 15. Surely he can't make that stick. He wanted the inside line into 16, very nearly got it, but he's having to try and think very unconventionally here to get Molina out of his stride, and it's almost working, John.
Incredible car control and concentration from both of these drivers. Alex Lynn just getting on the curb and on the left-hand side of the track into the right-hander at the first of that Texas horseshoe at 16, 17, 18, and just lost a little bit of ground. But it's quite clear that what you said earlier is coming to pass here, and that Cadillac Hertz team Jota machine now in third position, looking to back up its win last time out. This would be podiums in consecutive races if Alex can manage to do that. And this is tremendous racing, and they've got pace. And the other thing I was going to say, he nearly got the Ferrari on the restart straight away. And you've got to be so switched on. But the thing I was going to say when we saw them coming through the latter part of the track is just how much less spray there is now. This is not a dry track by any stretch of the imagination, but also the other thing I've noticed is Miguel Molina and one or two others are starting to look for the wetter parts of the track. So they're now concerned. I won't say worried or panicking, but I'd say they're clearly wanting to manage the surface temperature of their Michelin wets. The LMGT3s will be doing the same, and lots of green numbers coming up in the GT ranks. Marino Sato's just put in the fastest lap of the GT race, and then it went to Gregoire Saucy, and now it's gone to Davide Rigon as those cars cross the line, and in side-by-side action McLaren and VistaJet Ferrari as well on the far side of the circuit, and Davide Rigon's got the bit between his teeth there as he drives forward, and that's a new third place driver, and in the shape of Davide Rigon.
Now, I just noted that Robert Kubica pitted, and I thought that was going to be the final pit stop potentially for his hypercar, but I think he's driven all the way through the pits. That looks more like a drive-through penalty, even though that wasn't the assessment. It was a 5 second added to the next pit stop. And they
got that wrong?
Well, we were wondering precisely why that was the case, and I have found the bulletin now. It was related to that pit stop that happened just after 3:45 this afternoon, when they couldn't get it into the pit bay sufficiently. The driver exited the car as it was not properly stopped in the designated area.
It was being moved. Yeah.
So it was being moved. Driver gets out. It was Phil Hansen, I think, who was trying to get out. And having reviewed the video evidence, they gave them a 5 second added to the next pit stop. So I don't know why Kubica's just on a drive-through.
Also, there'll be a 5 second added to the Alpine, number 36, and no further action for... Which one was that? That was the Vista Davide Rigon, and number 12. Well, that was ages ago as well, so they really are catching up. They're having to work really hard, the guys and ladies in race control. So we're starting to get these now coming in. That was Alex Lynn, so that was significant. Alex cleared of, both cars cleared of any wrongdoing. The fighting between Miguel Molina and Alex Lynn may well be playing in the hands of Kevin Estre. I don't think he needs very much assistance this afternoon. That Porsche Penske Motorsport number 6 in particular, both the cars, but the 6 in particular, has been looking very good in the wet conditions. The problem is it's now drying, and the air temperature is still 24 degrees. The track temperature, our Mobile 1 track temperature, is still 26.7 degrees. There's not much wind, but what were Kevin and I talking about in that first hour when we were sitting in behind the safety car? The crossover time from wets onto slicks, and they've done work on it. Remember, he told us that, JP.
Yeah.
That could be really, really important, as we've still got just under an hour to go.
Yeah, entirely so.
And a pit stop.
And a pit stop for everybody, yeah. And that's going to happen at different times as well, remember, because the 51 Ferrari is further into, or can get closer to the checkered flag before it needs to stop because of that puncture that Alessandro Pierguidi suffered. Very sideways for the 77 Ford Mustang as it approaches turn 11, but it got through. And that is the car that leads the category. Ben Tuck almost doing a Scandinavian flick there to get the car turned and rotated enough. The other thing I'm just checking is whether there's been another penalty for the 83 that we've missed, and actually that was waved away. There was contact or an incident that involved another Ferrari that I've just spotted, but that's now no further action. So that is not the reason why. It was the 51 and the 83 that they looked at.
And the VistaJet Davide Rigon silver and red Ferrari is the car to be in at the moment, or Davide Rigon is the driver to have at the moment. You take your pick. He's just gone through with relative ease in a very difficult part of the track as he moves up to second place ahead of Marino Sato. Marino doing his best to defend in the better placed of the two United Autosports McLaren LM GT3 Evos. Gregoire Saucy about another 1.5 seconds behind. Meantime, in the every time I look at one part of the timing screen, something else pops up, and we've got one of the Porsches there. Oh no, that's Stoffel Van Dorn in the Peugeot, 0.2 of a second behind Michael Christensen. So just add water, and Van Dorn's gone through and taken the position through the twisties, through 13 and 14 and 15. The Porsche gets back for a second, and then we'll have to cede that position as Stoffel Van Dorn in the 9XA Peugeot, showing that this part of the race. Now, is this the Porsche now beginning to struggle as it dries out, Johnny Barber?
Yeah, possibly. And therefore, what about Kevin Estre, who leads actually by 7 seconds? But this is a great time to be in a Peugeot, it seems. Michael Christensen, Team Radio.
With the track evolution, we might need to come back on certain things. Think about tools, bars. We are checking on our side 12 as well.
So think about tools, bars, all checks being done as well in the garage. But that's not the only Peugeot. You've mentioned Van Dorn making progress. Well, Mikkel Jensen's just got ahead of Marco Sorensen's Aston Martin. So that's Peugeot into 4th and 6th, respectively. And they may not be done yet.
Well, it looks a different car from what we've seen at other times of the season. And it's that case of who's got performance left in their wet weather tyres at this stage. There's one stop to go, and then the dichotomy, the decision that has to be made is, do you leave the warmer tyres on, the warmer wet weather tyres on, as it's drying up, and hope that they will last to the end, basically ripping themselves apart to become more of an intermediate, or do you put a brand new set of wets on and risk them being cold? Or do you put a brand new set of the softer slicks on and hope you can get enough tyre temperature? We saw yesterday in a variety of situations, hypercars coming out, JP, and simply unable to turn through the slower corners on brand new tyres.
Yeah, they couldn't get the tyre temperature into the window, and that was on the slicks. Remains to be seen whether, these final stint is going to require that type of tyre, but that does bring that into the equation, particularly in the GT category, where I think Goodyear expected this race meeting to be a lot hotter in terms of ambient temperature. They had to expect it to be dry as well, and assessed that the hard Goodyear Eagle was the better of the two options. But that temperature, the scorching temperatures as some drivers have put it, has not really emerged. That's Richard Lietz in the 92 Porsche running. He was third the last time I checked. He's now dropped a couple of spots because of the various pit stops that have happened recently. So Lietz is fifth behind
He's coming back. He's coming back at Sosi.
Yeah.
This is Porsche 911 weather and track conditions. Slightly greasy, and the rear engine car now up against quite a lot of mid-engine car. They're better probably than the front engine car. Of course, I say that, and it's a front engine car in the shape of the Proton Competition Mustang that's leading. But that car has looked a cut above this weekend in all conditions, and in the early part of the weekend when we had the mixed conditions, and particularly in qualifying, that Ford Mustang did look really, really impressive. And at times, and again, talk about the Aston Martin, the work they've done for stability under braking, with how all the systems work together. Stability under braking for the GTs, you think, well, it's got ABS, how hard can it be? Well, it is hard, because it's about being able to get the car stopped and turned and back on the throttle. And all of these things have to work together. The diff, the engine map, as you come off the throttle, how does it come down through the gears? How do you make the gearbox work? What is the diff ramp doing, etc., etc.? And at the moment, Kevin Estre all over the back in the more technical parts of the circuit of that McLaren, and that is the battle, let's remind ourselves, for third place. That's a podium spot that Richard Lietz has got in his sights. And if we know anything about Richard Lietz, Johnny, we know that a podium, well, that's going to keep him interested.
And if he can get past one McLaren, then there's nothing to say he can't get by the other McLaren and onto the podium. Because getting by Sose would put him into fourth, and then he needs to do it one more time. By the way, great news for Kevin Estre and Porsche fans, because the incident between he and the 51 Ferrari has been assessed. That is just a warning to Kevin Estre, and now it can be forgotten. But I mean, presumably, it racks up. So if he were to get another warning, then it might be a different story. But there's only 51 minutes of the race still to go. It is interesting. You said that was going to be tough to call. Was it 6 of one, half a dozen of the other? As in Pierre Guidi seemed to go, then he maybe didn't go, and Estre into the back of him, but he was eager as well. But just a warning at this stage.
Thing is, JP, if you're going to NFA it with no blame given to either side.
Yeah.
Now, if you're Ferrari right now, you're going to say, hang on, it was his fault and it gave us a puncture.
Yes.
So if it's his fault and it's given us a puncture, it has materially affected our race, and you've given him a warning. If it wasn't his fault, then it wasn't his fault, and we move on. If it was our driver's fault, then give us a penalty and we move on. I think Ferrari might be a bit aggrieved here. Here's Alex Lynn.
Yeah, we need to pull a gap to the guys behind. We need to pull a gap to the cars behind. So where you are is good.
Okay. Again, great. We need to pull a gap to the guys behind. Really? I was just going to pull over and let them buy, offer them a cup of tea as they went through. He's doing that. 4.5 seconds back to Stoffel Van Dorn in fourth for Peugeot Total Energies. He's your top four: Porsche, Ferrari, Cadillac, Peugeot. I think you'd have got good odds on that if that's the finishing order. And then Porsche, then Peugeot. So 2 Peugeots in the top 6. Then Aston Martin in 7th. Then Ferrari. Then a Toyota in the top 10 now at 9 with Seb Buemi in the number 8 car. And then another Cadillac in the top 10. That does mean that Harry Tincknell is outside the top 10 in the 007 for the moment. That car, which was running much higher up, but he's only 3 seconds behind Jenson Button. Tincknell versus Button. And Robert Kubica, who'd been having that scrap with Harry Tincknell, having done that bizarre drive-through that wasn't required, we think, is only another 3 seconds further back. So Button, Tincknell, Kubica, potentially. And Christensen and Tincknell had a bit of a coming together at turn 11, and that is now under investigation. So that's Michael Christensen in the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport. Wow.
I think we're up to date, just about. 50 minutes to go. Green time still flooding through, including from the LMGT3 race leader Ben Tuck. He's just done the 77 car's best lap time of the race so far, and the slicks are waiting in the wings. When is the crossover point going to happen, if at all? Robert Kubica's just done the 83 car's quickest lap as well, and a PB from Augusto Farfus in his BMW GT car. Ferrari trying to get underneath the McLaren in the GT. So Ferrari Hypercar trying to lap the third place McLaren and got ahead, and that therefore meant that the Ferrari got in front and Alex Lynn was slightly delayed, not through the fault of it at all of the McLaren driver, because the McLaren's got to go through the corner at some point, but that's just given Miguel Molina a bit of breathing room in second
then he's
place.
Been held up by the leader.
Well, yes.
Then he's been held up by the GT leader. You win some, you lose some. What is it we say? Traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. One point I'm going to make about the hypercars now, just looking at their energy levels, they're all round about 40 to 42%. And with 48 minutes to go, that means they can't get to the end. Well, okay, we knew that. But what you're going to do now, surely, is you're going to go as far into the race as you can, so that when you make your last pit stop, you have got the best information on the track conditions that you can possibly have, so that you can make a more informed decision with your driver, and you'll probably leave this driver in, I would say, to go to the end, because they have experienced the conditions, and you'll be seeing leave the tyres, new wets, new slicks, and I think at the moment it'll be leave the tyres or new slicks. I can't see anybody putting new wets on. Here's an Aston Martin into the pit lane, and it is the 7th place car that comes into the pit lane for Marco Sorensen.
And the other thing that's just happened is another Peugeot's got in front of that 5 Porsche. So Mikkel Jensen now able to pull off an overtake on Michael Christensen into turn 12. So Peugeot's now 4th and 5th. It's getting better for the French team. Possibly one of their best showings in recent memory, certainly of the World Endurance Championship. The other thing to make a note of, though, John, in terms of energy left in these hypercars, how does the 51 car sit? Because that should have quite a bit more energy compared to everyone else.
Brilliant point.
Can it get to the end? Probably not, but it might be able to get to within the last 10 minutes before needing energy.
But again, the game now surely is to leave it as long as you possibly can.
Yeah.
Now, new Michelin rubber coming for at least the left-hand side of the 009 Aston Martin, and they've got brand new blue sidewall. Blue is for blue. Pluie, I know, but that's how I remember it. That's the rain tyres going on that car as the V12 refires, and that is the first car that we absolutely know is fueled and tyred to the end of the race. Came in from 7th position, will drop out of the top 10 for the moment. Harry Tinknell in the sister car is in 11th. Marco Sorensen rejoins in 12th position.
I'm just checking to see how many laps we are into this current stint for Pierre Guidi. I reckon it's 21. When you compare that to everybody else who's either done 26 or 27 laps, so about 5 or 6 laps later, that Ferrari can pit.
It's 10 to 12 minutes, as we said before. I thought it might be as much as 12 to 15 minutes, but it's drying up. The lap times are coming down. That could be really significant at the end of the race.
Hugely. And remember, no penalty for the 6 car. A warning after that incident that presumably caused the puncture. Now a spin for Robert Kubica, or a half spin in his 83 Ferrari. That's lost that car further ground. It's now timed as in 10th position. So the moment's happened in the final sector. I'm not sure whether actually the latest position for Kubica is quite updated yet. 6th and 7th right together. There was a touch there, in fact, for the Ferrari number 51 onto the back of Michael Christensen's Porsche.
Yeah, and don't forget, Kubica needs another stop, because his last time through the pit lane, he didn't stop at his pits. So, at the very least, Marco Sorensen is going to get ahead of him, because he's already made his last pit stop. Dries Vanthoor might be a little bit too far back. He's just made his last pit stop in the remaining BMW M Team WRT Hybrid V8. Remember, the sister car went out very, very early on. Was there a touch for Kubica?
Yes.
Yes, there was. And that was an Aston Martin GT car that turned him around.
No, it was Augusto Farfus in the BMW. Actually, the Aston was present as well. You're right, but the Aston was going around the outside, but the nerve came from Farfus's BMW.
Okay.
Yeah, to just gently spin the Ferrari out, and good avoidance driving from who's in the 27 now, Mattia Drudi.
The rain has stopped. The wipers are on because of the spray being thrown up, which is almost non-existent now. The track is by no means dry, dear listener, but it's greasy. It's that horrible in-between that we had earlier on this week. Last lap around for the leader, Kevin Estre, at 2:06.404, 2:06 flat for Miguel Molina. That was that car's fastest lap of the race. It's 7.3 seconds. Now a 2:07 for Estre as Alex Lynn peels into the pits from third in the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota. That'll be that car's last pit stop. Need to know if they're going to be brave. They tried to be brave, didn't they, in Hyperpole, and it didn't work for them. Will that affect their decision-making process here, JP?
Could do. I mean, there's so many little twitches and changes in the narrative that can have ripple effects deep into the race. So front left wet tyre fitted to the Cadillac, which is in the pit lane. Nip and tuck up towards the first corner as well between the 51 Ferrari, which can go further into this stint, remember, and the Michael Christensen Porsche. Meantime, the stonking fight between Ricard Leitz and Gregoire Sauce continues for 5th and 4th in LMGT3. Still, that blue Porsche remains behind the second of the McLarens, and Ben Tuck has just pitted from the lead of LMGT3. I wonder what was going on there. Somebody dropping down the order, but that's because Ben is in for the final time to hand over to Ben Barker, and it's important for Ben to get on board now. Important for Ben to get on board because if he'd left it any later than this, he wouldn't have scored championship points.
Oh, great pickup, 42 minutes, and he's got to do a minimum of 40. And that's the recalculation after we lost the red flag time. Well spotted, Johnny Palmer. Estradon still by 8 seconds, 8.2 seconds to Miguel Molina. It was brand new wets that went on the Cadillac, medium compound Michelin tyres on the number 15 BMW. So keep an eye on Dries Vanthoor. He's a lap off the lead at the moment, but pretty much everybody ahead of him has still got to stop. And that is going to make life very interesting. In GT, for a moment we had 3 cars across the track because that BMW that's just out the pits on slicks is being passed left, right and centre by GT3 cars, Johnny.
Yeah, Leitz is ahead of Sosi, although Sosi was trying to fight back down the back straight. This has become for 3rd and 4th because Ben Tuck pitted, remember, from the lead of the race. But when it all shakes out, it'll still be for 4th and 5th, but now ganging up on them is the 88 Ford Mustang. I did wonder about Dennis Olsen's progress, because how good has the 77 Mustang looked out front, and you have to think the 88 was going to be in a similar sort of performance window, so Olsen might be able to pick off Sose even before this wave of pit stops, depending on how they're doing for energy. And Jenson Button, now driving the 38 Cadillac, is totally side by side with Sebastian Buemi and will get the pass. Yes, because they came across the line with the Toyota ahead, but now the Cadillac is into 7th position and ahead of the Swiss Buemi.
So now everybody's looking at who took what tyres, and we know that the 12 Cadillac took brand new wets. The BMW number 15 took what looked to me to be brand new dry tyres, because we've hardly used any dry tyres this weekend. I was just checking to see what the situation is in LMGT3. Everybody's a lap or two away from each other's. That was wets going back on to the 15. So they've tried it and it hasn't worked. So that was an additional pit stop. That wasn't a replay I was watching there, JP, was it? No.
No, I don't think so. I think that was, well, let's just check on when the stops have happened. So 15.
Yeah, that's Dries Vanthoor just come out of the pit lane.
There you go.
Just come out of the pit lane. Yeah. 42 seconds. That'll be tyres, pretty much tyres only. I only saw them change one side, but I can't believe that they put wets on one side and dries on the other. In fact, I'm pretty certain that isn't allowed.
Yeah, agreed. Not allowed to mix compounds in that respect. You can mix slick compounds, but I don't believe you can have wets on one half of the car and dries on the other.
They give an interesting stagger, wouldn't they? Because they actually have a different profile. The wets have got a little bit higher sidewalls and lift the car off the ground just a wee bit. Let's check back in with Le Mans GT3 because there's still plenty going on, and these are the conditions which seem to favour the Ford Mustangs earlier on this week, and that seems to be the case now, Johnny Palmer.
Yeah, the Olsen Mustang then trying to pressurise Sose, who's already been overtaken by Richard Lietz, wriggling free in his Manthey first form Porsche. So this is great for the championship leaders, but Ford, the home of the Blue Oval, of course, wanting an even better result. The 77 car was looking strong prior to this wave of pit stops. Somebody else maybe to look out for, although possibly a bit too far back, is Ben Barnicoat. Yeah, he's, well, he has just stopped, mind you.
Pitting.
Well, pitting now, okay. Oh, yes, that duo we were talking about. So the 88 car. But the pass from Richard Lietz happened eventually down the inside of turn 14, was it?
That might have been a pass on the grass.
Yes.
15. He cut
15.
right across the curb at 15. Now, they were watching that for both outside and inside track limits. But it was hard to see from the curb cam, which we did get to see the underneath of the first form Porsche as it went straight across the top of it. Kevin Estre just absolutely metronomic at the front of the field. Another 2:07 there, which is a little bit slower than the cars behind him. He's 8.2 second lead over Miguel Molina's, come down to 6.4 now, but then he drops in a 2:06.7. So here comes the Ferrari, 2:05.9. Molina is now pushing on. That's that car's fastest lap of the race. We've got a grandstand finish coming here, JP.
We totally have. It's just like qualifying yesterday where it was a wet track drying. How dry is it going to get? But now there's a car stopped and it's the 007, Harry Tinknell, Aston Martin. The better of this is an outlap. Yeah, outlap for the Brit in the British car, on course for a double points finish at 1 point. And he's barely got out of the pit lane.
Roll it back down the hill.
But
and if it kicks it out of gear, it can roll it back down the red part of the hill into the pit lane and save a VSC or a full safety car.
But now that he's on the track, I know what you're saying is he's off over the white line, but is that still an illegal manoeuvre? Because you're not supposed to go backwards once you're on the racetrack.
You're not allowed to drive backwards.
Yeah, okay. So it wouldn't be on any sort of power, but you'd use gravity as your defence.
Yes, that's my defence, Your Honour. I put it to you that we did not drive, we rolled.
It's just the science of the universe, or this planet at least.
You can't fight gravity, Your Honour.
You can't.
So let's see if we can work out what happened here. As he came out the pits, he's on the pit lane speed limiter, and as he releases the pit lane speed limiter, and as he changed up to second, it all went wrong. We were talking about the reliability of this car early on, and I apologise to everyone at Harter Racing, to everyone at Aston Martin Racing, and everyone at Cosworth Motive Power at Northampton. It's gone all a bit wrong, and in the pit lane we are going to get a GT car in the shape of the number 54 VistaJet Ferrari going on to slick tyres for the last half an hour of the race.
Yeah, that's really not a bad call at all, with the 54 car then coming into pit lane from third position. Davide Rigon has been one of the quickest drivers in that category, although Richard Lietz has recently gone even faster than that. Got a new Hypercar fastest lap of the race as well from Dries Vanthoor's number 15 BMW,
which was on slicks. Oh no, it went back to it went back to brand new wet, didn't it? Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got really excited for a moment there.
But I wouldn't be surprised now that the track is dry enough for certainly hints of a dry tyre being the better option. It might not be fully the case all the way around the circuit, but before we get to the checkered flag, if it doesn't rain again, slick tyre is the one to be on. Its question is, when do you change? Round the outside goes the other Vista AF Corsa GT Ferrari. That's the 21, and that was at the first corner. Car 21 being driven by Alessio Rivera, one of the drivers that Davey Overmyer was raving about, with a chance perhaps, well, he'd like to see Rivera in maybe a yellow Ferrari moving forward. I have to echo those thoughts, to be honest, and he deserves it as well with his loyalty to that manufacturer. So Marino Sato leading Richard Leeds in LMGT3, but that is because these two cars have not yet stopped for the final time. Ben Barker has, or rather he took over the car that Ben Tutton stopped, and that should leave the 77 car in front. Dennis Olsen still got to stop, and speaking of these pit stops, Sato and Leeds clearly hear that they are, or hear from us perhaps, that they are low on energy, low on fuel, needing to stop for the final time and the remaining 33 minutes.
And I don't think we're going to get any more bad weather, JP. Looking at the radar, and thanks to Chris Suku for having a look at it as well. And it's more slick Goodyear's getting ready to go on the United Autosports McLaren that's in the pit lane at the moment. By the way, we have lost BMW M Hybrid number 20 Hypercar very early on. René Rast ground to a halt. Lexus RCF LMGT3 number 87 nosed up against the Armco for Clement Schmidt. And the number 87 car there had a troubled race anyway. Didn't get into Hypercar when they thought they were going to and had qualified. Then they had a lightning problem that brought them into the pit lane, lost a couple of laps there. Daniel Hunkadea was behind the wheel of the Z06 LMGT3R for TF Sport. That's the Ben Keating number 33 car when the right rear suspension gave up, and that ground to a halt on the start of the back straight. And most recently the Mercedes AMG LMGT3, Lynn Hedenius was the driver of the number 61, the dark grey car, when it brought out a yellow flag. And those are the four cars that have not yet, well, I'm not saying they've officially retired, but they are not still moving, let me put it that way. Full cross yellow coming, JP.
Okay, I wondered whether they were happy to leave that Aston Martin there, because it's now on the grass between the pit lane exit and turn number one. I
was just going to say, if you're leading at the moment, knowing that there's some kind of intervention probably coming, why wouldn't you get into the pit lane?
Yeah, it's it's too late now, because when the prepare for full course yellow message appears on the screen, that is the point where the pit lane is closed, not when the full course yellow begins. Because obviously when everyone is told to prepare for it, they know for a fact it's going to happen.
Yeah, so just to underline this, because it is a little bit confusing, virtual safety car, 2 laps, the pit lane stays open. Safety car, pit lane closes immediately it's called for, and full course yellow, immediately the prepare for FCY comes up. Same thing, the pit lane is closed. Now, what are the calculations going on up and down the pit lane? There is as much talent on the pit wall as there is behind the wheel. And what does this do to Alessandro Berghidi? Because we know he's got 10, 12, possibly more minutes fuel, more energy we should talk about nowadays in that 5th place car. You don't close up under an FCY, you are holding your position, and right now this could be manna from heaven with just 30 minutes to go. If he can do the next 15 minutes, he might be able to get all the way at the end.
Just about perfect timing from our perspective for a full course yellow, because it's 6:30. We've got 30 minutes of the race still to go, and it's time for the final hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
The hourly update.
Another full course yellow, this to deal with the broken down 007 Aston Martin for Harry Tinknell as he was exiting the pit lane from his most recent pit stop, tried to grab second gear and something gave up the ghost, so the car is stopped between the pit lane exit road and turn number 1. as Kevin Estre leads the way on lap 107 in car number 6. Given a warning after that little nibble of contact, really, on the back of the 51 Ferrari a good while ago now after one of the restarts. So that car still legitimately leads, with the gaps theoretically being kept the same at this 80 km/h speed limit. They will look the same when we get back to racing speed. Miguel Molina's Ferrari, number 50 from AF Corsa, is in second position. Then it's Stoffel van Dorn's number 94 Peugeot 9X8 third. Mikkel Jensen is fourth in another Peugeot. Could it get even better than that? But third and fourth is a great run from both 9X8s currently. Alessandro Pierguidi in the 51 Ferrari is on a different strategy. That car, because of a puncture, pitted 5 laps later than most of the other hypercars around it, so can go deeper into this stint and therefore closer to the checkered flag, which could be crucial. Michael Christensen 6th in car number 5, which is another Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. Then is the first of the 2 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V-Series Rs. First of them in the hands of Jensen Button, number 38, 7th. Then it's Sebastian Buemi in his Toyota in 8th, car number 8. 9th place for the 83 Robert Kubica-driven Ferrari. They are second in the championship and, for a long time led this race under the various cautions and red flags, but it's somewhat nosedived the route through the race for that car. Down in 9th now. Norman Natter in the second of the Cadillacs from Hertz Team Jota is in 10th, car number 12. Then, in the LMGT3s, Proton Competition cycled back to the front after Ben Tuck handed over to Ben Barker in a scheduled pit stop. So 77 Ford Mustang leads from Richard Leitz, a tremendous run to get eventually ahead of the 2 McLarens. And that car has pitted for the final time. So the 92 Richard Leitz Porsche up to second. Dennis Olsen's not going to be too far away, though, at the restart in third. In the second of the Mustangs, number 88. Davide Rigon's Vista AF Corsa Ferrari is fourth, number 54. Marino Sato in the United Autosports McLaren, 5th, number 95, ahead of Alessio Rivera in the second GT Ferrari, number 21. Then in 7th place, Gregoire Sauce in his 59 McLaren. 8th place for Michel Gatting's Porsche from Iron Dames, 85. The Bend Team WRT BMW for Augusto Farfus is 9th, number 31, ahead of the sister BMW for Kelvin van der Linden now, number 46, 10th place.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship. The track temperature on Radio Le Mans with Mobil 1.
26.7 Celsius, pretty constant throughout the racing. No racing red flag that we've had. 24.4 in the air. 26 minutes on the nosy remaining, and we're back to green flag.
For long-term engine protection, Toyota Gazoo Racing. Trust Mobil 1 engine oil.
Ferraris in GT totally together, and Rivera up against Rigon. Rivera's just pulled the pass, in fact, on Davide Rigon to go up to 4th position, and Rigon's really struggling with the handling of that car sideways, nowhere near the pace of his fellow Italian. I wonder whether there's a problem for that car late on, the 54 car, which drops to 5th position, and Marino Sato. What's happened to the McLarens in the pit stop phase? They maybe didn't get the cars in and out as quickly as they could have done, but from a great position of 3rd and 4th prior to that full course yellow, they're now down only a few places, but nevertheless it's 6th and 7th, and their cars just perhaps not firing into life in the dry conditions in comparison to the Porsche of Richard Leitz and the 2 Mustangs.
The change in conditions is massive. There are dry patches of track now, light dry patches of track, which I wouldn't have believed we would see half an hour ago. I thought it would be drier, and 1 or 2 people might have tried the slick tyre, and in GT that has happened. We saw BMW try it with their remaining number 15 BMW M Hybrid. It didn't work, and Dries Vanthoor had to come in. And here's a pass now down the inside for the champions-elect in the privateer class, Robert Kubica, on Sebastian Buemi. That was for a 8th and 9th overall. And 5 seconds up the road is Jensen Button Through goes Kevin Estre and has put in the fastest lap of the race for hypercars. So there's the answer to, can the Porsche still do it? The answer, Johnny Palmer, resoundingly at this point for Kevin Estre is yes, he can. The question, though, now remains, when do we blink? That's the 36th lap completed for Kevin Estre, albeit half of those laps have been under yellow. How much further into the race can he go? Surely not 23 minutes, and if he can, then certainly the 51 Alessandro Pagidi car that's got probably 10 to 15 minutes more energy, well, that car can go and can probably go at a faster rate.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, that's the better car, the best car to have at this stage, because it can go further into the stint. Can it get far enough, though, so that it doesn't have to stop again, compared to everybody else that surely will have to stop one more time in this closing 23 minutes? Richard Leitz has just set another cracking time in LMGT3, the best yet in that category. Spent a minute in the pit lane in comparison to the two McLarens that were a minute and 9 seconds. So they clearly changed more tyres on both McLarens. Yeah. Did they change tyres at all on the 92 Porsche? It's now only 3.8 seconds behind Ben Barker's Ford Mustang, though, and that was a lap half a second quicker than Ben's effort in the race-leading 77 Mustang.
I could really do with seeing the energy levels. We don't have the page like we do in IMSA for the energy levels at the front of the field. We sometimes get it graphically via the TV.
For you to know, you are the fastest on track.
Kevin Estre, just to let you know, you're the fastest on track. Now, does that mean good-o, well done, or does that mean steady on, lad? Nearly 10 seconds ahead now of Miguel Molina, with Stoffel Van Dorn another second further back, and Mikkel Jensen there. Peugeot's third and fourth at the moment. And with a question mark, I think you have to say now, as a second infringement for power usage and total power for the number 10 Racing Spirit of Le Mans, Valentin Asclot still in that car, the Aston Martin, which currently sits in 12th position behind the Heart of Racing team's number 27 car. They got a warning last time around. What will happen this time around? Into the pit lane for the Aston Martin 009, so they can't go to the end. And they have pulled in. Marco Sorensen then will make the last pit stop and drops 3 laps behind the leaders. So the dream of a double top 10 for Aston Martin has somewhat evaporated as the track is dried up.
Yeah. Well, I think actually Marco's been in the pits for quite some time. That happened a little while ago now, sort of 6 minutes or so. So he entered the pit lane, and I don't think he emerged. Yeah. And that was,
good point.
That was during the full course yellow. So disaster for Aston, because the 007's had a problem in the hands of Harry Tincknell. Now a spin for the 7 Toyota, which was running in 14th place. So Kamui Kobayashi rotates. Did he do it on his own? Looks like he did. Too much curb again. Yeah, on the medium tyre. On the medium tyre, mind you. So again,
yes, good point.
They've moved to the, but it was the curb rather than a lack of grip, and almost cleaned out a Porsche in the process.
I think that was the leader.
Was it? Yes.
I think that was the leader coming by, Kevin Estre. He clouded the curb on the middle part of that chicane with the right-hand Michelins, and then looked like it was perfectly fine. And it was when he turned into the left-hand and the back end just gave way. Whether he'd unloaded the car, got damp on the tyre, right rear would be the loaded tyre, and he'd had that on the paint. So an odd one. That wasn't as cut and dry as I first thought. It certainly wasn't dried anyway. So what about Kevin Estre at the front of the field? 2:05.0 against a 2:04.6. Molina at the moment just has been stymied slightly. In fact, he's coming under pressure now. Just a little bit from Stoffel Van Dorn, who's only a second and a half behind. Mikkel Jensen does make the final pit stop for the number 93 Peugeot Total Energy 9X8.
Yeah, so Mikkel in from third position. And away, and of course this close to the checkered flag, 20 minutes away, then the pit stops can be lightning fast. They won't worry about tyres here, it'll just be a blast of fuel, and away they go, trying to keep the road position as much as possible. Surely Estra's going to need some fuel, surely Molenaar and energy, surely Molenaar is in the same boat. Van Dorn in the sister Peugeot is going to be a very similar strategy as well. Nose to tail, GT BMWs 46 ahead of 31, John.
Yeah, and that LMGT3 battle is still on, because Ricard Leeds did a 17.2 last time around to an 18.0 for Ben Barker. It's dropping really quickly. 18.1 now for Ben Barker, but Ben Barker, who is that's his fastest and the car's fastest lap of the race, but a 17.9, Ricard Leeds is still there. It's under 3 seconds, and Dennis Olsen in the second Mustang is only another 2 seconds further back. The top three in LMGT3 separated by under 5 seconds.
Personal best times for each of these cars just coming in. Barker, Rivera. So Barker in the 77 Mustang, Rivera in the 21 Ferrari. Regon's gone quicker than he's managed all race, and Kelvin van der Linde in that 46 BMW goes quicker than anybody else with a 2:14.6. But at the same time, Michel Gatting in the Iron Dames Porsche is finding speed, as is Mattia Drudi, and here comes Stoffel van Dorn pitting on the very next lap for Peugeot. So they're getting their stops out of the way at the start of the final 20 minutes, maybe, in case there's another neutralisation towards the end. Get all the work done as soon as you can.
It's not a bad idea. Get your last pit stop done first, potentially. It has given them the opportunity to assess the conditions, as we suggested earlier on. Jenson Button, who I reckon is yet to make his final stop in his final outing in the WEC here at COTA, as Porsche. I saw the Porsche coming in. It's Christensen coming in. Christensen's coming in. Jenson Button, by the way, chasing down that 9X8 that's just come out from Mikkel Jensen. So Christensen coming in. There are tyres. They are wet tyres. Wet tyres ready to go on. If any tyres go on at all, they are wet tyres to go on to the number 5 with the black pinstripes. But it looks to me as though they've looked at the tyres and said, leave them.
Yeah.
Leave them on. Oh, they're taking the rear deck off.
Okay, so this
there was damage. There was damage to the right-hand rear of that car. The piece behind the wheel, right behind the right-hand wheel, was missing completely.
Yeah.
So they've had to wait until the fuel was done and sent that car. Maybe, therefore, we can now understand the issue with Christensen losing a few places and losing some speed. But why, if you knew you were going to do that, why wouldn't you put tyres on that as well? I don't know. Maybe they thought they were going to lose too much time. My thoughts on the Racing Spirit of Le Mans getting its second call for power. They will get a 10-second penalty for that.
Just back to your Porsche point, it's about personnel allowed over the line, isn't it? Because if you've got 2 or 3 guys looking after, they were
good point.
They were those long, I call them Allen keys, but you know, there's the release mechanism
the
first of all. Yeah. So if you've got plenty of people dealing with that, you can't then have additional team looking after the tyre change too. So it's one or the other, really. And if there was compromise in terms of lighting systems and others, I saw the damage. I'm not sure whether it had knocked out a couple of the tail lights as well, but get that changed. As away goes the Ferrari. They would have done tyres on this second place Ferrari of Miguel Molenaar, and that was a stop of 40 seconds for the Spaniard.
And basically topped them up to just under 30%. That was a timed energy stop, a la IndyCar, if you will. They didn't need a full tank of fuel with just 15 minutes to go. With just 15 minutes to go, Johnny Palmer, and the 51 car, we reckoned, had 10, 12, maybe 15 minutes extra fuel, courtesy of being nerfed up the backside and the left rear by Kevin Estre on the restart. Porsche might have actually gifted that number 51 car the victory.
Yeah.
Maybe Ferrari won't be complaining too much at the end of this one.
The other thing to note is where Molyneux's rejoined the race, behind Stoffel Van Dorn. So Peugeot have leapfrogged Ferrari, it seems, in that phase of pit stop. We're still expecting stops from Kevin Estre, but Van Dorn, I mean, if Pierre Guidi doesn't need a stop, Van Dorn could be on course for a second-place finish here.
Did they put tyres on the Peugeot? I can't remember.
No, I don't think there was time, because one Peugeot did a 41-second stop, the other a 40. So we've just witnessed the Ferrari doing exactly the same.
He's the leader.
Stop. Here's the number 6 Porsche of Kevin Estre then, kicking the tail out, just as Michael Christensen did in the equivalent car, the 5, a moment or two ago. So the race leader is on pit road, but I don't think anybody's doing tyres, because you're going to give up precious time.
Johnny, he's got 30 seconds on Per Guidi. Per Guidi isn't going to stop this lap around. That number 51 Ferrari will go back into the lead here. It will go into the lead. The question is, can it do the last 13 and a half minutes of this race? He's down. In fact, they didn't lift him. It's going to be tighter than I thought, actually. Here comes the 51 out the final corner. It's a race off pit road, but it will be Per Guidi retaking the lead. He passes the Porsche that's still accelerating out of the pit lane. Comes off the speed limiter now, and the bright headlights come back on, and we've got a race for the last 13 minutes. Bit of fuel save, maybe, for Alexander Per Guidi. With Kevin Estre, with Schuley, full push, full reach, you've got a chance to beat the Ferrari here in Texas.
And Molyneux versus Van Dorn will be one to look out for as well for the final step of the podium. It's the Peugeot ahead at this stage. The Peugeot wasn't close enough to Kevin Estre to leapfrog that Porsche of the Frenchman. But Van Dorn still on course for a podium result in the best placed 9X8. Molyneux is going to be pushing him all the way. The fact that Pierre Guidi now got ahead of the Porsche is that he can start to manage the race a little more. So that's the better position clearly to be in if you're having to fuel save. I'm not suggesting you're going to start to block Kevin Estre, but you can just put the car in all the wrong places from a Porsche perspective.
Which is exactly what Stoffel Van Dorn is doing on the entrance to that 1.2 kilometre long back straight. Miguel Molyneux in behind him, still with the groove tyres on. That number 50 Ferrari, beautiful sunset out towards the west of the circuit. The end of that long back straight, third and fourth together through turn number 12, and this is not done at all. Where is the fuel? Who's got the tyre advantage? This has been an absolute classic. It was a slow burner. I know it's nearly 1 o'clock in the morning in the UK, nearly 2 o'clock in the morning in Central Europe, but I really hope you've stayed with us. It started a bit slowly, but it didn't really start at all, did it? And then it stopped, and then it restarted. But this has been a classic of tactics, of bravery, of skill, and of great entertainment here at the Lone Star Le Mans.
And I tell you where the Peugeot is the more favoured car. That is coming out of the slower speed corners as then the speed picks up, because it just pulls away from the Ferrari. Ferrari's very good on the brakes, and actually corner speed is probably better for the Italian car, but it cannot match the Peugeot on down the tubes. So out of turn 11, Molyneux had little option but just to wave goodbye to Stoffel Van Dorn. And again, Van Dorn marginally quicker coming out of turn 1 as well, as that Ferrari skating around on the track surface.
Yeah, and Van Dorn with, a lap or two more out of the pits. Even if they didn't take tyres, which we believe they didn't, it gives them a chance to get them back up to temperature and pressure. Certainly know the Ferrari didn't take any of the offered Michelin rubber.
Pierre Guidi did need to pit, though. Pierre Guidi did just pit 37 seconds, so they clearly thought it was much, much closer.
10 minutes.
Yeah, I actually said 10 minutes, I think, as a sort of vague number, but it's turned out to be spot on. As now, much better run for the Ferrari coming out of turn 11. Is that Peugeot still pulling the gap? No, because in the slipstream this time is the 499P. This is a better opportunity, but still Molyneux thinks better of it. Yeah, I think he's going to risk some contact into that corner, so he's going to leave it a little bit later. Down the inside of the next one, though. 13 and forces the Peugeot wide. Was it off the track through that second bit of 14? But to be honest, the overtake was more or less done by that point. I did think the Ferrari looked better on the brakes than it did down the straights, and that was the opportunity coming out of 12 and into 13. Meanwhile, it didn't really need to liven up in LMGT3, but the two leaders are just a second apart. Ben Barker in his Ford Mustang 77 ahead of Richard Lietz in the chasing Porsche, on course to try and get more maximum points. They already lead the championship, don't forget. The number 92 Porsche, second at this stage, but just a second separate them.
And then it's a Ferrari, then the second of the Ford Mustangs, and then the best of the McLarens is now Marino Sato in the number 95 car. So 4 different manufacturers in the top 5 of Le Mans GT3. And that's one we're going to keep an eye on. Everybody who stayed on wets is now looking for every little damp patch that they can possibly see. The car's in Parc Fermé. If Paul Truswell was here, at the end of the Nürburgring, you know this, JP, Paul Truswell likes to have a wander down and stand next to the cars, lean over on the balcony or get up to the cars in Parc Fermé. And he says, and I know what he means, he says, I like to hear the stories the cars are telling. And he's looking at the cars to see the damage, to see the dirt. He says, I like to listen to them. I like to hear what they've got to say. There's some stories to be told from these cars, and there's some grubby cars out there that absolutely look like they've been in a pitched battle. And they have.
Well, he also makes the point that it's the car, and only the car, that does the full distance of the race. So you've got drivers cycling in and out, you've got mechanics looking after them, but the cars have done all of the hard work. And Richard Lietz fully focused on, well, I was going to say the back of the Ford Mustang, but actually the front of the Ford Mustang is what he's focused on. And right behind them, here comes Davide Rigon to join the party. Rigon in third place, looking like the quickest of all three of them, to be honest. And he's going to draw alongside Richard Lietz, who seems somewhat helpless. Rigon doesn't even need to be late on the brakes. The pass is made. This is a different tyre compound entirely for the Ferrari, because it looks like it's in a different category.
Well, again, did he change tyres? Is that why he lost pace after that last pit stop? Because he was having to bring a new set of tyres up to temperature and pressure down the inside, and the LMGT3 lead changes for a moment, but down at turn 2 on the right-hand side of the track, the Ford will not be denied, and off to the wetter part of the circuit for the Ferrari. I think that Ferrari's on slicks, you know. I think it's on slicks because it really struggled as soon as it went onto the damp patch, and Davide Rigon had to use all of his skill and guile and experience to keep that car on the track, but immediately he's got the cars cleaned up again. He's right on the tail through turn 8 and 9. Nobody venturing onto that bright red paint there. Across the top of 9, through the kink at 10, rain light still flashing on the high intensity setting for the leader, first, second and third within a very short space of ground. And actually Marino Sato is coming back as well, as Rigon again goes to the inside, and this is a drag race. Does the Mustang have the ponies, pun intended, or will it be the prancing horse that gallops through as they go down to turn number 12? I'll get me caught.
Well, it's definitely red sidewalls for the Ferrari. I just caught a glimpse of that at 11, and down the inside, Ben Barker can't do anything about it either. Ben's still on the wet weather tyres, and the slicks for the Ferrari working a treat. Through goes Rigon at turn 12, and surely is going to disappear into the Texan sunset.
Now, what about the McLaren? Because that's come alive in the hands of Marino Sato with 5.5 minutes to go. I think anybody who went onto the slick tyres all of a sudden is finding the track is coming towards them. They've got energy, they've got dynamic heat into those tyres. And what's that other car that's in there? Is that Kelvin van der Linde in the WRT machine? Yes, it is. That's a position as well. This is incredible, Johnny Palmer. We're going to have a completely different top 3 to what we're expecting as van der Linde goes through and passes what was the leader 1 lap ago, the number 77 Ford. Well, that is incredible. Ben Barker now down to 4th position, and the fast Ford front row and the newly named Ford Racing, well, it won't be Ford winning at this stage. They will be gutted. They've, 5 minutes is the difference between them and their first WEC race victory.
Remember what we said, I talked about it at the time, the McLarens lost time in that last pit stop because they spent 10 extra seconds changing tyres, but it is seemingly working a treat now because that time to consider tyres and what the condition the track would be in come 5 to 7 as it is tonight, and the slick tyre is the better to be on, even though it is the hard tyre that Goodyear selected for this event. And I was trying to assess which tyres Ben Barker was on, whether they were just older slick tyres, but he's still on the wets as well, I'm pretty confident in saying, because he can't get away from Richard Lietz, who's definitely on wets. They're now being monstered by the 31 BMW of Augusto Farfus, and Farfus has got to be on slicks as well. So this is going from an awesome result to just a dreadful end, sadly, and this is precisely how qualifying worked out yesterday. Remember in Hypercar where we had those 3 cars switched to wet weather tyres, thinking that was the right way to go. That's the beauty of a wet dry race, isn't it? You've got to be on the right tyres at the right time.
At the right time.
Yeah.
Now, in fairness to Goodyear, the temperature range of the red sidewall tyres that we saw debuted in competition last time out in Brazil, from memory, is 14 to 45. And track temperature throughout this race has been almost spot on 26, 27, and it's just under 27 Celsius now. It's just taken a wee while for them to come through, but there's almost a dry line all the way around the track from dry patches. When did I say there was dry patches? 3 laps ago? 4 laps ago? And the experience of the drivers who are being put in as the closers here, they've been able to get the car into those drier parts of the track. This has been outstanding in GT3, and Davide Rigon showing his absolute class. Marino Sato coming through in second position for United Autosports, and Kelvin van der Linde is right there. 2 BMWs now, third and fourth, with Ben Barker still fighting a rearguard action, trying to hold on for fifth for the Ford Mustang LMGT3. I mean, that wouldn't have been a bad result for them at the start of the weekend, but they promised so much more. At the head of the field, Johnny, 7 seconds for Kevin Estre, and they may have timed it just right, but Ferrari in second being caught by Stoffel Vandoorne.
Yeah, by 0.3 of a second, although both of those cars, both Molliner and Vandoorne, quicker than Estre, although Estre will surely be managing that gap now. Sorry end it looks like for the Iron Dames Porsche. The 85 has just come in and is being wheeled into their garage. Michel Gatting's just brought that in. Also, Jenson Buttons made a late fuel stop in the 38 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota car, which rejoins, it looks like, in 6th position. They always did need fuel.
Yeah, the Dames came in from 10th, by the way. Car 88, 10 seconds added to the next pit stop, and a final warning, by the way, for Alessandro Perguidi in the number 51 Ferrari for track limits, and a drive-through for car number 61. Well, that's not going to affect the sharp end of the field, is it? I don't think so. No,
that's
that was
black
an incident.
Mercedes, isn't it?
Yeah, they've had problems. And that car actually still running?
Yeah,
no,
I don't think it is.
That's still in Hodinius' car. At the front of the field, though, Porsche are back. And Kevin Estre, who, cool as you like, was sitting next to us during the long safety car period at the start of the race, has turned from superb analyst and commentator into his day job. It'll be 121 laps as time is about to elapse. He's going on to his last lap now.
Yeah, so just a handful of seconds remain for the number 6 Porsche, which we were trying to work out whether it was going to legitimately be the race leader after a little bit of a touch at one of the restarts, and then would they need to stop for fuel? Well, they did, but they had a 30-second lead. And now all action still in the GTs, as Gregoire Sauce is very close to Augusto Farfus, the BMW, the Bend BMW and the McLaren of United Autosports right together. Also the 46 BMW not that far away either of Kelvin van der Linde, who has been setting fastest laps all over the place. Estre now, though, safely into the second sector and on course finally perhaps for A switch in fortunes for Porsche in their Hypercar 2025 programme.
This, he said, didn't he? We weren't sure. It was a tough start of the season. They think they've turned a corner. They were happy about the odd conditions, the difficult conditions, the very wet conditions. We were speculating whether the drying track would play into their hands. Well, they've still had some pace. It's been cut down a little bit, that lead, but Molina hasn't really been able to eat plenty into it. And he's under real pressure now for Stoffel Van Dorn on the last lap for second and third. But it's going to be Porsche Penske Motorsport and the number 6 team that come through to take victory at Lone Star Le Mans.
And for the first time in almost a year, the last victory for Porsche Penske Motorsport in the World Endurance Championship was Fuji 2024. Remember, it was a Ferrari win here last year. But Kevin Estre, together with his teammates in the number 6 Porsche of Laurence Vantor and Matt Campbell, win the 2025 Lone Star Le Mans. What about the fight for second position, though? That's still potentially up for grabs, as the Ferrari will cross the line ahead of the Peugeot. But as Molina crossed the line, he was 3 abreast with 2 other GT cars. And it's nip and tuck whether some of those cars might have to go around again to complete their races.
No, they have completed. Davide Rigon wins it by 2.3 seconds. Marino Sato holds on to second for United Autosports by 2.5 tenths of a second, a quarter of a second. One more lap and Kelvin van der Linde would have had him. Augusto Farfus will be in fourth for the number 31 BMW, and United Autosports have a 2.5 with Gregoire Saucy, who challenged for a moment to Farfus. The 59 coming home in 5th position. We'll run down the unofficial standings in just a moment. But this has been an unconventional 6-hour race. I think it's fair to say, Johnny Palmer. But what entertainment we've had. Here's Estre.
What a brilliant drive. You guys, you are unstoppable.
Do you think he's happy?
Just a little bit. I think that was some of the crew behind the number 6 car as well, who are celebrating on the perch, staring over so many different screens of telemetry and strategy as well. Thomas Floor from the 54 camp, just standing in the pit lane, open-mouthed. He genuinely cannot believe what's just happened, and I'm not sure I can either. The rate that Rigon caught those 2 leaders and just was by them in the matter of corners.
Yeah, Kevin Estre well off the track, trying to get some pickup. We know how close to the ground, particularly the Porsches, have to run. And indeed, in IMSA competition, we've seen a tiny ride height infraction cost them a victory at Salem 6 Hours of the Glen last year. I'm hearing from Porsche Penske Motorsport that Kevin Estre is asking to come and sit in the Global Broadcast Centre for the first in the first hour or so of every race now.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Thomas Floor, that is just brilliant for him. This is why this type of racing. I know it was an odd start to the race, and people saying, "Oh, it hasn't been a great race." It's been a brilliant race. It's been enthralling all the way through, even behind the safety car. We had things to talk about because there was tactics going on, people stretching fuel, people getting the bronze drivers in GT out of the way, getting their time eaten up behind the safety car, that extended safety car. And then tyres, what do you do? Fuel, what do you do? When do you switch? Well, Porsche and Kevin Estre himself, the man who was the closer for Porsche Penske Motorsport, said to us here on RS1, here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, he said, we have data for the crossover. I'm not sure how many other people have. He wasn't going to tell us what it was, but it's paid the dividend. They knew that they were still getting the performance out of those worn Michelin wet weather tyres, and they take it by 8.6 seconds. Johnny Palmer.
So Porsche win, Ferrari getting 2 cars into the top 5, and is that the more favourable in terms of drivers as well? The 50 car, well, no, not necessarily, because the 51 led the championship, so they finished in 5th position. It's going to make the manufacturer's battle a little more interesting, of course, as well.
2 Peugeots in the top 4.
Yes. So scoring 15 and 12 collectively.
So, Peugeot Total Energies, a team that were under threat barely a year ago, and their then leader, Linda Thompson, wasn't it, was saying, of the whole group, was saying, we need to do better, we need to do better. My goodness me, they've knuckled down. And with a vote of confidence from Linda's successor, they've started to see, okay, it's an odd race, but there's no asterisk next to the results and to the points haul here, JP.
Certainly not. I mean, the car was quick in the wet. It then seemed to really come on when the track was drying, and was able to overtake Ferraris and Cadillacs. There was a good tussle with one of the Aston Martins as well. But it did seem that whatever you put in the Peugeot's way, it was able to at least compete, and then in the latter stages overtake as well. The straight line speed really encouraged me. So when it reached 3rd, 4th, 5th gear, it was extending the gap from a Ferrari, which was a little bit helpless in the acceleration ranks. Davide Rigon is a cool customer, but I know he's grinning underneath that helmet. He will absolutely love that final stint, knowing that they'd chosen the right tyre, and the 2 cars ahead of him at the time, Ben Barker and Ricard Leitz, as quick as they are, they can't do much on a wet weather tyre on a dry track.
You'll have the piece of paper in front of you, JP. I just wonder whether the plus 250k BOP for Peugeot might have helped them there in the deployment of the front power against the Ferrari. The 2 class winners have come in the wrong way down the pit lane. They've been told to do that, so don't think there's anything at issue there. As Estra still with the red lights on the end of the wing end plates flashing, just telling you what sort of race it is. He pulls up next to his team, who are applauding him, and his 2 teammates jump onto the side pods of the Salzburg liveried car. For those of you with long memories, incredible stuff. This is a day that they will remember. That was a hard-fought victory. Anybody who got to the flag will have stories to tell today, Johnny Palmer.
And that was a challenge in itself in some cases, because the trying conditions are not necessarily suited well to racing cars, and some had mechanical dramas, others spins and incidents because of that. A real shame for Aston Martin, who were on course to get both of their cars in the top 10, and in the end neither the 009 or the 007 managing to finish. They both retired actually within the same 15 minutes or so. Harry Tinknell trying to utilise an outlap, but the car, something broke between pit lane exit and turn number 1. Marco Sorensen pitted in the final half an hour and didn't re-emerge. But Porsche make it a 3rd different manufacturer to win in the 2025 World Endurance Championship. That was that long run of success for Ferrari. Cadillac taking victory last time out, and now Porsche. I wonder what the final
LMDH.
Yes, indeed.
Matty Campbell and Lawrence Vantour, of course. I'm still giggling about what Kevin said about we can never tell Larry if he was actually right about what the problem was with the car, because we'll never hear the last of it. Well, they're all smiling now. Rebecca Jones down there, integral part, an important part of the Porsche Penske Motorsport PR team. But Davide Rigon, just the sort of drive that is right up Davide's street. Such a talented driver, and has really, over the last few years, he's massively earned his chops, if you will, in the GT ranks. At the front of the field, it's the number 6 crew who have taken the top step of the podium, subject to post-race technical inspection, of course, that we have to say. And in beautiful sunshine. Shea Adam now gets to do the post-race interviews in Parc Fermé, whilst drying out after the showers earlier on. And this is not the same day. We've moved on 4 months. It's a completely different season from what we had at the start of this race. Blue skies, sunshine out, beautiful sunset, incredible, JP.
The timing of this race was deliberate so that the sun would be nice and low in the sky. Fantastic shot of the three drivers now holding the number one between them, but with their black Stetsons on as well, ready to celebrate with all members of Porsche who called that. Yes, Kevin Estre and his co-drivers are the reason why that car won, but we shouldn't forget that all of the calls being made from the pit wall are so crucial to this team sport as well. So Lawrence Vanthoor, Matt Campbell, Kevin Estre with big smiles, as definitely the balance of performance seems to have changed ahead of Brazil, maybe just to bring the LMDH cars back into the hunt with a chance to win. And that's what we've heard so many times before from Thierry Bouvet, is that, you know, we've got to make the balance of performance right so that a good race, a perfect race, is rewarded. But it's encouraging to get an LMDH car and an LMH car separated by less than 10 seconds. And the Peugeots as well don't seem to have been compromised too much in this latest balance of performance big tweak that seemed to happen post-Le Mans.
The shock, JP. I saw a penalty come through for Vanthoor. Or at least under investigation. It was the BMW Vanthoor, the number 15, yellow flag infringement half an hour before the end of the race. That is still being looked at. So when we say provisional results, we really mean it, because race control have still things to look at. Looking at GT3. Now, what's happened in GT3? Because I now see
very happy Porsche drivers. I'm going to start out with Lawrence Vanthoor, because Lawrence, you have not lost a race in North America in 2025. How good does this victory feel?
Yeah, that's true. Good stats. No, this one feels very sweet, because we didn't came here this weekend with that expectation. But I think these changeable weather conditions showed that no matter what, let's say, pace we have, that car 6 and PPM, we still know how to execute the race, and we did a perfect race, and that's where we get our victory for this year. I'm very happy we have ticked that off at least. So, no, perfect.
And for Matt Campbell, this is your first overall win in the WEC. Now, you've been a champion of the GTEM class before. How different does it feel to get the overall?
Yeah, it feels good. I mean, about time. Obviously, quite a few podiums overall. And obviously, you know, already been on podium in Le Mans this year as well. So, feels fantastic. Obviously, very difficult race. You know, really tough to keep it on track at times, that's for sure. But we kept it pointing the right way. And, the guys did a fantastic job on strategy well. So, really hats off to the team.
Kevin, your first win at Circuit of the Americas. I think we're going to be getting you to the commentary booth a lot more from now on, but talk about how nerve-wracking that last stint was.
Yeah, it was very difficult, because I knew what to do on the wet, but then when the track started to dry out, it was very difficult to handle, because you didn't know if you had to keep these tires on or not, if you could kill them sort of or not, and the Ferrari was quite quick at the end. So, I had a lot of pressure, but it feels really good to be back on the top step where we belong with Car 6. I really think that we are a great team all together, and I'm really proud of what we achieved with Matt and Lawrence and to all the guys, because for sure on pure pace we are not there this weekend, but just if you throw out tough conditions, then we can give the reply.
Congrats, guys. The cowboy hats look good on you.
Johnny Palmer, I said the results were very much provisional because there was other investigations going on and word coming in and just being found out in the pit lane by Marino Sarto and the rest of the team. McLaren have won. United Autosports have won in LMGT3.
I'm only remembering the contact now. It was side-to-side contact between Regon's Ferrari and Ben Barker, who was leading at the time in the 77 Ford Mustang, and there was a collision coming out of turn 11, the tight hairpin onto the back straight, and I remember the door mirror going flying, I think from the Ferrari, but it might have been from the Ford. I did wonder at the time whether that might be looked at again. So it's Regon down the inside. It wasn't a mirror, actually, just a piece of bodywork but he's forced his way down the inside of the Mustang and right over the curb, but in the process, you can probably hear the contact there. And it didn't give him the lead initially, but it has meant that the Ford has lost some momentum.
Went out onto the dirty part of the track, I think. The Ford there.
I think the bigger issue is that the Ferrari was cutting the corner as the contact was made. To be honest, that didn't seem enough for me, but I think because it was off the track, they're therefore breaching track limits. Regon is given a 5-second penalty. He can't serve that in the next pit stop, so they add it to the race time. And because they were all so closely bunched, it's given the United Autosports 95 crew of Marino Sato, Darren Young after his cracking opening couple of stints, and Sean Galeal, who Shea Adam caught up with partway through the race, they win the Lone Star of Le Mans.
Had to push that car out, the Ferrari, out of the winner's box, and they haven't got the United Autosports McLaren LMGT3 there. It promotes Valentino Rossi's team with Kelvin van der Linde and the rest of his teammates to second. Davide Regon goes down into third position. Other things that were being looked at was also contact between the number 77 Ford and the 95 McLaren. That was at turn 8, if you remember, close to the end of the race. That's no further action. And also the 88 and 54, in that real scrabble that was going on when the cars with new tyres, that was Dennis Olsen in the other Ford, and the 54. Again, all these cars that had changed tyres, that was Davide Regon again coming through. They had a huge performance advantage, and so there was a number of contacts there with that gaggle of cars. I think there was 4 or 5 cars at one stage. We were trying to work out who had the performance advantage, but the only one that's been penalised, JP, was the one that eventually gave Davide Regon the lead after that contact turning into turn number 11. Wow, that's going to cause a debate, I think. I'm not saying I never want to second guess race control, but there will be supporters on both sides that will see it in favour of their particular favourite, I think.
Yeah, it was a decision that needed to be made quickly in the stewards' room because they don't want the podium to be an incorrect result. I mean, sometimes they can't avoid that, but that's why there's probably a bit of a delay now before the presentations take place, because as a race fan, and so many have turned up here to the Circuit of the Americas for the latest round of the FIA World Endurance Championship, you want to see a podium that is the result, ideally.
Yeah, and the fans have stayed as well, JP.
Good.
Really have. That is very unfortunate for Davide. He'll be aggrieved, I think. But as I say, we're not second guessing at all. Eduardo Freitas and the stewards as well. Race control, they identify the incidents, they pass it on to the stewards make the decision. But that has brought drama, laid more drama, shall we say, at the end of this race. After the checkered flag, the leading position in LMGT3 being changed with Marino Sato. I mean, the annoying thing for that, and certainly for Ben Barker, is he was leading the race at that point, and he finishes down in 7th. It doesn't give him the lead of the race back. It passes it over to United Autosport, and Team WRT go to 2nd, with Davide Regon's drive back through the field, netting them a podium in the end ahead of the 2nd Team WRT BMW, and then the 2nd of the United Autosport. So still a 2nd now, and a 2nd and a 5th for United Autosport. Team WRT getting the 2nd place, and United Autosport getting, a 1st and a 5th rather than the 2nd and the 5th as they crossed the line. You can discuss that, dear listeners. Maybe we'll get some more news on that on Midweek Motorsport on Wednesday. But some thoughts from you, JP, about the race in general before we get this confirmed. I think we've got the McLaren into the winner's box now, so we might have to just run down to Shea.
Yeah,
and they will get their opportunity to celebrate in the winner's box, which is nice.
That's excellent. I mean, the core of the meaning of your sentence is entirely right, but I think in this instance in isolation, Ben Barker was never going to win that race because he was on the wrong tyres. So the contact hasn't helped. But it's not as if that's the celebration, by the way. Darren Young, I mean, he could almost stand with one foot either side of that car, and he's trying his best to do that. Meanwhile, Sato and Galale sit on the roof, but you can't take anything away from McLaren and others who decided to change tyres to slicks in that final stop. It was going to take them 10 or 15 seconds longer to do it, but ultimately they knew it was going to, in the long game, be so much more beneficial. So, a great result for Peugeot, finishing 4th and 3rd. The 94 trio then, the bottom step of the podium for Loic Duval, Malte Jakobsen and Stoffel van Dorn. Second place to the 50 Ferrari, which is great for points for them. Antonio Fuoco, Miguel Molina and Nicholas Nielsen. But a third different manufacturer to taste the champagne on the top step of the podium in this year's World Endurance Championship. So it's Estra, Vantor, Matt Campbell, Jonathan Duguid on the top step of the podium as well, and the national anthem of the winning team, Porsche and Germany.
And now for the national anthem of the winning team.
Two wins in a row for LMDH-built cars, and therefore what does that mean for Fuji, where of course Toyota will want to sparkle? It's going to be a tough ask when you consider their cars finished 9th and 14th, and they just couldn't get the setup right in the changeable conditions. But yeah, this phase of transition maybe within the balance of performance is fascinating to witness. Peugeot riding a bit of a crest of a wave here and might go even better at the end of the month in Japan. As far as the championship in the manufacturers is concerned, it's still going to be Ferrari that lead. I've just done a bit of arithmetic on the back of an envelope, much like John was trying to do earlier on. 203 points, I think, Ferrari should be on now from their 175 after a 2nd and a 5th place finish. And it's a gap of 66 back to Porsche. They've scored really well at Porsche with one car, but the sister car down in 10th, so you only get a point for that. The one thing I've forgotten to do is add the point on for pole position, which went to Ferrari, didn't it? So, but that's a good question. With a privateer Ferrari, I don't know where the point goes, actually. Does it go to the next car, or would it still go to the... Because ordinarily the 83 car's not eligible for manufacturer points, but whether they get the pole, we'll have to wait and see for the official points to come out.
Andy Soucek, by the way, making the podium presentations of the trophies. That was what I was looking for. Been at VP here since this time last year. This was his first event this time last year, and so So being here for you, that would have been a race that Souček would have excelled in. Real touch driver and doing a really good job here at the Circuit of the Americas. I don't even know where to start with that race. I do feel that by the time we get to Midweek Motorsport on Wednesday, we might have found out a few more stories. All of the journalists who stepped out have just come back in and found out that there's a change in the GT3 podium, and here are the winners.
Finally, from McLaren, and it's here in Austin, Texas. Shanglail, we spoke earlier during the race and talked about your stint. Now that this has happened, how important was that middle part when the conditions were so difficult?
To be honest, I think everyone played a part. Darren played a part in the start, keeping everything together in P1. We called back into P2 again after a juggle of positions, and Marino in the end, my little Japanese guy, I love him. He did everything he can, and he brought it home. So, you know what, I think it's a testament to how much we work despite how hard it is. And I think all three of us know that it doesn't matter how much you get put.
For Marino Sato, the tires at the end, the decision to change the tires, that's what really made the difference. But talk about how nervous you were going out there on the different ones to everyone else.
Yeah, luckily I wasn't the first one to go on the slicks, but I was very much communicating with the team in the garage. Like, I was on the bottom for like 90% of the lap talking what tire we would put. I was very busy talking more than driving, but in the end, what we did was the right choice, and it was very tricky first few laps, but we managed to make it work. And these guys, I mean, set it up for me. So, yeah, thank you to these two, and everyone in the team has been putting a phenomenal job all season. So, like, yeah, it really feels rewarded, and I hope everyone enjoys it.
Darren Leung, when we saw each other last was during that red flag. You had the car in P3. It then was taken away cruelly, but you managed to fight back up there. Did it feel like today was just destined to be your win?
Yeah, so I didn't have to do too much driving today compared to these guys, but yeah, during that period, people ended up diverging on strategy, and then we hung it out, which then gave us a lead. Fortunately for us, everything kind of fell in a way that was reasonable for us, but all of that was kind of irrelevant, to be honest, because the monster stint that Marino put in at the end was absolutely superb, and I don't think there'll be any shortage of accommodations for him. Yeah, I don't think I can watch that again, let's put it that way. What a job.
It takes a full team. Congratulations to all three of you guys. You earned this victory.
And a first one it is for a United Autosports McLaren. Darren Young and Sean Gallale have been victorious in a different manufacturer's car. That was last year in Imola. But they're tasting the champagne once again, and this time with Marino Sato. I think you're right, John. We're going to be thinking about this race for several days yet, and looking forward to Midweek Motorsport, 8 o'clock UK time through till 10 on Wednesday night, where you can chew through the fat and maybe a bit more information on what has come out. Let's hope not too many or no further changes to the result, but I still think the steward's office is fairly busy at this time of evening.
I think you're right, and what's funny is the look of pure astonishment round the room from quite a lot of fairly seasoned journalists. Here we are in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre looking at the hall of the press room, because we're right at the back. And Tom Baker left without knowing they'd won. He went out to go and see the team, and he normally doesn't have to write a full press release unless they've won. He's closed his computer and shut it down. He's going to have to come back and write that now. He had no clue when he left the room. What a race. What a race.
Excellent, and great to get another manufacturer in LMGT3 winning in that as well. So we've got a different manufacturer for the year in Hypercar, a brand new manufacturer winning in LMGT3. What might Fuji bring then at the end of the month? Just a matter of weeks to wait for that, for the final 6-hour race of this season. And we have Bahrain to look forward to as well in November. But loads more motorsport coming up throughout the course of this particular month. As mentioned, the end of the month is the Barcelona 24 hours, and there's an NLS race during that weekend too, together with all of the sessions equivalent sessions that we've covered this weekend for the free practice session on Saturday of Fuji, the qualifying sessions as well in the afternoon, and then the full 6-hour race of Fuji, which will be the penultimate round of the season. Thanks to Shea Adam for all of her updates from pit lane and the grid earlier, to John Hindhoff, and to all of you for listening as well. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have, and we will see you in a matter of weeks live from Japan here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com. The Simcast. News, reviews, special...